Let's hope it all goes well then.
Speaking of which, it's almost first midnight.
Wow, time sure flew by. You were watching the door for a couple hours? Fair. At least I didn't miss anything important. Should we head to the backyard? The live music will start soon.
What kind of live music did you hire?
Nothing too fancy. Just strings and stuff for slow dancing. Strings are the definition of fancy.
Don't worry, I'm the follow-up act. Got a nice song picked out too.
Oh, right. I forgot about that. Hey, thanks for following through on your promise.
Anything for you. Remember, Delta, this is our midnight.
Wow, I'm kind of jealous. He's performing during your date?
Yeah, I think I picked the perfect time and place. It's not the most upbeat song, but people seem to love it.
Well then, we'll let you get to it. Hope you two are ready for a slow dance. This live music stuff doesn't come cheap.
I'm definitely not much of a dancer, but in this situation, I don't think I had much of a choice. I owed Clace a good time. That much is clear, especially after what I did. It's hard to look somebody in the eye after betraying them, especially when the thing you betrayed is as fragile as trust. Should I tell him? Is there any way I could ever make it up to him? I don't know. Clay steps forward, looking up at the
Pretty
twilight.
sight, isn't it?
Not as pretty as you, actually.
Wow, I was right. You really do have a silver tongue. Words like that under a sky like this, you might just make me fall for you.
He smiles and takes a sip of his drink. Suddenly, memories of his room flood back into my mind. Those pill bottles. I recognize the name of the medication. They were tranquilizers meant to relieve anxiety, fear, and stress. Should he really be mixing those with alcohol like that? Either way, a lot of things started to make sense in my head. Ever since he arrived, he's been so calm and soft spoken. Definitely a far cry from how you would imagine a pop star to be. Now I know why, and also why I have seen him zoning out a lot. He's clearly going through something. Maybe I should be as nice and supportive as possible, but not in a way that reveals my awareness of his situation.
Do you ever wonder what'll happen when you're gone? Not that stuff about returning to the stars. I mean here, on Earth, like consequences and stuff. I've been thinking about that a lot since the Wayfarer, actually. Especially since we were talking about legacies.
I don't think we are ever gone as long as we exist in memories.
That's a really pretty thought. I think you just changed my mind, Delta.
From what to what?
Well, I thought my legacy would be my music. And when I was gone, people would listen to my songs. Which is true, but it's not about the songs. It's what they feel while they listen. Music has always been about sharing emotions with the world. Helping people work through their tough times, giving them happiness, hope, maybe even love. So I think that's it. My legacy will be in the love of those I've left behind. And by sharing it, they can make the world a better place. So, it's not about my music. It's about me and my effect on people.
He places his hand in mine, and with a soft grip, as we look up at the sky.
You know, I've got a few people up there, in the stars. I can only wonder, as they watch, if I've made them proud.
Might not be good to put that much pressure on yourself.
guess you're right. I'll just ask them when I see them again.
Hopefully later rather than sooner.
Yeah, for sure.
With a nervous laugh, he rubs the back of his head.
I hope I'm not bringing you down with all the sad talk. It's just impossible not to think about, you know? Especially with everything that's been going on lately. But I realize I should stop worrying and start hoping. Self-pity can be pretty addicting after all.
As we talk, I notice Isaac in the corner of my eye. It's only notable because he's looking around, making sure he's unseen. He had he would hold He's holding a briefcase and he hands off to one of the partygoers. That's not suspicious at all. I look over at Clay and he's tugging at his scarf, almost looking nervous. It's impossible for me to look at him the same anymore, knowing what I know now. Consumed by thoughts of suicide and death, it sends chills down my spine to know that's what he's been scribbling. Especially when we were all just having a casual conversation as a group, and to lie about it, saying it's notes for his memories. If he told us he needed help, we would help him. And then there's the matter of that busyness card.
Well, what should we talk about next? Still got a few minutes before the music starts.
Enjoying your hiatus so far?
Oh, totally. It's nice to be free from the label. They've barely even talked to me lately. But that's exactly what I asked for. I have to admit, it's a bit weird to be free like this. Usually they plan every minute of every day. So this whole go-it-alone experience is pretty exciting. I do run out of ideas on what to do from time to time, though. But when that happens, at least I have people like you. You know we're gonna have to dance, right? A bit slower than I'm used to, but I can deal with it.
I nod. It looks like Isaac was going for some fancy waltz-like atmosphere. In fact, I can see the musicians setting up their instruments. This must have been expensive. How much does Isaac make anyway? This house, this backyard, this event. Argus must pay their employees well. I really need to get a job. Maybe he can hook me up after everything blows over. Kinda sounds cool when I think about it, working as a team.
Just remember, left, right, left, right. Follow the flow of the others. Let's not be the type of couple that disrupts the dance. It's a social faux pas, and I'm not here to get judged.
That's fair. I would hate to get teased. I start to wonder why nobody recognized Clace, though. Not even a single glance in our direction from the party goers. Surely a pop idol at a party was bound to cause a stir. It feels odd, and I can't quite shake off this feeling. But I guess it's not really worth worrying about. The band is in place, and people start gathering in the backyard. It looks like this dance would lead into midnight and then Clace's performance. I have to give Isaac some credit for being so thorough in this party planning.
Looks like it's time.
He grabs my hands and we head toward the others. Everyone assumes a dancing position, placing their hands on one another. We look into each other's eyes as the band starts to play. Left, right, left, right, just like his advice. We sway side to side in time with everyone else.
I heard you're supposed to do this at weddings and graduations, but I never really had any time for that kind of stuff. After that talent show, my life went in a completely different direction. I only know how to do this because I watched some videos online.
He blushes and looks away like he revealed an embarrassing fact.
Anything I couldn't do, I just looked up on the internet. And that way I kinda live through other people. Did you know that they won't let me go to shopping malls? too much of a security risk or something like that. So there's this one channel that I love. They go on tours of every possible mall. It's like you're actually there. I even watched a video of the big one here in town. Might not get to go in person, so the footage will have to do.
The embarrassed look on his face almost amplifies.
Gosh, that must sound so stupid. Locked in a jet, watching videos of people living their lives. But it's a ruthless world out there, Delta. Far more than it has any right to be. Just a little hiatus. Yeah, right. All it did was whet my appetite for more. But I can't really get greedy, can I? Sometimes you gotta take what you can get. I'm just glad that I got to make some memories with all of you. A group of friends I can trust and always hold dear.
Trust. That word hits me like a knife in the chest.
Until death, right? That's the pact you all made? Then I'll be a part of that deal too.
My heart starts to race and I'm overcome with emotion. We continue our dance, but I feel like the worst person in the world. The sight of those drawings in his diary is all I can see in my mind. How can I keep a secret like that from him? How can I hold him like this knowing how much I have betrayed him? I feel a tear fall down my cheek. I let my thoughts get the better of me.
Hey,
He moves a hand up to wipe the tear off my cheek.
I didn't mean to make you cry, Delta. I'm sorry. We're both members of the same club, remember? If we don't have each other's backs, we don't have anything. But don't worry. Even if I do go away, I doubt I'll go very far.
He gulps, and I can see his eyes start to water as well.
Just look up to the stars, okay? You watch for me, and I'll watch for you.
The music slowly stops, replaced by the countdown to midnight. We stare into each other's eyes, enjoying the moment. Surely a perfect one for him. Yet I feel torn apart inside. As we get closer to midnight, he inches his face toward mine. A kiss. I slowly inch mine forward as well. The next couple moments feel like an eternity.
Wait, I don't know if that's a good idea.
Instead, he rests his hand near my shoulder. I wrap my arms around him and hold him.
Let's put a rain check on that one, okay? I'll decide when the time feels right.
I nod, which he can clearly feel due to our embrace. Then, it's midnight. Rigorous applause fills our ears. He pulls back and we lock eyes once again.
Happy New Year, Delta. Thanks for being part of my best one yet. And let's make sure this next one is even better.
The dance is over and everyone goes back to their social groups. It was nice to see everybody so united for once, moving in harmony.
Guess that means it's time for my performance. I hope you stay and listen, or I might be offended.
He smiles and runs off to the area the band performed in. Isaac is there and he helps Clace get everything set up. I wouldn't want to offend him, so I decide to stay and listen. I will head inside afterward, though, and continue the night. 1 midnight now, 3 to go.
Hey everybody, this is a song that kinda took off. It's not about anybody in particular, but if the shoe fits, you know what to do.
Advance this text box to start the song, and advance the next one to end it.
It's when I saw you, and I knew I wanted to get close. A lapse in judgment calls for desperation, and I gave it to you, I suppose. But that's not the way the story goes. You're only love without the clothes. My realization is getting close. Tore down the wall, stood in the doorway. Say what they all say, lies and stories. Your sticks and stones will never hurt me. Gotta go in such a hurry, I guess I'm not your priority now. Now, now. Well, I guess I'm not your priority now. Now, now. Well, I guess I'm not your priority now. Now, now. Well, I guess I'm not your priority. Well, I guess I'm. Well, I guess I'm not. Well, I guess I'm not your priority. Let's close the door and call it quits. I'm sick of friends with benefits, and maybe it's better if we're alone now. You try to hold me. I've seen the truth and it's below me. You can't control me. Not down for more, that was the only. On the floor, you can't ignore me. My innocence is not your glory. And baby, it's a little boring. Spending nights alone in hollow luxury. Guess I'm not your priority now. Now, now. Well, I guess I'm not your priority now. Now, now. Well, I guess I'm not your priority now. Now, now, now. Well, I guess I'm not your priority now. Well, I guess I'm. Well, I guess I'm not. Well, I guess I'm not your priority. Another missed call, another missed text. What will I go through? What will I do next? I've decided it's time for me. Put that obstacle before me. I've seen the past, I know it's coming. I'll stand my ground and scream it loudly. And if there's no point in hiding that I'm my only priority now. Now, now. That I'm my only priority now. Now, now. That I'm my only priority now. Now, that I'm my only priority. Well, I guess I'm. Well, I guess I'm not. That I'm my only priority.
That was a lot to take in. Looking at Clace, talking to him after what I have done. My heart starts to race as soon as I get back to the kitchen. I hate how I'm feeling tonight. There's so much stuff I want to say, but it feels like I can't. Like there's this voice in my head stopping me. Doubt, anxiety, paranoia. I feel like seeing that agent was a tipping point for me, like some level of denial precedent in my mind no longer existed. In that one moment, everything hit me all at once. Things haven't felt the same. I shouldn't be standing in the kitchen like this. I'm clearly starting to show signs of panic. I need a breather. Slipping out the door in the back of the kitchen, I enter the garage. Or at least I think this is what I think is the garage, since I can barely see anything. But that's just what I need. A moment of silence in the darkness. A moment to focus on my breathing and calm back down. I think about everything I have done and everything I have seen. Part of me thinks Clace would forgive me for what I did. And when it comes to Isaac, he's never lied to me before. I feel like my future will be determined by the nature of those around me. Would Clace be able to forgive me for invading his privacy like that? Is Isaac telling the truth when he tells everybody to trust him? He must be. I always feel safe when he's around. That comforting thought is enough to calm me down. Besides, we only had 5 days until Hermes took action. It's just like Chiron said to me. The first doesn't matter if an avalanche follows. In 5 days from now, we will be the least of Arcus's problems. If all we had to do was the last 5 days, then I think we would be fine. Just trust in Isaac. Go with the flow. Spend time with your friends. Trust in Isaac. Go with the flow. Trust in Isaac. My eyes start to adjust and I realize I'm not in the garage. I'm in Isaac's workshop, the one place I wasn't supposed to go. I instinctively go to cover my eyes, but by then it's already too late. I can immediately see why he didn't want anybody in here. Dozens upon dozens of Argus drones line the garage. On the workshop bench rests a large stack of briefcases, just like the one I saw him hand out to one of the party goers. Dimly lit monitors line the wall, showing live footage of the house. At least it appears to be live. The date and time match up perfectly. But in the footage, the house is completely empty. I know that's not true since I can hear the party roaring. Is it fake footage? I gulp. This was clearly none of my busyness. If it was part of his surprise, I can't even begin to imagine what it would. Everybody's a zero. That's why they don't recognize everybody's a zero. Or maybe there wasn't even a surprise. Maybe he was just hiding this. I turn on my phone to look at the time and realize that it's almost second midnight. I'm supposed to spend this one with Taylor, if I remember correctly. I quickly leave the garage, trying to forget about what I saw. All I could do is repeat my earlier thought like it's a mantra. Go with the flow. Second midnight. Taylor, Heart to Heart 3. I returned to the kitchen, calm and relaxed. Looks like nobody saw me enter Isaac's workshop. It's for the best. I wouldn't want him to think I disobeyed him. If he took one thing seriously, it was his hobby. He made it as clear as possible since the day I arrived. I have done my best to respect that so far, and I had no intention of slipping up. I opened the fridge and grabbed myself another drink. This whole 4 midnights thing was pretty cool. Taylor had a good idea. When I closed the door to the fridge, that's exactly who I see behind it. We lock eyes. It's clear that he was trying to startle me, but if he wanted to scare me, he would have to do better than that.
Well then, you passed the test.
What test?
I didn't startle you. That means you're innocent. Only people with a guilty conscience would jump. Trust me, it's a tried and true method. Well, I sure shocked Isaac. And Dante just assumed a fighting stance. Did you know he's actually trained in self-defense? So when he says he wants to fight, he totally does. You're blocking the door, by the way. I came here to get another drink.
Without hesitation, I slip behind it and hide.
It's not gonna work. I know you're there.
He closes the door and smirks at me as he cracks open a beer.
Besides, you already know I'm not innocent. And I can think of far better ways to show it off.
Oh, is this the night we seal the deal?
Can you think of a better night? There's romance in the air. I can smell it. $10 says Isaac is planning something.
He smirks and takes a sip of his drink.
Oh, wait, I forgot. We're doing second midnight together, right? Maybe I should grab a few more drinks.
I nod. At least that was my recollection of the plan. He opens the door again and grabs some more booze.
Wanna head to your room? Some privacy would be nice. That, and it's getting pretty loud.
That's true. First midnight must have set things off. The party is roaring and the booze is definitely flowing. It might be nice to have a quiet moment or two with my friends. Sure, let's head to my room.
Perfect. And don't worry, I grabbed one for you too. Just remember to pace yourself. There's 3 midnights to go.
He hands me another drink and I start to follow him. Pretty odd that he was leading me to my room. I guess he just likes taking the initiative. As soon as we enter my room, we put the drinks down on the nightstand. It was quite a few drinks too. Not sure how long he wanted to be in here. I look at the time, and there's still quite a while until we hit second midnight.
Socializing can be so exhausting. It's a lot harder in person compared to my chat. Hope you don't mind taking a breather with me. Oh, also, thank you for letting me use your room.
He sits on the edge of the bed.
I would have asked Clace, but he started locking his. Can't blame a guy for valuing privacy, though. I'm pretty fond of my private life, too. It's why I only ever hang out with the core group. Nights like this really make me realize how comfortable I am with all of you. Throw some strangers into the mix and all of a sudden I can barely talk. I guess everyone has a comfort crowd, though. But I gotta step it up. I'm hosting a panel at the con. Yeah, streaming 101. That kind of stuff. A lot of people ask me how they can make it. But it's not as simple as all that. If there was a formula, then everyone would be successful. I hate to brag, but I feel like my personality is a big part of it. I mean, they choose to watch me over everyone else. When I try to list some reasons, that one just rises right to the top. Oh, was it how I rested my arm across the booth? Wait, don't answer that. I know it was. If I knew you felt that way, I would have actually pulled you in. But you gotta get a gauge on things before making a move. People are the worst sometimes, aren't they? It's so much easier when it's username scrolling past my screen. At least then I have some time to rehearse my answers. A lot of my streamer friends are gonna be at the con. I'm paranoid that I won't make a good first impression. Especially when potential collabs are on the line. They're gonna be judging me from the moment they meet me. If I'm not entertaining enough, I'll lose opportunities. I'm already having enough trouble with those leaked photos. I wish. It's actually a lot more embarrassing than that. Some photos of me as a teenager were leaked, back when I lived in a group home. I was a lot bigger back then. Huge, you could say. Well, it was a different one every year, to be honest. It was just a place for troubled youth, or kids with no parents. Like a shelter, I guess, run by volunteers from the community. But I was stupid back then. Took out my problems on other people. I guess I was a bully if we're putting a label on it. So, if I acted up too much, they'd just transfer me. That's how I ended up in so many places. At least the local cuisine helped me cope. If there's one thing I loved to do, it was eat. But I'm getting ahead of myself here anyway. Someone leaked those photos, and people are making fun of me. I hate to see myself like that, you know? A reminder of who I was. Oh, and just so we're clear, I'm not really talking about my size. It's the person I was on the inside. I hated him. But I guess maybe I deserve this. I bullied a lot of people. Didn't make their lives any easier. It was only a matter of time until someone from my past came along.
That's true. We can never outrun our past.
You seem to be doing a pretty good job at it. In fact, I barely know anything about your life before Toronto. Not that I'm entitled to anything, just an observation.
He grabs his drink and sips it, even from this weird angle.
Want to know how I lost all that weight, Delta? There was this one guy. I bullied him more than the rest. Guess he had too much and came up with a plan for revenge. Decided to take advantage of an allergy of mine. I just don't think he knew how bad it actually was. Life is a blur for a little while after that. But I remember being in a hospital. When I got out, I looked more like I do today. Can't put the weight back on, no matter how hard I try. I figured that karma was done with me, but now everyone is sharing those old photos around. It's like a constant reminder of my past. As if a constant reminder of the future wasn't bad enough already. Every time the lights go out, I'm scared it's happening all over again.
That's true. He told me about his vision in complete darkness. Even during our first time in the plane, we noticed that he seemed afraid of the dark.
But you know what? This has given me a pretty unique perspective. A lot of people make fun of me online for being too skinny. Now, other people are making fun of me for the opposite. It's really dumb, isn't it? No matter what your body is like, there's always going to be someone who judges you. The only option we really have left is to love ourselves just the way we are. Because I know they definitely won't. And at least we have power over our own feelings. Speaking of feelings, though.
He turns his head to face me, and I do the same.
Sometimes someone special comes along. Someone who we just know won't judge us. And sometimes that makes everything easier to bear.
He smiles and rubs a hand along my face.
Go ahead. Test my theory. Do you see me any different after that story?
I shake my head. Of course not. It meant a lot that he trusted me with all this information.
Then I guess that test was right. You are an innocent one, Delta. But if you're with me, that'll definitely change.
He presses his lips against mine, and we hold them together for a small eternity. After that, he softly pulls back. I lean in for another kiss, and we begin to make out. 1, 2, 3. I start to lose count as we relinquish ourselves to passion's surrender. He gets on top of me, sitting in my lap while I lay on the bed. We lock eyes, his gaze as fierce as his kisses. Running his hands along my body, he leans in to continue making out. A moment later, I hold him in tight and close, standing up from the bed. Wrapping his legs around me, I slowly hold him and kiss him while approaching the wall. Using it to support his back, we continue to kiss while he's propped up by my body. We are so engrossed in each other that we have to pull back to catch our breath. The faint echo of the partygoers counting down to midnight fills my ears. Taylor looks to the left at the light switch by the doorframe. He can easily reach it from his current position.
Here, let me get that.
That was a nice little pick-me-up. Taylor was definitely easygoing and has opened up the most to me. Aside from Chiron, he's the only other person who's told me about his vision. That clearly made a difference in how much we were able to bond. It's almost like a wall that needs to be broken before we can move forward. I start to wonder what Isaac's vision was. Dante's too. As far as Clace goes, I can only imagine that his is extremely concerning. But they still remained a mystery to me. All three of them. I knew that Isaac's was positive and that had to do with our current situation. Clace's was bad enough that he had a business card for the Vision Protection Program. But Dante, I don't think he said a single thing about his. Is he taking stories from his future like Clace did with his music? All I can do is think back to that day when we made a pact against fate. They weren't in touch with any of their visions anymore, not even an afterthought. Even in the certainty of their visions, there's still so much uncertainty. Hopefully I can get them to open up and share a little more. I stop dead in my tracks. It's them again. It can't be. It's actually impossible. Yet I'm seeing it with my own two eyes. They stand there giving me that smirk again. This isn't real. This can't be real. I shake my head, but they're still there. A moment later, they hold up their hand. It's not an apple this time. It's Clace's diary. Nobody else in the room seems to be aware of their presence. Why are they doing this to me? I need to know. They taunt me with symbols of my guilt, my regrets, a testament to every act of folly since I arrived. I start to rush toward them, maintaining eye contact. They need to tell me why. I need to. I bump into Dante and stumble back.
Whoa, just who I was looking for. Having a good time so far, Delta?
Dante, it's that agent again. Having the time of my
Glad
life.
to hear it. Want another drink? I can barely taste the booze in these things. You know, it's almost our time to hang out. I've been looking forward to this night for a while now. Ever since Taylor suggested the whole quantum leap thing. I'm a sucker for big moments, though. And like I say, New Year's Eve is one of the best. Super glad we get to spend one of these midnights together.
I smile, yet feel nothing but fright on the inside. That's not even what I wanted to say to him, but the agent just vanished, like a figment of my imagination. That's impossible. I know I wasn't hallucinating. It was real. It had to be. Somehow they're messing with my head, making me see things, feel things, do things. Or perhaps I'm just saying that to absolve myself of some guilt.
You okay, Delta? Looks like you zoned out there.
I shake my head and tell him that everything is fine.
Wanna take your drink and go someplace quiet? Maybe my room? You know, like when we first hung out.
I nod.
Just don't try and get me to spill any plot secrets. After a few drinks, who knows what I'll say?
Right. Red tape. NDAs. I've been silent on a lot of stuff myself lately. Maybe that's it. I've been bottling everything up inside. Let's just hope that sometime soon I can let it all out. We enter his room, and he immediately turns off his
Ooh,
monitor.
can't be letting anyone see my writing. Not by choice, of course. I just don't want to get sued.
We both take a sip of our drink. Honestly, I'm almost done with all the booze. It was good to party for the first couple weeks, though. In fact, part of me hoped we go through all the booze that Clace brought. The party is pretty loud, and I can tell that everyone has had a few.
So, I actually wanted to give you something. I meant to do this earlier, but I saved it for tonight. Delta. You sure know how to add to the moment. Just a sec. I hope you don't find this gift too sappy. I know you've never really read my work, so I wanted to give you something special. Here.
It's an autographed copy of one of his novels.
Well, I hope it's not weird that I consider my own work a gift, but this is a first edition copy. There aren't many out there. It was part of a test run to see if the book could sell. After it did well, they printed way more.
It's called Forlorn. I remember Clace mentioning he had a first edition copy as well.
It's also the one with the character that reminded me of you.
I think he means the character that dies.
I'm always a bit hesitant to give away my own books. A lot of people think I'm just full of myself or something, but I consider my work an extension of myself. Like I always say, the purest form of self-expression. So to me, it's like giving a piece of myself away. God, imagine doing that then getting shut down.
That would suck.
It happens more than you'd think. That's why I'm so selective about it. I was pretty sure it wouldn't fall flat on you, though, so in my mind, you're one of the good ones.
That's pretty flattering, and I understand his intent. I don't really think of this as a self-serving gesture.
I hope you'll read it.
Of course I will read it.
Glad to hear it. Make sure to tell me what you think.
He smiles at me and rubs the back of his head.
Everything going on lately has got me thinking a lot. With how uncertain tomorrow is, I need to seize every moment. especially if I want my vision to come to pass.
He sits down on the edge of his bed and taps the spot beside him. I guess he doesn't consider me a stranger anymore. That's nice. I join him, placing my drink on the nightstand beside me.
I know how I told you about reconnecting with my family. Well, to be honest, it was more than just wishful thinking. It's not that I want to do it, it's more like I know I'll do it regardless. So why get in the way of progress, right?
He takes a sip of his drink.
We're all at the dinner table, happy, laughing, not a care in the world. I have a brother, too. That one was a shock to me. But that's all there is to it. One big, happy family. Talk about a boring vision, huh?
Doesn't sound boring to me. A guarantee of reconciliation is a big deal.
I guess so. I didn't really think about reconnecting with them until recently. I guess seeing them almost every day was enough. I don't even know if this makes any sense, but even after I ran away from home, they still kept me company. Knowing that the vision would happen again, it got me through some rough nights. Especially since we were happy in it. A far cry from how I left things when I ran away. That, and there's no place more lonely than a library. Trust me, I wouldn't wish that fate on my worst enemy.
He's actually a pretty interesting guy. Grew up in a library and used it to hone his skills as a writer. Abandoning family he knew he would reconnect with through his vision.
I have that vision to thank for my independence, too. Sometimes when you run away, you never know what'll happen. I guess I was graced with the knowledge that it'd only be temporary. That made it a lot easier to pull the trigger. Guess part of me knew we'd be happy again in the future. But it's been a long time since then. They haven't reached out, so I think it's my turn. I wonder if they read my novels, you know? Or for that matter, what my brother's name is. No, I'm just rambling, though. I didn't bring you here to put you to sleep. Wait, what? I mean, thanks, Delta. It's so easy to judge people after they vent. I'm just glad that it didn't sour your perception of me. Hear that?
I can hear the partygoers counting down in the backyard. It looks like third midnight was finally here. I stand up from the bed and turn to face Dante. Our eyes lock, and I feel emotion coursing through me. Everything he told me, I can see it all in his eyes. The pain, the loneliness, but the hope, too. Part of me wonders what he sees in mine. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Delta.
We hug each other, securing a tight embrace. It lasts for a while, but it doesn't feel awkward in any way. I realize this is the first time we have ever been this close. When the hug ends, he steps back and looks into my eyes again.
You know, I've honestly just been stalling since I'm nervous.
Why?
Well, you know how I said that book was like a part of myself? There's a reason I wanted you to have it. After you read it, you'll know me so much better. Even if you don't realize it, you still will. Each word is my heart poured onto that page. And I wanted you to have it. So, since you'll be getting to know me better, I was wondering if I could have the honor of doing the same. Not to myself. I mean, wow, I am ruining the moment. I just think it would be cool if we spent more time together. Especially after all this Argus nonsense comes to an end. I know you're already dating within the group, but that won't be an issue. Wow. Talk about a happy new year. Thanks, Delta. This is gonna be my best one yet.
He places his hand in mine and brings it to his lips. Kissing the top of it softly, he releases his grip and smiles.
I can think of a few cool places to go, but right now, we've got a party to get to. Don't want to miss that fourth and final midnight.
We leave the room, hopeful for a great end to the quantum leap. Isaac would be spending fourth midnight with me. I'm kind of nervous. Whatever surprise he had planned, he's sure been tight-lipped about it. Me and Dante return to the kitchen, seeing Theodore, Isaac, Clace, and Chiron. They are all standing by the exit to the backyard, engaged in conversation. I can tell they are debating something. It's a friendly argument.
There's no way you can pull that off. At least not without raising suspicion.
Yeah, I'm with Taylor on that one.
Hey, I think Isaac can do anything he puts his mind to. Seems like nothing compared to getting me in the system.
Maybe.
Dante, Delta, come over here real quick. Gotta show you my latest innovation.
Oh, you gotta stop innovating, Isaac. Especially when Argus could be watching us.
Oh, we're fine. Give me your phone for a sec.
No.
Dante.
All right, fine.
Dante hands Isaac his phone. He holds it up to the scanner in the backyard door, and I hear the standard chime.
Enjoy your trip, Dante. You may leave the house 5,126 more times today. Remember, a good score makes a good citizen.
I've been saving up,
Yeah, because I do all the shopping.
and we love you for it.
Isaac hands Dante back his phone.
It's also why I wanted to use you as an example. I knew you'd have enough excursion credits to spare.
Fair enough.
That didn't prove anything, Isaac.
I'm getting there.
He faces me and Dante and starts to explain.
I've always hated the whole credit system. So, I made a mod that lets you leave without spending any.
Okay, now I'm with Taylor. There's no way you could pull that off.
I'm a prodigy, remember?
You gotta stop saying that.
Humility is a pretty good trait to have.
Well, let me prove it then. Why should I have to use a credit to go into my own backyard? It was a stupid rule anyway. This just makes things easier.
Is this the surprise you wanted to show us?
Maybe. Maybe not.
So, does it only work on this door, or...
Theoretically, I could tune it to any lock. Kinda like how I could put an identity on any phone.
So you could unlock any door?
If I wanted to, I guess. But I never use this stuff for evil. I find flaws in the system like this all the time. Just little things that people could take advantage of.
And what do you do with them?
Usually report them to Argus. Can't patch a hole if you don't see it, after all.
And are you gonna report this one?
It's a mystery. Besides, Argus actually has a team of hackers. People who break the system all the time, then fix it.
So you're saying you're better than Argus's hacking team?
I don't know. Humility is an important trait to have, remember?
Should we, go outside then?
Yeah, I could use some fresh air.
It's almost 4th of midnight, too. Got about 30 more minutes.
Ready to share your resolutions?
Not really, but I'll manage.
We stand together in the backyard, each sipping our next drink. I hadn't really had time to think about what my resolution would be. Honestly, I just wish that everything ended up having a happy ending. That might be good enough. Play my part in making sure everything goes well. Has a nice ring to it, too. Puts my mind at ease. It's odd how my mind feels more at ease when I show resolve, or at least dedication to the cause we currently fight toward. Maybe I should just keep going with the flow. Like I said, it's not like a river to just change directions. The stream always leads to one place in particular. I should just follow the path forward to January 5th. Because if I start to show doubt, fear, or hesitation, no, everything will be fine.
Well, who wants to go first?
I have a pretty good one, actually.
Go for it.
I want to change up my formula, do new stuff. I'm not losing viewers, but it's always the same content. Maybe some more guests or more stuff out in the city.
Perfect. Change. The heart of any good resolution. Mine's actually about change too, but not for myself.
How is that a resolution then? It's supposed to be a personal goal.
Well, it's more like a change that I cause. I want to keep contributing to the world in a positive way. It's a bit abstract, but I know I can pull it off.
I'll accept it.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. I believe in you, Isaac. I know you can do it.
Thanks. Who wants to go next?
I want to see everything the city has to offer. Fill every day with a brand new experience. And I'm open to suggestions, perhaps even partners too. No fun in going it alone.
Ooh, loving these so far. Delta? Clays?
I want to try and visit all of you. After this hiatus, I'm gonna be really busy, but I'd feel awful if we never hung out again. So I think that's my resolution. To keep in touch and come visit. Might make work less stressful too.
We'd be happy to have you back.
If we can pull all these off, the new year will be amazing.
And I'm glad we get to ring it all in together. But I think that leaves one more person.
Right. Delta? What will you accomplish?
When he puts it like that, I have no idea what to say. I stop to think about it for a moment. Let's see. In 2041, I already gave my life a new start. So right now, 2042 seems like a blank slate. Just what will I etch into that slate? I want to do my best to ensure a happy ending for all of us.
Hopefully that's not too difficult. Don't want to put a lot of pressure on you.
Better be careful. Isaac might make you swear him a promise.
Hey, you make me sound so shady. All I really want is some help from my friends.
They share a laugh together, but I'm still curious about Isaac's vision.
Well, that makes all of us. Do you do this every year or something?
Nope. This is our first quantum leap. And the first time we've shared our resolutions.
Do you want to make it a thing?
Yeah, let's make it a thing.
We got about 20 minutes left. Kinda wish we did more than 4 midnights.
Already?
I actually want to chat with Delta for a bit. How about we all regroup here for midnight? I can even show you the surprise I talked about.
Works for me.
But first, a toast.
Taylor holds up his drink.
To what?
We all look at each other, unsure.
Wait, I got the perfect one.
We all hold up our drinks.
Here's to getting wasted with the people that matter.
Wow, that's a good one.
And it'll never get old.
We all sip our drinks in unison.
Come on, Delta. Let's go. We're losing precious minutes here.
I nod and start to follow Isaac. It looked like the big moment was here. Fourth midnight. Isaac, heart to heart 3. Isaac takes me to his room and lets out a deep sigh.
Fourth midnight, huh? I'm sure I have some tough acts to follow.
I saved the best for last on purpose.
Me? The best? How much have you had to drink?
He laughs, then looks down at his jacket.
I need to clean up a bit before the big moment. Someone bumped into me and made a bit of a mess.
He takes off his leather jacket, and I'm actually kind of shocked. I've never seen him do that before, and I've been here for a couple weeks.
I guess people get a bit sloppy on New Year's Eve, though. But I'm the guy who hosted the party, so comes with the territory.
He rests flat on his bed and starts to clean off a small stain. That jacket was definitely important to him, wasn't it? He had to put the party on pause to clean it up. It was pretty baggy, so I didn't know what he looked like underneath. I got to say though, I didn't expect him to look quite so strong. His arms flex as he scrubs off the jacket.
There we go. Much better.
I think you look better without it, actually.
Well, then consider yourself lucky. I don't really like to take this off in front of people. Did I tell you that this belonged to my dad? Or did I just say it was something special?
Someone special. You were feeling their footsteps.
Oh, wow. I gotta back up quite a bit then. Like I said, it used to belong to my dad. He worked for Argus and was pretty high up there too. So I grew up around the system and all sorts of technology. It was second nature to me by the time I had my vision. I almost knew more about the tech than how to communicate. I'd always be tinkering with one thing or another. It got so bad that he had to install additional security to stop me. But, like you could probably guess, I cracked that too. There wasn't anything I couldn't figure out. I hope that makes you understand me a bit better. Dante grew up in a library and became a writer. I grew up around Argus Tech, and here I am now. Everyone teases me though and downplays my ability. It's kind of annoying, if I'm perfectly honest.
They are probably just jealous of how awesome you are.
Glad to know I'm not the only one who thinks so. You usually only criticize others so you can feel high and mighty. Anyway, we're getting a bit off track. Obviously, you know my dad's not around anymore.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
Maybe things make a bit more sense now. Why I'm so good with Argus Tech and why I wear this jacket. They even let me wear it at work, which you've probably noticed. Most people are cool with it, but a lot of them claim favoritism. Not everybody is the son of an Argus legend, after all.
Wait, a legend?
Something like that, yeah. He pioneered the drone technology that I specialize in, hence the whole following in his footsteps thing.
He smiles and tugs at the collar of his jacket.
But I gotta say, he looked way cooler in this than I do. But enough of that. I didn't mean to get off track. It's wild how cleaning my jacket brought back all those memories. But I guess that's the power of a sentimental object, eh?
I nod.
There is a real reason why I brought you here, though. Part of that reason is you're just the one I trust the most. And a lot is going on right now, so you might get caught up in things beyond your control. More than you already have, of course. I just wanted to make sure that you're doing all right.
Caught up in more? That sounds a little worrying.
Oh, I didn't mean to make you worry. I was actually trying to do the opposite. just wanted to remind you that you're safe at my side. So, no matter what happens or what you learn, I'm here for you.
No matter what I learn, that's a weird thing to say. But I guess it makes sense now that he's opening up to me. I know more about him than I ever did before, and I'm sure there's lots left. I'm tempted to ask him about the drones and those briefcases. However, I decide to remain silent. I don't want him to know that I saw. And if I trusted him, then their purpose should become clear with time. Thanks, Isaac. I'm here for you, too.
Of course. Glad to know it's mutual. I'm really happy that you moved in with me. It's definitely made all of this a little easier. But I think I've said more than enough for now. No need to continue and get into all that sad stuff.
He then reaches out and places his hand in mine.
You ready to get back outside, Delta? We're on the clock, and time is running out.
I smile and squeeze his hand before we exit the room. It was time to bring this party to an end and bring in the new year. We make our way back outside, and the group is waiting for us. Almost immediately, we gather together and start chatting.
Ah, you two lovebirds have fun.
Absolutely.
Wait, what?
Had to end the year on a pretty high note, you know? Anyway, I wanted to do something special for the finale. Especially since 4th midnight is actually our midnight. I had to pull some strings, but I think you'll enjoy this. It's something that only I could have done.
When you say that, I'm filled with anxiety.
You gotta start giving me some more credit. Delta, quick, red or green? Pick your favorite. I thought it was a pretty simple question. Roger.
Well, what's the surprise?
Gotta say, I don't like the suspense.
Hold on. All right, everybody. Close your eyes.
That isn't gonna help with the suspense part.
Please trust me. I worked on this for a week straight.
Wow, such dedication.
Just another minute.
I start to hear noises, buzzing and mechanical whirring. I would recognize that noise anywhere. It's the sound of Argus drones. Part of me knew this surprise would involve them, but I couldn't tell the others. I feel like Isaac would hate me if he knew I went into his workshop. But it was a genuine mistake. I have to stop beating myself up over this stuff.
All right, open up.
I open up my eyes and agree into a beautiful sight. Drones fly around the sky above the house, each with dazzling lights. They dance and sway in different formations. It's almost hypnotic. Isaac must have programmed this light show just for us.
Stream
Well,
elements.
What do you think?
Said.
That's
Stay
so
moist,
cool.
my friends. Hydrate.
How'd you pull this off?
Like I said, I had to pull some strings. But Argus ended up giving me the approval.
We stand there watching the light show in awe. Isaac steps aside and returns with a six-pack of drinks.
One more for the end of the year?
Sure, I'm down.
We all take a can and crack it open. The drones are such a mystifying sight. I can't take my eyes off of them. And not only that, but it's truly a testament to Isaac's mastery of the tech.
Here, check this out.
He presses a button on his phone and 6 drones fly above the rest. We look straight up, watching them against the backdrop of the twilight. The stars are slowly coming out, and the lights on the drones blend right in. But soon after, the lights on them change color. They continue their intricate movements, almost forming a rainbow. Blue for Isaac, pink for Clace, purple for Dante, orange for Taylor, white for Chiron, and green for B. So that's why he wanted to know.
What a way to end the year.
A constellation of our own. Just like you said. Right, Dante?
I could go without the implication that we're all dead.
Hey, we all gotta go sometime. Imagine the adventures we'll get up to as we sail those stars.
Thanks, Isaac. It means a lot that you'd embrace our ways like this. Not everybody shares our views on the night sky.
A lot better than being 6 feet under, if you ask me.
Yeah, totally.
We all sip our drinks as the light show continues.
Ready for the finale?
That wasn't it?
Isaac simply smirks and taps his phone once more. The drones move into a large square formation, and their lights turn off. Wait, it's almost midnight. As the partygoers start to count down, certain drones light up. He's using their lights to form a countdown timer. It's almost as if the sky itself is ringing in the new year with us. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
5,
4.
3.
2, 1.
Happy New Year. Everyone shouts it together and holds up their drinks. Isaac hits a button on his phone, and the drone softly lands.
Hey, Delta. Come here.
Isaac smiles at me and holds out his hand. I place mine in his, and he looks up at the drones. In his other hand, he's still operating his phone. He presses a few more buttons on it and takes me to the center of the yard.
This part is special. Just for us.
He blushes as several of the drones return to the sky and start shifting around. Then they form a large heart in the sky before bringing themselves lower. Then the lights slowly shift to the most beautiful red.
As weird as the last couple weeks have been, they've definitely been the best of my life.
He puts his phone away and holds out his other hand. I hold them both tightly as we gaze into each other's eyes.
I feel like my whole life led up to the moment we first met. Not online, but the first time I saw you at the airport, it felt like time stood still. I couldn't get over how pretty you were. It's frozen in my mind, as if that was the moment my life began.
Almost in unison, both of our eyes start to water.
I wish that was my vision, so I could relive it every day. That one perfect moment where everything felt right. No uncertainty, no fright. Just us. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me, Delta. I'm so glad that you feel the same way. It makes me feel whole. Maybe for the first time in my life. No matter what I do, our bond will always be my greatest achievement. All I can hope for is that one day I'll make you just as happy. Well then, I'm glad to hear it.
He slowly leans in for a kiss, and I do the same. Our lips lock together for the first time under the crimson light of the drones. One of his hands raises up and softly strokes the side of my face. We stay like this for a while until he finally pulls back.
Thanks, Delta. Let's make this the best year of our lives.
Yeah, the best. He smiles as we head back toward our friends, holding hands.
Wow, and I'm the one who writes romance.
Shut up, Dante. You're ruining the moment.
I think I almost started to cry.
That really made me happy, seeing the both of you so close.
Ah, it's nothing. I just spoke from the heart.
It always knows what to say.
We all exchange glances and smile at one another. The year was over, and we hung on the precipice of a new beginning. It was a moment where anything seemed possible, as long as we stuck together. As if to ruin our perfect memory, though, we hear a collective gasp of shock. Everyone rushes to the TV in the backyard, and the chatter is overwhelming. But soon, the chatter starts to dissipate, and we hear people crying.
What's going on?
I don't know.
Let's go look.
We all make our way to the TV, taking slow, cautious strides. It's almost like we knew it was bad and just wanted to delay the inevitable. Given what we know, I think we could all tell what was really going on. The people don't budge, so we slide our way between them. Inch by inch, we make our way to the front of the sobbing crowd. On the TV appears to be helicopter footage of the town square.
Oh, no.
The camera makes a quick zoom to the center of the square. My heart sinks to my stomach as I see two bodies on the ground. They lay there, lifeless, as people watch in shock and horror. Not just zeros, but people from the city as well. Now they care. The camera zooms in more, and I stumble back, needing to collect myself. Those were the parents of that child I kept seeing. I would recognize them anywhere. Sure enough, the child breaks through the crowd and runs toward their parents. Carrying a bunch of food, they trip, causing stuff to fly every which way. Through teary eyes, they grab a couple of apples off the ground, closing the distance between them and their parents. They kneel down. They bawl as they try to feed the apples to the bodies of their parents. But obviously, they don't respond. The child is carried away, kicking and screaming in confusion and sadness. A moment later, the flashing blue and yellow lights of the authorities arrive. Police cars show up, and even a couple of ambulances. This would go down in High Story as the first official interaction with the Zeros. Like many points in High Story, death changed everything in nearly an instant. The view of those two bodies on the ground will be forever etched into my mind. They were holding hands and now lay dead, surrounded by scraps of food. I think on some level we all knew that this was going to happen. The police start to close off access to the town square. They unroll two-toned blue and yellow security tape around the perimeter. Everyone stands back, while fellow Zeros embrace and console the child. The sobbing and shock of the partygoers around me seems to fade. By now we have all processed what we saw, and it became reality. Me and my friend stand there, now fully convinced of one simple fact. This is the fate of those who oppose Argus. It was made plain and simple for the world to see, but the group gives each other somber, almost knowing glances. We didn't want things to go south like this, but now that they have, we could very well meet the same fate. Dead on the streets, simply fighting for what we believed in, an inevitable thing when you place your trust in tyrants. Everyone left after the news broke. Well, everyone except our core group. I lay on the ground, staring up at the stars. Place, Chiron, and Taylor are fast asleep, also on the ground. Isaac and Dante are still awake, sitting on the nearby couch. From where I am laying, I can hear Isaac to my left and Dante to my right. I can't even begin to imagine what's going through their minds. In fact, I can barely even get a grasp of what's going through mine. Staying focused on the stars, I just try my best to enjoy the moment. In order to do that, I repeat one simple fact to myself. There's nothing we could do about this right now. Our lives were on pause until sunrise. Might as well enjoy the view.
Been drinking a lot lately, huh?
What else is there to do?
Fair enough.
Let's, take it easy in the new year, though. Like I said, we're just living up Delta's arrival.
Right. The high can't last forever.
Feeling a pretty solid low right now.
Not too low, I hope.
Jury's still out.
What do you think's gonna happen?
I don't have a single clue. All I know is that we can't give up.
Why not? It looks like we might have already lost. Knowing when to quit can be a virtue, right? Not to fight a battle you know you're gonna lose?
Not really. Surrender is worse than defeat, because it comes with the loss of hope. Aren't you the one who wrote that?
Didn't know you read my work.
I'm kinda your biggest fan.
You've never really said so before.
I didn't think I had to. Why else would I let you live here so cheap? And why else would I do all the grocery shopping? I just know how important the process is. Didn't want to be a guy who got in the way.
I appreciate all the help, Isaac. It's just really hard sometimes, you know?
I believe it.
The burden of expectation to surpass my previous work, the burden of not knowing if it'll all pay off.
Sounds like you shouldn't give up hope either, then.
It's just in style these days. Besides, I find that despair can be a lot stronger than hope. It's in our darkest hours that we find the strength to push forward.
You putting that one in your next book?
Way ahead of you.
Interesting message to send the people, telling them that it's okay to give up.
I'd say that's what makes us people. Hope is a pretty fickle thing, you know? So hard to find, yet so easy to lose. Why bet everything you've got on something so fragile?
Well, it's better than the alternative.
What's the alternative?
I don't know. And that's the scary part. I'm not even capable of considering failure an option. I think that's what I'd call hope.
I'd just call that stubborn.
Well, you can't change the world if you aren't a little stubborn.
They both laugh, but then a serious atmosphere returns. I slowly but surely drift into slumber as they continue talking.
You think I'm a good person, Dante?
Of course.
I keep telling myself that. I'm just hoping I believe it one day.
Hey, I believe it.
Thanks. I'm just scared. I really thought Argus would do something.
They kind of did, though, didn't they? inaction can say far more than we give it credit for. Besides, we saw everyone gathering in the town square. It looks like those deaths are really waking people up.
I guess they were all just living life like me, assuming Argus would do what's best.
I'm pretty sure they just signed their own death warrant. People are feeding the Zeros now, in droves, too. All we have to do is hold out until Hermes Day. We're still going to that convention, right?
Yeah, I have a room for us, too. Something tells me our homes aren't safe anymore.
Staying in public at a con is a pretty good idea. Blending into a crowd is really our only option right now.
Same deal as the plane, then? If any of you need private time, we can wait outside the room.
Works for me.
I'm pretty sure we can do this. If Cypher wins, then there'll be tons of Zeros in the system. We won't be the only targets anymore. Not by a long shot.
Yeah. There'd probably be too many targets to take care of.
I think that's what Cypher is trying to do. A lot harder to fend off a storm than a single raindrop.
Good metaphor, man. I would have gone for a bursting dam, personally.
Really?
Yeah, a lot more dramatic.
I'll take your word for it. You know, I think you're the smartest guy I've ever met.
Really?
Yeah. I feel, a lot more relaxed now. You're probably the only person who could have done that.
Oh, well, they say I have a way with words.
It's not just that. It's your conviction, too. You work so hard despite the burdens around you.
Well, yeah. Been doing it since I was a kid.
What do you mean?
Well, it wasn't exactly my choice to live in that library. I would have preferred having a normal family life.
Me too, man. Guess it's not just Delta, then. All of us have had to start our lives anew.
Sometimes that's the only option.
Well, have you, ever thought about giving up?
You mean...
Yeah.
Once or twice? That library got pretty lonely. What about you?
Yeah. I'm not proud of it, though.
No need to be ashamed, Isaac. Besides, pride is too powerful to waste on yourself. It's meant to be shared and enrich the lives of others. Kind of like how you're proud of me? Like you said, you do let me live here for next to nothing, and you take on a lot of tasks so I can focus on work. You wouldn't do that if you didn't think I was special. You must take pride in the things I'm making.
Of course. I feel like you could change the world with your words.
Don't worry, Isaac. I'm proud of you, too.
Those words seem to strike a chord with Isaac as he speaks on the verge of tears.
Thanks, Dante.
You all good?
Yeah. Just feels nice to hear someone say it.
That was the end of their conversation, as only silence remains. I have never heard the two of them talk on their own like that before. A real true bond. They really were the best of friends. I lay still, staring up at the stars. It's hard to fall asleep as fear still courses through me. Zero's dying, an agent on our tail, and Hermes' demands. There was a lot happening all at once, yet all of it was intricately tied to our fate. Moments like this make me hate that I've never had a vision. Having something to cling on to would be so helpful. But right now, even the concept of a tomorrow eludes me. There's too much in the air to even think about what could happen next. Because what we learned tonight was that everything can change in an instant. I close my eyes, but I can't get that picture out of my head. The bodies in the town square. That child, now an orphan. None of them did anything to deserve this. It's awful. I closed my eyes even tighter, trying to forget about what I saw. But there's one thing I can't get my mind off of, and that blue and yellow security tape marking it like a crime scene. Yeah, just like a crime scene. But that's not too far from the truth. It really did feel like a crime was committed tonight, and this crime rested solely on the shoulders of Argus. As soon as we all wake up, Isaac leads us to the convention center. Things didn't officially start until tomorrow, but people always assembled early. An extra day or two to mingle with friends was always an appealing prospect.
Wow, they really made the place pretty, huh?
Yeah, way better than last year.
Too bad we didn't have time to make costumes.
There's always next year.
The atmosphere around me is one of denial. Not just my friends, but all of the congoers as well. It's like everybody prioritizes fun instead of reality. The events that took place in the town square changed things forever. Not just in the fight between Argus and Cypher, but for the entire world. Anti-Argus protests were happening in almost every major city, and in Toronto, where it all began, people were giving the Zeros food and support. As avoidable as this tragedy was, it seemed to open up everyone's eyes. I started to think about what Chiron told me. The first person doesn't matter if an avalanche follows. Normally that would be the case, but in this situation it was the complete opposite. In this case, the first person or people mattered more than anything. The zeros that died would be etched into the annals of High Story. I'm still worried about what will happen to me and my friends, though, especially with that agent appearing at the party, out of nowhere, too. Did they really have the technology to sneak into the houses like that? No, that would be impossible, wouldn't it? Unless, I remember Isaac showing us that hack on the back door. Is it possible that they snuck into the party through the back? There's no way Isaac would willingly let them into the house. But then why were they holding Clay's diary? It's almost as if they were there just to mock me. Not to take action or harm me, just to tease me. Even when they disappeared, I still felt them around. It's like I'm being watched all the time, no matter what. I think about what I wrote in my diary just a little while ago. Are you reading this right now? It's stupid, but at the same time, it makes sense. If they only taunted me with the apple, I would believe they just saw camera footage. But to have Clay's diary and know about what I did, that's different. There weren't any cameras in our bedrooms, I know that much. And they could have been looking in from the window. Isaac's security encompasses the entire perimeter. We were dealing with something else here. Something that, if true, was a testament to Argus's skill. To be able to watch and monitor me without any sort of detection.
Well, Delta, sound good to you?
I must have totally zoned out. What was that? Sorry, I was lost in my head.
Oh, no worries. We're just talking about that bet in the group chat. You know, whether Clace would get recognized or not.
Not exactly recognized. More like found out. I'm still gonna claim that I'm cosplaying as Clace. So if they buy it, then my cover remains intact.
Come on, we got this one in the bag.
Do we really, though?
How not?
I mean, look at how much money you're willing to bet.
It can't be that much money.
The snack bill from our New Year's Eve party. It's gotta be at least $500.
Close to 1,000, actually.
Close to 1,000, Taylor!
Yeah, we're gonna win no matter what. Might as well get the loser to cover the party fees, right?
You sound way too certain. Only disaster can follow.
I don't know, Dante. I'm pretty sure Clace can stay under the radar. There was a huge crowd outside, and nobody recognized him.
But you want to bet $1,000 on that?
I've won bets that seemed much worse.
Remember, Isaac, I barely have any money. You better be certain about this.
I had to think about the group chat for a moment. The wager is clearly taking up more space in their head than mine. It's pretty simple if I recall correctly. Clace thinks he's going to be found out. So if he does, then he wins. If he doesn't, then we win. Meaning he would have to pay the snack bill.
Well, Delta?
I start to think about the situation, especially since I saw Clace's diary and the card inside of it. Ever since he arrived, his privacy has been his main concern. He stands to gain a lot by remaining undercover. So, even if we think otherwise, this will likely play out in our favor. I start to wonder if that's part of his plan. If he offered to treat us, Isaac would probably say no. But if he lost a bet, fair and square, then he would have to. Is he really just trying to help us out under the guise of a contest? Taylor's right. We have got this in the bag.
Knew I could count on you, Delta. Always the voice of reason.
I'm not too worried either.
I'm just trusting Isaac here. He has yet to let me down.
Then you won't mind if I take Clace's side?
Betrayal?
Betrayal.
It's your funeral. You'd lose less if you stayed on our side. Then it's only $200 each.
Yeah, but the hit to my pride would be worse. I gotta go with my gut on this one.
All right, then. Losing party splits the bill.
It's a bet.
Easiest grand I've ever saved.
Don't get too cocky, Isaac.
It's not cocky if I know I'm gonna win.
He smirks and starts walking away. We all start following, assuming he's leading us up to our hotel room.
In the meantime, let's get things started. Same rules as the plane, okay? If you need private time in the room, then we'll wait in the hallway. Just promise not to split up or go back to either of our houses.
So what, I'm just supposed to avoid my own home?
For your safety? Yeah.
Just until Hermes Day, right?
Right.
And what if things go wrong? You're placing a lot of faith in Cypher here.
Well, I believe in them.
Just like you believed in Argus. Look at how that one paid off. They did nothing.
Taylor.
Dante, it's okay. I can understand why he's worried. Let's get to the hotel room, and I'll explain a little more.
A little more? Like what?
You'll have to wait and see.
Isaac leads us all into the hotel room, and the view astounds me. I can see almost all of Toronto, and it's truly breathtaking. This is my first time seeing it like this. Too bad the circumstances were a little better. We all scatter about the room, checking out the amenities.
Only one bed? Couldn't you get a bigger room?
Why? You don't want to share?
With 5 other people?
Something tells me it wouldn't be the first time.
Ugh, that's not fair.
So, what exactly did you want to explain, Isaac?
I have some insider info. There's a lot of talk within Argus right now.
I'm not surprised, given what's happened. They kind of dropped the ball on this one. Big time.
A lot of people are quitting in order to help the Zeros. Apparently, they're starting to breach other cities as well.
Isn't breach a harsh term?
Well, it's just what Argus said in their communication.
So they still see us as a threat then?
It's all professional lingo. I wouldn't take it to heart. There's something way more important.
And that is?
The leader of Argus is coming out to play.
Seriously?
Seriously. In the town square on Hermes Day. I guess they want to be present for the revolution.
And Hermes can still pull this off, right in front of the enemy?
Yeah, that's a fair point. Security will be over the top.
Oh, it definitely will be. In the town square, at least. But I don't think that's where Cypher is planning to act.
You mean it's just a distraction?
I can't say.
How long have you known this exactly?
Just a few days. Everyone in Argus was notified.
That must have been what my council orb was so shocked about. He definitely received an important phone call that day.
So, I guess everything is lined up then. Survive for just a few more days and it's all over.
If you stick by my side, it'll be easy.
You keep saying that, but it certainly doesn't help my paranoia.
Well, this is where I have to come clean. There's, something I've been hiding from all of you.
Really?
Yeah, and I'm not really proud of it. But we're at the finish line, so I have to come clean. I work for Cypher.
We know.
Wait, what?
I figured it was obvious from the start.
I just thought it was one of those things we weren't talking about.
Who else would have helped me like you did?
Seriously? Even you, Delta? I had a big reveal planned and everything. You're really gonna take this away from me?
Well, we're not taking it away from you. You suck at keeping secrets, so it's your fault.
How did you know?
Well, nobody in the world knows who Hermes is, but you keep talking about them like you know them. Using words like his and stuff like that, you definitely know more than you've let on.
Then there's all those nights you worked late and those sales you kept quote-unquote losing to illegal modders.
All right. I believe you. Please stop rubbing in my mistakes.
It's kind of fun to hear, though.
I can delete your identity.
And I'm shutting up.
So, now you know why I've kept saying it. You're safe by my side, because my safety is essential.
Essential how?
It's not just coincidence that my interview is on the 5th.
When everyone's eyes will be on the town square.
You mean the distraction?
I can't say any more than that. Just trust me. Please, stick by my side and you'll be safe. If you stray away right now, things could go south. But that's also why I can't tell you all the details. You're free to walk away as long as you know nothing more. I can't risk having them interrogate you.
You make it sound so horrifying.
Tante, Cypher is not going to fail. Just stick with me for a few more days.
And sneak into their HQ with you.
It's not really sneaking. I'm invited.
Yeah, but we aren't.
Don't worry. I have it covered.
Is this part of the promise?
The culmination of it, yeah.
All right then. I trust you.
The secrecy isn't helping your case, Isaac.
Have you been in danger yet?
Well, there's an agent after us.
That's the thing, though. there isn't.
What do you mean?
Sorry, Delta. I looked through footage of the Wayfarer. I saw you pick up Dante's wallet, but nothing else happened.
That's impossible. They must have altered the footage somehow.
But I think this is a tough time for all of us. My mind has definitely played a few tricks on me, too. So, it's not like you did anything wrong. All right?
So nothing bad has come of our actions at all?
It would sure seem that way.
I'll go along with this for now.
I don't plan on going anywhere.
Kinda reckon I'm here to the end.
See? Then there's nothing to worry about. Look at you, Dante, saying things were horrifying. Trust me, one day, you'll wish you could come back and relive this.
Oh, yeah, the few weeks where I'm terrified for my safety. The nostalgia is really laid on thick here.
Can we just have fun for the next few days then? I've got a panel to run, and I've got a lot to prepare.
Yeah, as long as we stick close to one another. That means we'll be at your panel, so don't disappoint us.
Always with the pressure.
Is it okay if I have some alone time with Delta? I just want to talk to them for a few minutes.
I don't mind.
Everyone nods and looks at one another.
Sure picked a good time to move, hey, Delta?
He smirks as they all start to leave the room. Isaac wanted to talk to me alone. I start to feel a bit worried.
Just don't take all day, all right? I need to prepare for that panel.
You got it, boss.
One by one, they exit the room, leaving us alone. I look at Isaac and gulp. What was going on?
Don't worry, Delta. It's nothing bad. You're just the one I trust the most.
I'm a bit relieved at his
I
reassurance.
still feel bad for tricking everyone else. Look, I've been playing a careful game for a while now. What to say, when to say it, fun stuff like that. It was clear that I had to stop holding everything back. Still got a few cards close to my chest, though.
What else could there be? Working for Cypher wasn't enough.
I'm pretty sure I talked to you about this at the party. You know, how you might learn some more stuff. I guess that time has come, as much as I wish it hadn't. Everything in the town square really changed up my plans. Actually, I can't talk about that right now. You'll have to stay on the same page as everybody else. I'm trying to figure out how to word it. Right now, everything I say is extra important. I wish there was a way to tell you without telling you. Yeah. And I saw what I saw. I'm sorry, Delta. I don't know what to tell you. Quite positive. Even Argus has to stay within the lines. It's their tech, but we still have our rights. I can't imagine they'd edit a minute of footage from some random tavern. The owner doesn't deserve to have their own security tampered with. Didn't see that. Again, I'm not sure what to say. I just saw you pick up the wallet and leave. Tell me about it. Okay, now that's impossible. I would never let somebody like that into my house. How? Yeah? It still doesn't make any sense. Why crash our party?
I get. But their eyes should have been elsewhere. From what I can tell, my misdirection worked fine. That report on the TV at work, I was certain they fell for it. It was spoofed so it'd appear like it was live. I even used a voice changer and slipped up on purpose. Like a few hints about where it was being broadcast from. It was a trick so Argus thought they knew where our HQ was. Then I could take everybody to the safety of my own home. After the party, we planned to stay safe in the con crowd. Delta, I'm sorry, but what you're saying, it doesn't make sense. Yeah. Well, except for you and the main group. I needed a safe place to hide while Argus took the bait. But that's the weird part. They didn't. And you say there was an agent in my house? It wouldn't be just one agent, it'd be a swarm, a takedown.
He stops to think, clearly annoyed at the situation. I'm just baffled by what he's telling me. He's Hermes. That was him on the TV. He gave Argus the ultimatum that led to the midnight deaths. The more I think about it, the more everything starts to make sense. Isaac seemed to know everyone at the party, but never mentioned them before. They only mingled with Isaac, and he was handing off briefcases to them. He didn't just stumble upon Cypher's blueprint then. He made it, and that means Chiron has been a test run all along. We are even more involved than I thought we were. It's all been Isaac. He places his hands on my shoulders and looks me right in the eyes.
You know what I'm trying to tell you, right? I can trust that this isn't going over your head?
I nod. His need for discretion is understandable. A vocal admission that he's Hermes could go very wrong, very fast, especially if Argus was listening in, like I feared they might be.
Good. Remember that pact we made. Until the end, right? Perfect. Remember, you're safe by my side. And there's only a few more days to go. You've made it this far, Delta. It's time to bring things to an end.
I guess I don't really have a say in the matter. If I left, he couldn't guarantee my safety. And just like he says, I have been safe at his side. My trust and faith in him continues to be rewarded. This is still a lot to take in, both his hidden identity and the Argus agent. It feels like there's something missing here. One middle piece of the puzzle. Or maybe I'm just telling that to myself to make the coping easier. Either way, I request some private time. I need a few minutes to think.
Sure thing, Delta. I'll just chill with the others in the hallway. I should probably see how they're doing anyway.
He smiles and leaves the room almost immediately. I can hear the chatter commence, but I can't make out any words. It's for the best, though. This was time for me to focus on my own thoughts. Isaac gave me more to think about than he's ever given me before. Got to give him some credit for acting in front of the group, though. Coming clean as a cipher agent, but withholding the fact that he's Hermes. I start to wonder why I'm the one he trusted with this secret. Is it just because we are dating? Perhaps his feelings are stronger than I thought. Either way, I might be the only person in life who knows his secret. Is that why I'm being watched? Because I'm a person of note to Hermes. It can't be. He only told me moments ago, and they have been watching for a while. It would also mean that they knew who Hermes was. If they did, they would probably arrest him. The agent holding that lapel is the only part about all this that makes sense. I understand why they would have that knowledge, but only that knowledge. There's no way for them to know about how I read Clace's diary. And not only that, but why would it even matter to them? Is it possible that there's more to his story than I know? No, it couldn't be that. It's almost like his agent possesses foresight. They knew the exact moment that I would be at the Wayfarer, and the exact second I would cross paths with them at the party. They seemed to appear and disappear without a trace, too. It couldn't be a figment of my imagination. It had to be something more. This feeling that I feel, it's almost impossible to put into words. I know what it's like to be watched. I subject myself to Argus's surveillance whenever I leave the house. We are all used to our privacy being slightly invaded in the name of peace. But this is different. It's deeper, like my very core is being violated, like someone is aware of my thoughts and every aspect of my life. There's been a few moments where I feel like I have lost control as well, like I'm just watching a movie or going through the motions, almost like a dream, fragmented memories of semi related events. That reminds me of what my counselor told me. Dreams, memories. Then there's the nostalgia technology that he mentioned. I definitely saw something about it on the TV during the anniversary report. The ability to revisit past memories. Could that be the key to this? As a society, we have always been obsessed with recording memories, first in diaries and notes, then pictures, and eventually videos. This new technology, at least in theory, is a natural progression of that. Could I be using that to revisit my past right now? No, that couldn't be it. I'm well aware that this is my reality and my present. But if we could revisit memories in the future, could we enter someone else's? That may sound outrageous, but it also makes perfect sense. At least it's a thought that I deem too useful to throw away. The technology may not even exist yet, but I could still make use of it. Every sight and sound around me could become invaluable evidence. The words of my friends and allies, too, could become essential testimony. Like I wrote in my diary, are you reading this right now? I suppose now it would be more like, can you hear my thoughts? And furthermore, I wish I knew why you were doing this to me. Thoughts of old science fiction stories crossed my mind. People's lives could be bought and sold as an entertainment experience. Each and every second, every choice determining the value of that experience. If that was the case, and my life is simply being used as entertainment, well, I can only hope that the asking price was worth it. Being lovers with the man who changed the world, that strikes me as a pretty notable life. Of course, there are a bunch of other, more scary options. Maybe I'm caught, and Argus is using my memories to find the others. That thought sends shivers down my spine. I would rather not consider it. Either way, I know that I'm being watched. I need to live my life accordingly, whether I'm being watched now or from the future. It doesn't matter. I will continue to put myself in situations that show the true colors of this group. My life could end up being a time capsule that absolves us, all of us, or condemns us. One thing is clear, this is a crucial period for all of us. I can't just relax and enjoy a fun little convention with my friends. Every second that passes is a second that I could use in our favor. Because whoever is watching us right now, wherever or whenever you are, I want you to know that we are good people, just a group of friends willing to fight for what they believe in. And when the sun sets, no matter what happens, I want everybody to know that. We can't go down in high story as a group of villains that opposed Arcus. Their pursuit of this new technology could eventually end up destroying them. There's not a single secret that could be kept once their minds are opened up, and that goes for them just as well as me. I lay back on the bed and stare straight up. What an abstract way of thinking. Does Arcus actually know what they are creating? Are they using therapy as an excuse to invade our lives even more? It's actually kind of ironic. I remember zoning out during that report in an attempt to ignore it. I thought, if there's one thing nobody can monitor, it's what I'm thinking. Pretty convenient for you that I chose that moment to gather my thoughts. Instead of grounding myself in this new life, I was actually grounding you, whoever you are. If you worked for Argus, this might not go the way you think. So I only have one thing to say. I hope you're ready to see this through to the end. Part 4, Stronger Than Hope.
Welcome to the final fragment map. This marks the beginning of the end. Enjoy the conclusion of your experience, and thank you for choosing Argus. Experience Pivotal Fragment. Final Session.
The people we end up hating are usually the ones we love the most. Everything feels so weird right now. The fact that someone could watch my council or sessions is so invasive. I'm just glad that we haven't gotten into anything super personnel with each other. I have to assume that you don't really care about my life before Toronto. So let's just leave that a secret, alright? A new start should be a new start. I'm not hiding anything bad. It's just stuff that I would rather stay in my memories. That's kind of an ironic expression now, though, isn't it? Knowing that our memories could be viewed in the future changes everything, even more so than the system, in my opinion. That's surface level by comparison. We monitor and control our behavior in public so we don't lose any points. But with this new technology, we could be held accountable for anything. It would make us self monitor our actions on a whole new level, far deeper than before. I can think of some positive applications of this, but I doubt that's what Argus wants. Crime would be a thing of the past. Criminals found guilty through their own memories. And there's even the therapy and chow, but part of me knows this is most likely a lie. It's a new generation of invasive Argus tech, plain and simple. Our lives weren't enough anymore. They were coming for our minds. Unless, of course, everything ended in a way that harmed their grasp. I'm probably going to Argus HQ with Isaac for his interview. Anything I see or witness there could be used against Argus in the future. It's weird how I'm using knowledge of the future to change how I live in the present. Is that what it's like to live with Komorebi? I shake my head and snap back to the situation at hand. This would be my last session, wouldn't it? Then I would be free. The counselor stares at my file, down at my file, flipping the pages. The sight of that folder is ingrained in my memory. Whenever I saw it, it used to fill me with anxiety about what he was writing. But now I know our time together is at an end, and my mind is at peace. It's odd how much stress was gone after I changed the way I was thinking. This new perspective on life almost gave me a new reason to keep pushing forward. Of course, it could all be denial and a justification for my increasing paranoia, but I would rather not think about that right now.
Well, I guess this is it, huh? It's been a nice few weeks, Delta. I'm proud of you.
I nod and smile.
Most people struggle when they try adapting to a new life. As romantic as a fresh start can be, the reality is pretty harsh. You've stayed level-headed, though, and made the most of it all.
He flips through my file, looking over his notes until he reaches the last page. Scribbling a few notes down, he then looks up and stares me in the eye.
Honestly, there's not much else to say. The final step is just your consent and your signature.
Stream elements.
Another signature.
Just
Stay
a
moist,
conclusion
my
of the
friends,
paper trail
hydrate.
that we've started together. Nothing invasive. That is, if you're ready to be cleared.
Right. I guess that's the big question. If I'm ready to be cleared, I know that I can't open up to him about everything. It would incriminate all of us. But if I was honest about how I felt, he would probably keep me as a patient. I mean, feeling like I'm being spied on from the future. Living my life like there's someone else in my head. None of that would land well with him. I know it. It rubs me the wrong way to lessen the importance of my mental health, but I also know that Isaac can change the world as long as he's not caught. This has to be a for the greater good kind of thing then. I go.
Delta,
Yes.
I was asking if you consent to the clearing. Then we can get that form out of the way.
I guess by consent he means to declare that my mental health is good. To be honest, I'm not doing great. To be honest, I'm doing
Glad to
great.
hear it.
He leans forward and hands me a piece of paper. I give it a brief glance. All it needs is my signature.
You should be proud of yourself for this, Delta. Getting cleared is a big life event for someone like you.
He sighs like he's thinking of the good old days.
I remember when I was cleared. It was the best day of my life. In fact, it went on to shape me into the man I've become.
Oh yeah, I guess he would have had to see a counsel or two. For some reason that never really crossed my mind. Your counsel inspired you to pursue this career.
Yeah, I owe it all to them. They taught me how important this field can be. As my patient, we share a very special bond. The honesty, the trust. It's a beautiful thing. You know, you've helped me out too.
I've helped him out. How exactly?
It's the resolve I sense in you, Delta. In a position like this, you rarely see the best side of people. My sessions with you have been a breath of fresh air. It can be a massive burden bearing other people's problems. Sometimes we care so much for them that we forget about ourselves. You've been a gentle reminder, if I had to put it into words.
A gentle reminder. You know, ever since I arrived, everyone is talking about how I shake things up. Maybe I'm just an inspiring kind of person, or maybe I'm just full of myself. Isaac said the same, actually. I shook things up for a lot of people.
Remember when I told you that your time in the spotlight would come? Maybe it already has, and it's just not what you expected. Someone needs to hold the spotlight after all. Maybe it's your job to shine it on others and bring out their full potential.
I don't know why, but hearing those words just fills me with joy. If Isaac does win, then I suppose I could take a little credit for it. Might not end up in any high story books, but nobody needs that. Especially when you fit the handsome sidekick role so well.
Oh, I forgot to ask. Did you see the news, like I mentioned?
You mean the leader of Argus making an appearance?
Yeah, it's quite a big deal, isn't it? But now you know what that phone call was all about. Sorry for cutting another session short, but it had to happen. I don't even know who the leader of Argus is, so I'll be glued to the TV just like everybody else.
Interesting that not even he knows anything. For some reason, I saw him as a man full of wisdom.
Said. Rondi Walters is a son of a bitch.
Welcome on in, Spin. I hope you're having a fantastic existence, friend. But I guess beneath the surface, he really is just like me.
Spin-Diva.
I give him a bit smile
Said.
as I sign the papers and hand them over.
Well, this is always the awkward part. You're no longer a patient of mine, Delta.
Spin-Diva.
But I have to say,
Said.
I hate to see you go.
I sneezed twice.
Don't you love spring? Spring, when all the trees are having sex and all the pollen is going in the air. I nod. It kinda sucks that our partnership has to end.
Can you do me just one favor, Delta?
Of course. What is it?
Keep inspiring others, all right? If you uplift the right people, you could end up changing the world.
He holds out his hand, and I give it a firm shake.
Just remember, there's no greater power than moral support. At least that's what I tell myself before every session.
He smiles and releases the grip as if that was the perfect thing to say. I thank him for everything and leave the office one last time. It's a bittersweet finale, but I'm left with a feeling of hope. He definitely cast a light upon one of my darkest hours. Perhaps I would make a good counselor one day, too, especially if I keep inspiring those around me.
Experience supplemental fragment. In the clear.
Hmm. We have to throw a party now, right?
Another one? Really? Hopefully with less booze.
Yeah, definitely. I just want to celebrate Delta's accomplishment. Yeah, getting cleared is a big deal, especially at your age.
Ugh, I hate when people bring up age like that. It's so patronizing. It gets on my nerves.
Patronizing? How so?
Taylor, you're such a good streamer, especially for someone your age.
Oh, now I hate it.
Oh, come on. It can't be that bad.
I'm with Dante and Taylor, actually. I used to get that all the time.
Really?
Yeah, especially since I got an early start. Those compliments made it feel like my talent was fleeting. I didn't want to be seen as good for my age. I just wanted to be seen as good.
You are good, though.
Then why not just say that?
You got me there.
It definitely made me scared of getting older. Or at least, kept me pressured enough to try as hard as I could.
The recipe for burnout. You shouldn't pressure a child like that.
Are these the kind of problems city people deal with? I mean, you were gifted children and you're complaining?
Well, a gifted child usually ends up as an average adult. Of course, there's a bit of depression sprinkled in there too.
I think I see what you're getting at.
but we were talking about throwing a party?
Sorry. Guess I projected a little bit.
A little bit.
It's my job as a writer. But, Taylor, feel free to continue.
I just wanted to throw a little party on Friday night. Delta hit a pretty big milestone after all.
You know, I've never actually known anybody who saw a counselor. Is it true that you're just free for the rest of your life? Well, I doubt that'll happen, especially with the company you keep.
A little full of ourselves today, aren't we?
It's not like that, Dante. Remember, Delta moved here for a reason. They had a counselor back at home, too. Exactly. But look at how things went since you moved. Just a couple of weeks and you're already cleared. It's like I said from the start. Things are better here. And I think that's worthy of a party. Don't you?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'll invite a few of my friends over. Right, of course. They'll just be there to add to the atmosphere. Maybe Isaac can invite a few of his friends, too.
Sounds good to me.
Well, that's why we're here, right? To blend into a crowd? Might as well do it with style. And we're still on for the finale of our campaign, right?
Yeah, we'll make sure to do it before the party.
Can't wait to see how it all ends.
Trust me, you're gonna love it.
Experience Heart-to-Heart Fragment. Chiron 4.
Once again, Chiron requests some time alone with me. I didn't have any plans for the rest of the day, so I quickly agree. He stares out the window, taking in the view with a look of awe on his face.
Still can't get over how beautiful this city is. Kinda makes you forget how unforgiving it can be.
He places his hand on the glass.
You know, the others keep staring at me. I can tell they're concerned for me after what happened. It's understandable. But honestly, I'm doing fine.
I step toward the window and stand beside him.
As always, you're the only exception. That's part of why I feel comfortable around you. Of course, New Year's Eve definitely helped. Don't worry, we'll get to finish what we started.
He smiles at me and then looks out the window once more.
I still need to ask Isaac about my parents, though. Other things have just taken priority since then.
That's for sure.
It's only been a day, but I'm still feeling impatient. Have you ever felt like you had to know something?
Of course, it's only natural.
Well, take that feeling and multiply it by a million. It's like the one fact that will make my life whole. Who were they? What did they want to run from?
I shrug. It's almost impossible for me to tell. However, I doubt that the truth will make his life whole. We always want and treasure what we can't obtain. I do hope he's able to find out the answer, though, even if the answer was likely to be underwhelming. But if anybody could help him out, it would be Isaac, or Hermes if we are getting technical.
If we're going to Argus's HQ, I'll ask him beforehand. That'll be my first and probably only chance. If I start to get too nervous, maybe you can help me out. I wouldn't want to miss an opportunity like this.
I nod. Of course I would help him out.
I'm surprised we're doing this, by the way, but if Isaac thinks it'll go well, then I do too. He's never let me down, and I doubt he'll start now. Not when things are more important than ever.
He turns to face me.
I wish I could tell him to stop staring, though. It's starting to make me all self-conscious. I guess your friends think that those deaths hit me hard. It's reasonable to assume that, but honestly, I don't care.
He doesn't care. That seems a little cold.
People die all the time on the colonies. It's a harsh life out there. And even more people die in the city every day. Do you put your life on pause for all of them?
I guess he has me there. But I remember he told me that people on the colony were like family. I can't help but wonder if he's trying to be strong or experiencing denial.
Sometimes you just can't afford to mourn. On the colony, when somebody dies, there's a labor gap. We need to work harder, make sure nothing gets disrupted. That's probably why we've romanticized the stars. We can just pay our respects before passing out after work. Anyway, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself here. I just mean to say that those deaths didn't hurt me. In fact, I think I share the same mentality as everybody else. The deaths only serve to dig a deeper grave for Argus. And in that case, is it truly a loss? Or is it something that guaranteed our victory?
I imagine it could be both.
Yeah, maybe. But maybe that comes after we win. If we stop the cry right now, we'd sabotage our efforts, just like on the colony. We can't waste time mourning. We need to do it when the time is right. If we didn't have to stick by Isaac's side, I'd be out there, helping. I could buy food for the Zeros and help them last until Sunday. We're really lucky that the others have started to step in. Well, looks like we're on the same page as them for once. Survive until the 5th. That's all we have to do, right?
I nod. Then Hermes can carry out whatever his plan is.
So, I say, we enjoy ourselves in the meantime.
He grabs the collar of my shirt and pulls me in for a kiss. Our lips lock together once more, just like on New Year's Eve. Taking the initiative, he starts stepping forward, making me step backwards. I eventually hit the bed and fall back onto it, looking up at Chiron. He smirks and gets on top of me, sitting in my lap.
Well, I did say we get to finish what we started, right?
He places a hand on my shoulder, pinning me down to the bed. Leaning forward, we start to kiss again, and again, and again. Using his free hand, I feel him start to undo his belt. I feel him slide it off and throw it on the hotel room floor. A second later, he pulls back, breaking the kiss. I stare up at him and he gives me a sly smirk.
1 sec.
He reaches up to his collar and starts to take it off, just like his belt. After a brief struggle, it comes loose. Throwing it aside, it hits the ground with a loud thud. Then, a second later, we are kissing again. I run my hands along his body and bring them up to the top of his vest. As we make out, I slowly slide it down his shoulders and help him take it off. He did say he looked better without it, didn't he? I guess it was time for me to find out. I must have dozed off. My eyes slowly open. Rolling over in the bed, I notice Chiron standing at the window. He's dressed again, collar and all. He must hear the rustling of the sheets, and he turns to look.
Hey, Delta, come over here, won't you?
I shake my head, warding off any fatigue before getting out of bed. With a soft smile, I approach him. Our bond is different now, and I'm definitely not complaining.
You know, I never used to climb those trees on my own.
That came out of nowhere.
That might be the real reason why I'm unaffected by all this. If anybody needs help right now, it's that poor kid.
Right, he's now an orphan, but the Zeros seemed like family. There was no shortage of support and sympathy on display in the town square.
Let's just say I know what they're going through. You take a look, you can see them pretty clearly.
I look out the window. We have a nice view of the town square. We are not too high up, so I can make out all of their faces. Sure enough, the child is there, surrounded by other Zeros.
I think that's the only thing that can help with grief. The sympathy of others who have experienced it as well. And experience it I have.
I place my hand on his shoulder and give it a couple consoling pats.
Right, about climbing those trees. His name was, well, it's not important. Just know that he was basically my best friend. When we finished work, we'd sneak away from the colony. And like you could probably guess, we practiced climbing. He was at my side when I got the first glimpse of the city. God, I was addicted to it. And I asked him to go back with me almost every night. It was how we bonded. our shared desire to call the city home. I didn't mention him because I was scared of opening up to you. You know how cold my shoulder was at the start of all this, right? But it's not like I was lying to you. It's more like I was lying to myself. I wish I never took him up there with me. I know I called him my best friend, but it started to turn into something more than that. We shared our first kiss up there, and a special pledge. The promise that one day we'd live in the city together. It was pretty romantic, even if my vision told me it would never happen. But when your Komorebi is bad, sometimes denial is part of the package.
He walks away from the window, and I follow him to the center of the room.
It's a pretty strenuous workout climbing those trees. And without gear, a bad fall could really do some damage. I'm sure you can figure out the rest. After that, he couldn't really walk anymore, which means he couldn't contribute to the colony. And with how our pay works, that's a death warrant. I tried my hardest, but I couldn't work enough for 2 people. If I kept splitting my food with him, we'd both starve. So he asked me to stop. And I couldn't exactly say no.
I can sense his sadness and tell he's trying not to cry. His ability to remain composed in the face of this is admirable.
So it's not the first time I've watched a zero starve. What I saw in the town square was really nothing new. But you know what? Whether it was my friend or that kid's parents, we can make sure this is the last time. So that's why I'm not sad. I'm hopeful. Hopeful because for the first time, it seems like our struggle is over. And if I keep this collar on, then it's like he's right here with me. All of a sudden, the pledge wasn't as far-fetched as I thought. Anyway, thanks for listening to me, Delta. I hate to ramble, but I thought it was pretty important. In the face of these losses, I can't help but feel optimistic. And it's a lot better to share optimism than grief. If all those zeros got phones, you'll make a lot more friends. And those 2 people that died will go down in history forever. We all knew there was a chance that we'd die, but we were satisfied because we died fighting for our beliefs. And look, now almost the entire world shares those beliefs.
He smiles and playfully nudges my shoulder.
Must have felt nice to be ahead of the curve, huh? You got front row seats to witness everything change. And on Sunday, we might even play a part in all of it.
He tilts his head toward the hotel room door.
Let's get back to the group, though. I think that's all I really needed to talk about. And once again, you keep on proving that you're the cool one. I hope you don't mind if we spend more time like this together.
I want all the time I can get with you. With another smile, we leave the room together. I'm really glad that he chose to open up to me like that. I knew I wanted my friends to share their stories, so this was great. By the time we paid a visit to Argus, I would know everything there was to know. And then in that HQ, I would gain even more valuable memories, especially since I would get to witness the master plan of Herbie's firsthand. I'm filled with both excitement and overly cautious optimism. My goal was now to use my memories in a strategic fashion, to prove the worth of my friends and the worthlessness of Argus, and simply hope that we make it through this unscathed.
View Journal Entry 1.
I don't really understand what's happening to me. Part of me wanted to tell my counselor that I wasn't doing too well, but a feeling in my head completely discarded that thought. It was like my instinct told me I couldn't do it. But why? It was the same thing I felt before I spied on Clace's diary, and when I tried to tell Dante about the agent at our party. Something kicks in, and completely removes that option from any type of consideration. I wonder if it has to do something with the fact that I could be underwatched by someone from the future. Kind of ironic in a twisted way. No matter what you look, there's some invasion of privacy at play. I just wish I wasn't a part of it because of what I did to Clace. That will haunt me for the rest of my days. I'm happy to be cleared though, even if it's not under the best circumstances. Those deaths in the town square really shocked the world and put everything on the fast track. Hermes or Isaac is going to take action in just 4 days. January 5th is now affectionately known as Hermes Day. But you probably already knew that, didn't you? You probably already know how all this turns out. I wonder if that's why I feel like my choices are limited sometimes. Maybe something bad will happen if I go off script or try to create memories that don't actually exist. Is that why I can't say what I want to say sometimes? Is it because a future exists where my words and actions have already been determined? Maybe fate finds me even without Komorebi. I'm feeling better now. A lot better. Things make more sense.
Experience Pivotal Fragment. Line Con.
Be yourself. Your time in the spotlight will come eventually. We stand in the line waiting for it to move. It's definitely frozen in place. I wonder what the holdup is.
Great. The con is gonna be over by the time we register.
You don't get a special pass? Aren't you hosting a big panel?
Yeah, but I don't think they care. Besides, that'd be way too easy to take advantage of.
How so?
No idea. Just a hunch.
Only members of the press get special badges, but I think the media has bigger concerns right now.
Don't you get in free if you volunteer?
No, but if you help out enough, you get a free pass for next year. That way people don't abuse the system for free entry.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a freebie. That's the most important life advice I could ever give.
You kind of hand out your attitude free of charge.
Actually, most people end up paying for it when they see it on stream.
I still can't believe that.
I've been watching Taylor for a long time. And you know what? It's been worth every penny. I think Dante is just jealous. He probably wishes he could do what you do.
I am definitely going to entertain this and turn it into a fight.
It's not true.
I kind of feel betrayed, you know? I've bought all of your books, sometimes twice.
Wait, twice?
Yeah, one physical, one digital. I've bought all of Clace's albums, too. I like to support my friends, not insult them.
That is definitely incorrect. Besides, I support all of you, too.
Gifts of your own novels don't count.
It's the thought that counts.
He has a point, Dante. Taylor doesn't hand out free subscriptions to his channel. And Clace hasn't given us copies of his albums either.
I just enjoy sharing my work with the people I care about.
Conveniently during birthdays and milestones, it seems.
Hold on. Delta's always the voice of reason.
I knew it!
Really, Delta? If it's that troublesome, I'll just stop.
I think they're just bugging you.
I can't get a read on you, man. You go from calling me a genius to jealous.
You can be more than one thing, Dante.
Well, right now, I'm just annoyed. Can we make this line go by any faster?
Not unless we're a member of the press, apparently.
I can see cosplayers walking to the front of the line.
How is that fair?
Well, it makes sense that they'd get priority. It'd be easy to overheat or get uncomfortable in those things.
What's stopping people from taking advantage of that? Just putting on a costume and getting priority?
That wouldn't be taking advantage of anything.
I'm just being miserable, Isaac.
Hey, maybe I can skip the line then.
How?
Remember that wager we had? I can say I'm cosplaying and see if they believe me.
There's no way they'll believe that.
Why'd you side with me then? If they don't, you'll be losing $500.
Oh, there it is. Instant regret.
We get to save $1,000 and watch Dante lose? This is shaping up to be the best weekend ever.
Do you think you can pull it off, Clace?
I can try, yeah. At the very least, it'll help pass the time.
Fair enough.
Gonna die of old age before this line is over, I swear.
For you? That's not too far away.
Dude, I'm 23.
Taylor makes a sound that signals his annoyance and turns away.
You're all good if I step away for a minute or two?
Go for it. They'll still see you from here.
Just try your hardest, all right? I don't want to lose $500.
Hey, you agreed to the bet.
He smirks and walks away. As he makes his way to the head of the line, he passes a large crowd. It's so odd. I see no grief or pain on any of their faces. It seems like a lot of people just want to have fun and forget about everything. I guess that's fair. The situation outside wasn't exactly the brightest, but it's that do-nothing mentality that caused everything to begin with. Even we were partying and pre-gaming while the Zeros starved. At least we opened our eyes, along with a big portion of the world. That town square was now full of allies, too many for Argus to take down. It seemed like the best course of action might just be a full surrender. What else was the leader expected to do anyway? They were appearing for the first time with their approval at an all-time low. Anything other than subservience and an apology would be laughable at best. They need to be held accountable for this. Maybe I'm just saying that because I fear for our safety, though. Despite what Isaac says, Cypher's defeat is still a very real possibility. I got to stop provoking my anxiety like this. I keep watching the crowd, and I'm struck by a moment of wonder. Every person here has a life just as complex as mine. Dreams, fears, loved ones, and even enemies. Normally, when this happens, I just admire the realization. But this time, I feel jealous. For the first time, I wish I was someone else. Someone out there who might not have Argus hot on their trail. Does such a person even exist, though? When I start to think about it, Argus has almost everybody in their grasp. The possibility of taking down such a foe seems almost impossible to me. At the very least, I'm envious of their ignorance. They say that it's bliss, and I'm actually starting to believe that. The more the world opens up to me, the less welcome I feel.
Hey,
We all turn to look at Clace, who has finally returned.
yeah, me and Dante owe you $1,000.
What?
Sweet victory!
What did you think was gonna happen, Dante?
It's so obvious that it's him, though.
You only say that because you know it is. We're at a convention. Costumes are a dime a dozen.
Fine. I accept defeat. But I'm gonna be a sore loser about it. So there.
Don't worry, I'm gonna be a sore winner, too.
It's on then?
Oh, it's on.
Experience Heart-to-Heart Fragment. Isaac 4.
I ask for some private time with Isaac, and nobody seems to mind. This might be our last chance for a heart-to-heart before Hermes Day. It must be pretty flattering to have a day named after yourself.
Enjoying the con so far? I'm kinda glad we won that bet.
Let's use the Mooney to take a vacation together.
Like, just the two of us? I'm game. But where should we go?
He starts thinking, but then stops almost immediately.
Actually, let's not derail the conversation. I take it you wanted to talk about something specific?
I can't stop thinking about what you told me.
You mean my true role in all this? Trust me, I'm still coming to terms with it myself.
He starts pacing around the room as he speaks.
You know it's all tied to my vision, right? I'm pretty sure Dante made that perfectly clear. Can you imagine having a weight like that on your shoulders? Knowing that you need to be the one who changes the world?
I can't imagine that kind of pressure. No.
Exactly. Not many can. In fact, I'd argue that we're not meant to. But I've lived it every day for almost my entire life. And I know that nothing but absolute perfection will ensure my success. I don't think it's possible to recreate a vision one-to-one. I think there's always going to be differences and changes. But with how much is on the line, I can't afford any of that. For about a decade, I've lived knowing that I have to achieve the impossible. And if I don't pull it off, then nothing changes. Argus still has us in their pocket, and the Zeros are still stuck outside. Is it so much to ask for just a little harmony in the world?
I can't help but sympathize with him. It must feel nice to open up about all of this, though. Part of me feels like I'm the first person he's ever told.
I used to tell myself that a miracle would happen, that one day a switch would flick and everything would make sense. All the missing pieces would fall into place and I'd be able to pull this off. But that hasn't happened. I've been winging it this entire time. So it's taught me one valuable lesson. There's no such thing as a miracle. Just hope and how we choose to wield it.
That last sentence sticks with me. How we choose to wield hope. Right now, my hope is that these memories could come to our aid. That no matter what happens, this period of my life will be a time capsule. And one day, when it needs to be opened, people can see what really happened. I flipped the conversation around and vocalized these thoughts to Isaac. I know it's going to sound ridiculous, but honestly so does the fact that he's Hermes. Isaac, I have been thinking about something.
Oh? Is everything okay?
It's about that agent. I know I saw them.
I don't know, Delta. We could go over the footage together if you wanted.
It would work. They're watching from afar.
But you said they were right in front of you.
Far away, as in watching from the future.
How is that possible?
I think it has to do with the new nostalgia
The ability
technology.
to relive the past.
I think in the future they are investigating our lives. And I might be feeling some sort of weird after effect. Isaac's eyes signaling disbelief and even a hint of annoyance. I expect his next words to chastise me and tell me to get back to reality.
I believe you. It makes sense.
How? It barely makes sense to me.
Well, maybe it doesn't make sense per se. It's just a logical deduction, given everything that's happened. Don't you remember what I said? I've been seeing things in the corner of my eye, too. And I know all about the nostalgia tech as well. It's been mentioned in a lot of internal emails. What does it change, though? It's not like they can do anything to us from there.
Maybe not, but we can do something to them.
In what way?
We live our lives knowing that they will view our memories. We can leave behind any message we want, any memories we want.
Wow. Fancy a game of 4D chess, huh?
He starts to think. I'm left in awkward silence for several moments.
The very flow of time would be our battlefield.
Now he's getting it.
What should we do then?
Make sure they know that we are good people.
How would that help us? Good people can still do bad things. In fact, there's nothing more harmful than good intentions. We should send them a real message. Something substantial. Let me think about this, alright? Remember, we're going right into their HQ. If my sights could become evidence, I need to rethink my plan.
I'm shocked by how quickly he's accepting my theory. It's almost too convenient, so I ask him, hoping I don't come off as paranoid.
Like I said, it makes perfect sense. I live my life constantly experiencing memories of the future. Say whatever you want, but that's literally impossible. The idea that we'll be able to revisit past memories? That's nothing compared to the reality I face. Besides, it was only a matter of time anyway. Photos, audio recordings, video recordings. This just feels like the next step, doesn't it? Of course, it'll just be tainted by the hands of Argus. There's no way their motivations are selfless, but selfish motivations can only be fought with selfless hands. So I say we turn this around and put them in their place.
I nod. That's basically what I had planned. Of course, I really just wanted him to open up to me. People in the future deserve to know who he really was, because if they didn't, then Arcus would fill in the gaps, and something told me that they wouldn't see him as the hero that I do.
Oh, more about me? Sorry, I guess I got caught up in the bigger picture, but that makes perfect sense to me. You focus on capturing the group, and I'll do the rest. I know I can use this future technology against them in the present.
He sits on the edge of the bed and softly pats the spot beside him. I join him and we look at each other with a smile.
Of course, that can wait. For the record, though, I want to open up to you. If someone else is watching, that doesn't change anything.
I nod. Otherwise, this would be an interrogation. I can't force them to tell me their story. I can only ask them to open up willingly. Thankfully, this group is bound by trust, a trust that now reveals all our true natures.
Let's see. Well, what did I tell you last time?
Your dad was an Argus legend.
Right.
And you were a master at tinkering with technology.
Good to know you were paying attention.
He smirks. Was that some sort of test?
I guess I can pick up the story from that part. You already know most of my secrets anyway. But first and foremost, I have to thank you. I was scared you'd run away when I told you the truth. My role in Cypher hasn't made me the most forthcoming. It'd be so easy to call me a liar and go off on your way. In fact, I can tell that Dante and Taylor were considering it. You learn a thing or two about reading people in retail.
He nudges me playfully. It's true, he did tell quite a few lies. But I can understand the need to keep his secret. He had an exceptional burden weighing down his every move. It must have felt good for him to finally let out these secrets.
So, yeah, thanks. You basically know everything, but I can try to fill in the gaps. When I was growing up, I always liked messing with Argus tech. I guess I wanted to mimic my dad since I could tell he was successful. Even though I was a kid, I actually helped him with his work. That's probably when he started to realize the potential I had. I remember fiddling with our security system. You know, kind of like I do in our house. My dad started to be concerned with his safety. I don't know why, but he kept testing the security system.
In his paranoia, I guess he needed to know if it still worked. But that test alarm terrified me, especially as a kid. So, like you might have guessed, I found a way to mute it. Obviously, I got scolded. It was there to keep us safe, after all. But as kids, I don't think we fully understand danger and paranoia. So then, he got a new security system. It was more advanced and more attached to the system. Theoretically, it wouldn't be possible for me to mute this one. But I'm not the type to back down from a challenge. Sure enough, I cracked this one too. He was furious. Well, furious with a side of shock and awe, of course. That's where I stopped the story last time, right? Well, he upgraded the security again. This time, it was unreleased experimental tech. It worked and passed all of his tests just fine. I didn't want to get in trouble, so I left it alone. But that's where things get really weird. One night, someone broke into our home, and sure enough, the alarm didn't go off. My dad told me to run and hide under his bed. I don't know who broke in, but they started fighting. There's one thing I'll never forget, though. The look on my dad's face when he told me to run away. He obviously knew that the security system was muted. And in that moment, I could tell he blamed it on me. I couldn't defend myself either. All I could do was hide. So, yeah. His final thoughts of me will always be ones of anger. But I was innocent. It was his trust in the tech that hurt him. I'm pretty sure I deserve it. I disobeyed him every chance I got after, and the one time I start listening to him. You know how cruel irony can be. If I ignored his orders, I would have opened up the tech. Then I could have fixed what was wrong with it. Defiance could have saved his life. That's a lesson I've carried with me ever since. In fact, I'm using that defiance to save the Zeros. I can't just sit back and do nothing. Not like last time.
He's using his past to justify his current actions. But it's not just his current actions. Everything makes more sense. I suddenly see him in a completely different light. He sells and installs our best tech so we can make sure it's done correctly. Otherwise, someone else might lose a loved one to a faulty device or glitch. He follows in his father's footsteps because he feels responsible for what happened. I suppose if you rob someone of their legacy, you have to make it your own. All of that stuff is so tragic. But then there's his vision, devoting his life to a corporation that he knew he would end up defying, besmirching the name of himself and the legacy of his father. No, that would only happen if we lose. I know Isaac is doing the right thing here.
Well, there you have it. Argus Tech is all I ever really knew. After my dad died, I went to live with his brother. But even then, I preferred working with technology. I didn't really make friends or bond with my uncle. He was mad that I kept this leather jacket. Said I needed to let go instead of carrying the past with me. But I know he was just projecting. It was a reminder of his brother. But it's hard for me to let go of this thing, Delta. It gave me safety during one of the worst moments in my life. When I was under that bed, it was all I had to wrap around myself. It kept me hidden. I laid under that bed for almost 24 hours. I waited until the police arrived, like I was taught. Those flashing blue and yellow lights lit up the bedroom. That's when I knew it was safe to come out. Of course, I came out to some bad news. I hope that's good enough.
I place my hand on top of his, intertwining our fingers. That was a lot to take in, but it made me understand him so much more. And if he was going to be a man with a legacy, he would want this to be a part of it.
You know, that was pretty cathartic. Gotta commend you for the idea, Delta. And if people ever listen in on this, well, I'm happy with the way I worded things. It's important for the world to know what makes me tick, right? Every detail we hold back will be a detail lost to time, and I'd never want to lose what we have.
He places a hand on my cheek and looks into my
All this
eyes.
talk about what shapes me and makes me tick. It'd be remiss of me not to give you the spotlight.
He smiles and laughs, but it has a mischievous tone.
Our love transcends time. Isn't that cool? A real romance for the ages. Who knows how many people might experience this? That nostalgia tech could turn all of our lives into a stage. So let's work toward a standing ovation.
We both lean forward and our lips lock together. I can feel all of his passion, but also all of his pain. His grip on my hand tightens and I feel him tremble. A few moments later, the kiss is broken. He looks at me with glistening eyes and a wide smile.
Remember, great things.
Experience supplemental fragment. Endgame?
Hey, Dante,
Yeah?
what's gonna happen next?
What do you mean?
Like, after Argus is taken down, I imagine things will be pretty chaotic.
Good question.
It's not about taking Argus down, actually. It's more about ending their monopoly. I listened to a podcast about this the other day. A few social theorists were talking about the future.
Wait, you listen to podcasts?
I'm cultured.
Sounds like you were just bored.
Oh, extremely. But their theories were all solid.
What theories?
Well, right now, Argus's monopoly is pretty unethical. They shouldn't have sole ownership of the system, especially when it's tied to their financial gain. They could easily manipulate things to their own end.
I guess that's true.
Imagine if you were in full control of the site you streamed on. You'd probably use it to give yourself an edge over the competition.
Not gonna confirm or deny that.
Well, imagine it worked and you took out the competition. Soon enough, you'd be at the top. Alone, but still at the top.
You mean I'd be the only option?
Yeah.
That'd suck. Competition is a big part of the game. It rewards creativity, risks, and even cooperation. My peers push me to work harder as a creator. In a way, we bring out the full potential of each other.
Exactly. Why should the system be any different? Who says Argus should be our only option?
You mean...
Yeah, I've shown that we don't need Argus. I was able to get Chiron into the system just fine. If more people start to do this, and I don't see the government crushing competitors to satisfy Argus, they'd probably step in to regulate the system and make it work for everybody.
Instead of just for Argus.
Yeah. Then there'd be new companies, price wars, and even innovation. Argus would need a really good reason to keep you with them. Right now, they don't, since you can't go anywhere else.
I see what you're getting at. Companies would surface and start to rival Argus. Everyone would have to stay on their feet and adapt.
In theory, of course. This was just a roundtable debate.
Is a social theorist even a real thing? I've never heard of that before.
I think so.
As long as we're talking about social theories, what do you think life would be like without Komorebi?
Probably not much different, to be honest. If you wanted a monopoly, I imagine you'd stop at nothing to achieve it. So, even if the path is a little shaken up, the end result would still be the same.
Makes sense to me.
Regardless of the circumstances, people always seek power. We just need to make sure that we give it to the right people. Hopefully, this plays out the way you expect, Isaac.
That's the part that worries me, actually. We won't know if the alternative is better until it's already too late. All we can really do is hope for the best and act with good intentions.
To good intentions, then?
Yeah, to good intentions.
Nothing bad ever came from those.
Experience supplemental fragment. Leadership theories.
So, I've been thinking.
About what?
The leader of Argus.
Oh, same.
Yeah, it's really intriguing.
Who do you think it is?
It's hard to say. I heard they weren't even a real person. Some people are saying that Argus is run by an AI.
That's a stupid theory.
How's it stupid?
How's it not?
You can't just flip around my question and ask it back to me.
Why can't I?
It's cheating.
I've heard about that theory, actually. But I'm pretty sure that's impossible.
What makes you think that?
Well, Cypher has been up against Argus for years. The way that Argus responds to things is definitely real. An AI would be a lot more cold and calculated.
You mean more cold than letting people starve to death?
Unfortunately, yeah. I'm not really sure how to explain it, though.
Feel free to give it a shot. I mean, you're the leading expert here.
Well, let's see. We're people. We make mistakes, right? Everything we do is just what we think is the best. An AI can think through every possible permutation of every possible situation. And not only that, but it'd follow through with swift, definitive action. The things that have been happening don't come across that way. We can sense a hesitation that wouldn't be there otherwise. Like a person being faced with difficult decisions.
I guess that makes sense.
Unless the AI just wants to trick us, right? If it knew we suspected it, it could act accordingly.
Now you're just being paranoid.
Trust me, it's not just now.
Well, if it's not an AI, then what is it?
I think you mean who.
Right.
Most people believe that Argus is a family business, so it's probably in the hands of the founder's child or grandchild.
And that's what you believe too?
Yeah.
Wow. Imagine if your grandparents created Argus and the system. All that responsibility passed down through the generations.
More like forced down, but it's a pretty fitting punishment if you ask me.
Fitting how?
Suffering for the choices of those that came before you, that's basically the fate of every single Zero. It's pretty poetic that the Argus family would suffer the same way. Whoever's in charge right now, it was a choice made for them.
Makes sense to me. A lot of us are just around for the ride these days.
Hey, is that a shot at me?
Maybe.
Wait a minute. You said it could be their grandkid, right?
Yeah,
That means they could be around our age.
it's a very real possibility.
Can you imagine being under that kind of pressure?
That would be the worst job ever. Running the world yet barely knowing anything about it?
Just like any other politician, if you ask me. All they want is a few extra zeros in their bank account.
I think you're all missing the main point here.
Gonna enlighten us?
Well, whoever it is, they're just a normal person. They won't live up to the mystery that precedes them. Because how could they? Their identity is one of the biggest secrets in the world. No matter who shows up, those shoes will never be filled.
That's fair.
So we should just lower our expectations.
I find that helps with most things in life. Besides, it's a big deal to appear right now. Public opinion is at an all-time low, and then there's those deaths. There's always a chance that they might apologize. Maybe they'll even take accountability for everything.
That sounds extremely doubtful.
I guess we just have to wait and see.
That's all we really can do.
Yeah. Only 4 more days. And this all comes to an end.
View which journal entry.
There we go. I wrote 2042 this time, but I guess it's a pretty honest mistake. I'm sure you have done that before too. Sometimes the head kinda lags behind, or something. It's odd how wherever you look, there
Stream
always
elements.
seems to be a clash between the
Said.
present
Stay moist,
and
my
the
friends,
future.
hydrate.
It makes time seem a lot more confusing than just point A to point B. Or if you suffer from Komorebi, then point B to point A. I'm even letting a potential future change the way I act in the present. But I think I'm doing everything properly. Hopefully. The first couple weeks I was here, I kept seeing strange symbols everywhere in the back of my mind. Were those you're doing? Was I seeing some sort of remnant or leak from the new nostalgia technology? I could see those diamonds everywhere when I closed my eyes, and it was really messing with my head. But these have straight up disappeared since I came up with this new theory. Almost like I was right and we are more in sync than we ever were before. I'm curious though, did you think you were me at first? Did you live life like you were in my shoes? Or were you always aware that this was a fabrication?
Experience pivotal fragment. Milestone.
We all stand around the hotel room, socializing amongst ourselves. Isaac and Taylor invited a few friends over, so the room was pretty packed. It must be nice for Taylor to find some time for his streamer friends. I imagine a life like that would be pretty busy and full of schedule conflicts. Dante and Isaac stand beside me and we talk about our experience thus far. But Dante is clearly grumpy. Something must be bothering him.
Seriously, Dante, what's wrong?
Nothing.
You're a terrible liar.
I mean, I lost $500. Can you blame me for not being happy?
I definitely can. You're bringing down the vibes, man.
Taylor's ears perk up and he immediately runs over.
Sorry, I couldn't miss this. Go on, Dante. Keep being a sore loser.
He sips his drink while he waits for Dante to respond.
I'm not taking your bait. Besides, I didn't deserve to lose. Something suspicious is going on here.
Oh, so you were cheated.
Absolutely.
I definitely didn't cheat. We lost fair and square, Dante.
He just doesn't want to accept it.
It's karma, if you ask me. Oh, I've been waiting for this.
Karma for what?
Making my chat buy you those headphones? Come on, we all know that was low.
It wasn't low. And besides, that wasn't even my fault.
How not?
Isaac is the one that brought it up to begin with.
That's not how I remember it.
Seriously?
Yeah, I don't remember that either.
I'm out of the loop here.
Story of my life. What's going on?
Dante begged my chat for free money.
Ooh, that's low.
I did not.
Where's your proof? Show me. Come on.
Hold on, I'll scroll back through the group chat.
Wait, I'm starting to remember.
Oh, how convenient.
But let's drop it anyway. We're here to celebrate with Delta, right?
I still want to absolve myself, if that's okay with you.
Nope, not necessary.
Isaac places his hand on my shoulder, clearly changing the subject. It's like he knew Dante was right, and he was responsible. I try to think back, but personally I can't remember. A lot has happened in that group chat since I arrived.
Thanks a lot, Isaac. We could have messed with him for a little bit longer.
We'll get around to it.
Taylor smirks and then goes back to his friends. They laugh and smile. I can tell he gets along great with them. He almost looks more happy with them than he does with us. But I guess it makes any difference to hang out with people in your field, and especially to hang out with a group that is inviting Argus like we are. I'm an agent of Cypher now. That definitely wasn't on my to-do list.
Well, Delta, how does it feel?
How does what feel?
Getting cleared, I mean. Must be a big weight off your shoulders.
Yeah, but if I'm not a patient anymore, I can ask him out.
You can what now? Never mind, actually. It's none of my business. Did, anything ever happen, by the way? I mean, with how he was going off curriculum? I see. So he chose current events. Well, that's good enough for me. I was starting to wonder if he could be part of Cypher. You know, showing you those anti-Argus pamphlets. How high up exactly? Wow, that strikes me as extremely privileged info. You must have got help from the best in the business.
Explains how they got cleared so quick. Felt like it was only a couple sessions.
It basically was.
Weren't we supposed to keep this stuff on the down low?
I doubt anyone can tell what we're saying, especially with how loud Taylor is.
I can hear you!
All right, new subject. You all ready for Hermes Day?
As ready as I can be.
Ready, and kinda scared.
That's basically my life motto these days.
That reminds me, I still need to hang out with Dante and Taylor. I owe everyone a heart-to-heart before Hermes Day comes around. Now that they have opened up to me, I bet we will bond even more. It's cool how much better I know everybody compared to a couple of weeks ago. We are starting to feel like a real family, in this together until the end. When the time came to enter Argus HQ, no secrets would remain. Unfortunately, that meant for better and for worse. I had no idea how the others would react to learning that Isaac is Hermes. It was all for the greater good, but it definitely called for deception. And if there's anything that can test the limits of forgiveness, it's deception. Of course, not being in touch in their future visions was a pretty bad sign. Just what was going to happen on Sunday? To us. To everybody. I wish I had someone to talk to about this.
Experience Pivotal Fragment. Rebels and Revels. Finale.
Learn to find beauty in the unknown rather than fright. We all sit around the hotel room engrossed in our campaign. Things sure have progressed since we started. I'm really invested.
Well then, you struck a deal with the leader of the Thorns. It seems like they're willing to negotiate things with Isaac.
That was a little fast. I thought we were in a prison cell.
I had to expedite things a bit. And remember, stay in character.
Wow, sure glad we got out of that prison cell. Being locked up with Dante sure is a special kind of torture.
Remember, I'm technically your boss.
I'd reconsider threatening me, Dante. If this deal goes south, you'll all die.
He's got you there.
What is the nature of this deal, anyway?
Well, it's basically a stalemate right now. We both have enough dirt to ruin each other. So I'm gonna ask them to drop it. Ceasefire, if you will.
And the town square is the best place for that.
Wait, I thought we were gonna bring them in. We have enough info to take down their entire organization.
It's more delicate than that. In a situation like this, it's best to trade discretion. We could take them down, but we can never erase info. Just trust me, all right? And yeah, the town square is the best spot. Too open for an ambush, and we're keeping civilians at a distance.
I'll take your word for it.
I hope they show up this time.
What do you mean?
Last time I arranged a meeting, it didn't go so well. Thankfully, the monarch had my back.
That was a different kind of meeting, Isaac.
Right. But it's good to have some moral support either way, especially when there's so much on the line.
So we just wait?
Yeah, but by now we're experts at it. Besides, they agreed to show up before nightfall. It lessens the risk of an ambush on either side.
Our group of heroes waits in the town square. Eventually, as time passes, many of you start to lose hope. The window of time for their arrival gets smaller and smaller.
Where are they?
Something must have come up.
No, they'll be here, I promise. If not, then how about we go on the offensive?
You mean take them down like we originally planned?
At least we gave them a chance for peace.
True. That sounds like a plan to me. Been dying to put my sword arm to use again.
True. There hasn't been much fighting since the war. Looks like your arms have gotten a bit smaller, Chiron.
You didn't say that.
Right, of course not. Sorry.
More time passes, and then more. You're about to give up hope. And then someone approaches from the far side of the square. As promised, they came alone. Just in time, too. Hey, everybody!
Oh, no.
Really? A GM-controlled character?
Is that allowed?
Yeah, it.
I came for Isaac.
You, might want to use less aggressive wording.
The negotiations. I came to resolve this.
That's better. Did you come alone?
As instructed.
Really?
You calling me a liar? My entire organization is built on the truth.
Just being cautious. The townspeople are starting to watch from afar.
Good thing they have nothing to worry about. Peaceful negotiations, remember?
Yeah.
A tense atmosphere fills the town square. The slowly setting sun offers lighting to increase the drama. This was a standoff between the two best information brokers in the world.
I'm going to take slow steps toward you now. I promise not to make any sudden movements. In my pocket is a paper that we stole from your quarters. If we were to leak it, we'd have cause to take down the Thorns. I take slow steps toward the leader of the Thorns. I'm going to hand you the paper, and you can leave. Go back to your HQ and destroy all the intel you have on us. After that, remain silent about everything. We won't bother you, and you don't bother us.
How can I believe that, Isaac? Your monarch would let the Thorns roam free?
Yes. Mazeo will always have a criminal underworld. If we took you down, someone else would just rise up. So why not agree to put aside our differences? Who knows? We might even need each other's help in the future.
Very well. Continue stepping forward.
I keep stepping forward, taking slow, cautious steps. I know that any sudden movement could be seen as an attack, but little did he know that's exactly what I had planned. When I get close enough, I reach into my pocket, but instead of a paper, I pull out my dagger.
What? Isaac?
I grab the leader of the Thorns, holding them hostage. I press the dagger against their throat in anger.
What are you doing?
As if you don't know. You came alone? Nice joke. I see 2 archers on the roof to the left, and 2 more on the roof to my right. I apply more pressure to his throat with the dagger. My turn to ask, what were you thinking?
Just trying to guarantee my safety.
I don't mean right now. Why did you skip out on our last meeting?
Huh? Sweet, he figured it out.
I know who you are. I figured it out in your quarters.
Then perhaps you'd consider showing me mercy.
Not after what you did to me. I've been looking for you my whole life.
Wait, is that?
And that's the big twist. The leader of the Thorns is Isaac's father.
What?
Oh, the irony. He abandoned his son to save him from the family business. He didn't want Isaac to live his life surrounded by crime and deception. But in doing so, he only condemned Isaac to that life from the start. In the pursuit of finding his parents, he became the swindler he was today. He embraced the very world that his parents tried to keep him out of.
Wow.
You might not want to watch this.
Wait, Isaac, don't kill him. And whatever happened, you can work it out.
No.
Isaac, please. Put the dagger away.
I'm not budging on this one, Dante.
The whole group tries to talk Isaac down, especially when they were under the eyes of several archers.
Isaac, this isn't what we're like. The monarchy doesn't assassinate people.
Then consider this my resignation. I run the dagger across his throat, then throw him to the ground.
Isaac, seriously? There's no time to act. The archers let loose in an act of revenge. Isaac tries his best to dodge, but he's shot through the left shoulder.
Oh no! I'm shot!
In that moment, everyone flees from the town square. Arrows rain down upon you, and you try your best to escape unharmed. But one heartbreaking fact is clear. Isaac flees in the other direction, away from his friends. In this moment, he chose revenge over his loyalty to the monarchy. Revenge for his father abandoning him as a child. Revenge for every bad thing that ever happened in his life. It didn't even matter to him that the townspeople watched in shock. To them, they saw the monarchy resort to assassination. They'd never know who that was, or that the Thorns would fall apart. You all escape unharmed, but several questions linger in the air. What would happen to the monarchy next? What would the people think about your cause now? Isaac's actions struck a blow to the integrity of everything. Did he really abandon you after taking his revenge? Was everything that happened worth it? Is your rule in jeopardy? I think those answers we should save for the sequel.
Experience Heart to Heart Fragment. Taylor 4.
I enter the hotel room with Taylor, ready to chat with him some more. Last time we talked, he opened up a lot. I'm not sure what was left. I know about his vision, his past, and what makes him tick. What else was there? Maybe I could just strike this one off the list. Taylor has made his intentions and personality clear from day one. A moment to let my guard down and relax with a friend. Can't pass that up.
You know, we've got a great view from up here. Pretty high up, but not high enough that the people become a blur.
He stares out the window at the cityscape of Toronto.
You know, I still remember the day I flew here. In fact, I remember every flight I've ever been on.
The way he says this implies that he flew around a lot. Due to his past, I'm pretty certain that the implication is accurate.
I thought it'd only be a matter of time before they transferred me somewhere else. But you know what? They didn't. They basically just threw me away. I guess when you reach a certain age, they think you can fend for yourself. It's odd. Like, one day we wake up with all that added responsibility. Well, responsibility and expectation. The two worst things to go hand in hand. A lot of people just crash and burn in a situation like that. I think the mark of success is someone who perseveres. And persevering means not giving up when things get tough. Or scary. We've been experiencing a lot of that lately.
Is he having doubts about all of this? I can't really blame him, but I hate to hear it.
If I didn't already have a following, well, Toronto would have eaten me alive. I only got off the ground because they were willing to help me. But after everything I went through, I think I deserved it.
I remember the story about how his allergy was exploited. It's truly terrible that somebody would resort to something like that. But what strikes me as more profound is how it affected Taylor. Someone could come out of that situation bitter and hating the world, yet here he was, a man who changed for the better. So much so, in fact, that he was certain he had been his vision. Of course, he was super flirtatious, and his partners seemed numerous, a key trait of someone looking to make up for lost time. Time lost to pushing everybody away. I stand beside him, and we look out the window together. The sight was pretty familiar by now, with how much I have been up here. But one by one, I have seen my friends take in the sight and enjoy the beauty.
I'd hate to lose what I have, even if it was in the pursuit of something good. I'm still thankful that Isaac gave us the option to run.
He places his hand on the window, leaving a print. It adds to the ones already present, like a mosaic of our stay.
That's why I was thinking about my flights again, by the way. As I flew from place to place, I got to leave my baggage behind. Of course, I just created new baggage, but I can only blame myself for that. As the plane was taking off, I'd stare out the window. In fact, I'd keep my eyes glued to it the entire time. But takeoff and landing were always my favorite. I looked down on the people as we rose up. All of them together, writing the city's story. A story that I'd no longer be a part of. And that hurt me for a while. But as we rose up, they got smaller and smaller. I lost their faces, their outfits, and then, well, everything. You know what? It stopped hurting. It felt good. I'd never have to see anybody that wronged me again. And at the same time, I couldn't hurt anyone else who lived there either. That might have been what made me a bully, to be honest. No matter how much chaos I caused, they'd just move me again. I'd escape all consequences of my actions. I'd have nothing to face. I remember when we started our descent into Toronto. At that point, I had already started to change. Normally, I'd look at a new city as a place to run amok. But because of my hospital stay, I saw things a bit differently. I noticed the people as we landed, going about their days. A city that had a story, wholly unaffected by me. Yet, one that was waiting for me to make my mark. I told myself that I wouldn't make the same mistakes. And now, before you, stands the best version of me.
He turns to face me, and I can see the sadness in his eyes.
I'm just scared that things won't stay this way. I turned my life around, became happiness for so many people. What if we get caught? What if we get thrown in jail? What about everyone that looks up to me? What about all the friends that I have in my industry? How can I do something so reckless? Why am I so torn between my image and my beliefs?
It's normal to feel the things you are feeling.
Really? How so?
A little hesitation is normal when you are changing the world. You'll be heralded as a hero for this, not punished.
You think so?
I know so. Arcus can't keep the world in their grip.
What if they can? What if they catch us? They can just lock us up. That and write any narrative they want. Make us look bad.
No, our story will definitely be told. I let him know it's not like that. In fact, I see no reason to hide my theory about the future from him. Well, Argus is working on some new tech.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that. It was on their anniversary report and a follow-up keynote. Can you believe that? They totally ignored the zeros. Instead, they just flaunted everything they could. It's like Dante always says, they only care about their ego. But now, lives are on the line. They have blood on their hands. You were saying, though?
Our memories could absolve
really
us.
think so?
Yeah, they could be watching us right now to see if we are good people.
I guess you're right. Especially if this tech comes out in our lifetime. I wonder what things have been like from Isaac's perspective.
It's an interesting thought, to say the least. Running Cypher while dealing with all of us. Anyone else might have caved under the pressure.
I'm used to being watched and judged from the future anyway.
What do you mean by that?
Well, whenever I end a stream,
I guess he has a point. It's funny how him and Isaac share the same train of thought as me. This would just be the next generation way of preserving memories. It's not enough to hear them or see them. We will be able to live them too. It was obviously an excuse to spy on us even more, which is truly awful. But I know we can turn this around and use it to our advantage. If we secure knowledge that compromised Argus, well, it might not even matter if we fail our mission on Sunday. If they ever made that technology, we could use it to show people our memories, and that would supersede anything Argus said about us. Sure, they could use this technology to invade our privacy even more, but as a double-edged sword, it would let stifled voices be heard.
reminds me of that talk we had after the Wayfarer. You know, how when people die, they return to the stars? I made a dumb joke about my ancestors watching me make out. Pretty ironic that it's going to be my descendants who have that chance. Almost everything has ended up being the opposite of what I thought. Yeah. I mean, I still kinda do. But challenging my thoughts can only help in the end. So, I'm gonna try and turn this doubt into resolve.
He smiles at me.
I still plan on sticking to our pact, you know. Whether I believe it's possible or not, it doesn't matter. What matters are the steps I take, here and now. And I'm glad to have you by my side, Delta. Whatever happens, at least I'm not alone in all this. It's just like Chiron said. At least we'd be going down together. So no matter what, I know I've beaten my vision.
He blushes and smiles.
Besides, the darkness feels less scary when you're around.
I hold out my hand, and he places his in mine. We stand there, staring out the window in silence. Perhaps it was because we didn't need words anymore. I can feel everything he wants to say through the grip on my hand. Part of me wonders if he can feel the same in mine. Without a word, he smiles at me and blushes. I smile back, and then our attention is diverted back to the window. Back to Toronto, a city whose story was on the verge of a new page. And with any luck, it would be a page written by the people.
Experience heart-to-heart fragment. Place 4.
I lead Clace into the hotel room, ready to have another chat. Our dance on New Year's Eve was pretty special, but I'm torn. The guilt inside of me is growing, and I'm not sure what to do. It's clear that he's going through a tough time, an extremely tough time. Whatever happened in his vision has him contemplating his death, and unfortunately, it seems like he's considering doing it himself. Maybe I didn't need to tell him what I did. With my unique knowledge, I could just be a good friend. That's what I should do, right? Just leave it behind in 2041. I could make up for it without him even knowing. I could save him with my kindness, as it were.
Wow. Look at that view.
He steps toward the window and places his hand on it.
You know, I used to stay in a lot of hotel rooms, but they'd always close the curtain so no one could see inside. For my safety, just like everything else they always do. It was a double-edged sword, though, that's for sure. Because it means I never got to see stuff like this. I bet a lot of people take it for granted. This whole idle world can really rob you of joy. Or at least, the ability to appreciate the little things in life. Have you ever felt lucky that you could go into a mall? Probably not, but maybe that gives you some perspective.
True, I'm sure that an idol needed a lot to sacrifice a lot. But as I learn more about it, I feel so bad for him. He has almost no idea what a normal life is like. And not only that, but his first taste of it will probably be his last. After this hiatus, he has the next 10 years of his life planned out. He's giving away his entire youth to experience what we all take for granted.
Anyway, I guess there are more important matters at hand.
He turns to face me, breaking the sight of his distraction.
It's nice to see so many people feeding the zeros out there. I feel bad that we can't help out, but it makes sense for now. Gotta keep my public image in mind, too. Don't want to go out there and openly defy Argus.
He starts pacing around the room like his thoughts are frightening.
But people died. Argus just stood there and watched it happen. What does that mean for us? You say that there's an agent after us, right? What if we end up dead like those zeros?
That's not gonna happen, Clace.
Are you sure about that, though?
Yeah, me and Isaac have a new theory.
A theory? How is a theory gonna help us out here?
It's about that new technology Argus is making.
What technology is that?
Nostalgia technology. The ability to revisit past memories.
I see.
There's a chance that everything we do will be observed in the future.
Everything?
Yeah, perhaps they are even doing it right now.
But from the future?
I know it sounds weird, but it works in our favor.
How exactly?
We can send a message to the future, one that Argus can't intercept.
And what kind of message would that be?
Evidence and testimony, especially from our visit to their HQ.
Oh, I see what you mean. A memory can't be forged or modified.
Exactly. If we live for the future, our lives become a time capsule.
Live for the future, huh? You know, my old manager used to tell me that. We even talked about performances in VR. Your theory's kinda similar, isn't it? Well, all I'd have to do is record one performance. They could set it up to loop for the rest of eternity if they wanted. Anyone could immerse themselves in that world and watch it happen.
It's starting to make sense.
So if we ever did that, I'd be living for the future, capturing one moment in time, meant to be viewed later on. We do that with photos and videos all the time anyway. And trust me, I'm no stranger to the flash of a camera. I just hope that they don't abuse this technology. It really blurs the lines between right and wrong.
That's true, yeah. I don't elaborate on the theory and attempt to avoid the scary parts. It's clear that Argus wants to use this to invade our lives even more. True, but we can use this technology against Argus.
Really?
As soon as it comes to fruition, we can show the world our memories.
So we basically script our lives in a way that antagonizes Argus. If they really are bad, then that shouldn't be a problem. Especially if we're going to be in the heart of their HQ.
He's catching on.
It's pretty cool when you think about it. You know, I've gotten used to having eyes on me at all times. It might be nice for people to see things from my perspective for once. Hopefully they don't think our dance was too cheesy.
He laughs and smiles at me.
Is there anything else you wanted to talk about, by the way?
Oh, there is so much I want to talk about with him. But I can't talk about it, or else he would figure out what I did to him. I mean, I feel like he already knows. He must already know, right? I was the only one who could have entered his room during that time frame. And not only that, I doubt I put the busyness card back in the right page. Taylor even told me that he started locking his door after that happened. Then why is he talking to me right now? Why is he so friendly and open to this outlandish theory of mine? Part of me wonders if it was intentional, like a cry for help. Maybe he wanted someone to read his diary. No, that couldn't be it. I realize he's staring at me, awaiting a response. After shaking my head, I apologize for losing my train of thought.
No worries, happens all the time.
I simply say the first thing that comes to mind. I wanted to learn more about you, actually.
Really?
Yeah, Your life seems like it would be really interesting.
From the outside, I'm sure it does, but I assure you, it's pretty sad and boring.
Want to put that to the test?
Hmm.
He smiles again.
Sure, why not? After this hiatus, I'll need permission for everything. Might as well capitalize on my one taste of freedom, right? And if other people listen in on this one day, well, even better. I can open up to everybody while only opening up to you. I'd call that a win-win, wouldn't you?
I would say so. Yeah. He sits down on the edge of the bed and scoffs.
You have any idea how weird you sound, though? I mean, people spying on us from the future? If Komorebi wasn't real, I probably wouldn't believe you. But my life proves firsthand that the past and future can interact.
I find it odd that I came up with this theory. The only person in the group who didn't experience a vision. At least their unique situations worked out in my favor here.
You know, this is kind of like writing in my diary. But instead of recording stuff on paper, we're using our minds. At least with this, I know other people are going to be seeing it.
I'm not sure how to take that statement. I choose not to ask for clarification.
Well, what did you want to know? After New Year's Eve, I'd trust you with anything.
Sitting down beside him, I think of what I should ask. I can't be too invasive, as I'm pretty sure some topics are off limits, especially his vision. His family life seems like a touchy subject too, though. Apparently, his manager was the closest thing he had to something normal, and he mentioned he had people up in the stars watching him live his life. It's odd. No matter what, I find myself circling back to his career as a pop idol. Even though I was aching to ask about other matters, I didn't know how to go about it. I wonder if that's how he felt. No matter what, he would always circle back as well. Perhaps he wanted to talk about the things that are bothering him. I'm reminded of the visits to my counsel or the things I wanted to say, but couldn't. Sometimes we have no choice but to wear a mask and deflect tough conversations. I notice the bed shakes slightly. In his position at the edge, he is kicking his feet back and forth. His heels hit the frame in a steady rhythm. Thud, thud, thud. It's like the kicking of a clock reverberating through my body. Each time his foot strikes the bed marks a second that passes without words, like we both shared the same knowledge, yet refused to admit it to one another. Instead, we enjoy the silence of a world where his secrets haven't come to light. As alluring as the pull of ignorance can be, however, we need to move forward. Nobody ever got anywhere notable by hiding from the difficult truths in life. If you weren't an idol, what would you be?
Lost, honestly.
He laughs like it's a joke, but he's clearly telling the truth.
I just got lucky. My vision was like a perfect roadmap. Not many people get a luxury like that in a world like this. Finding certainty in all of this uncertainty? Isn't that all we could ever really ask for? Yet, given that, here we are. Still as lost and clueless as we would have been otherwise. For me, it's due to my vision. For you, it's your lack of one. Kinda makes you think, doesn't it? Vision or not, we're just people. And maybe, because of that, we have a price to pay. It's funny how flawed we all really are. Yet, we try so hard to cover it up. We burden ourselves with the pursuit of purpose. But we fail to see that the pursuit itself can be our purpose. Eventually, most people find that purpose in somebody else. They fall in love, settle down, and let time get the better of them. But in order to love somebody, you have to accept that you'll lose them too. I was never any good at that part. So sometimes it feels easier to just push that all aside. I'd rather find purpose in myself instead of somebody else. Or at least, that's what I used to think. This hiatus has started to challenge all of my views. It made me feel things I thought I'd be too scared to feel. And I think that's what it means to be alive. To always be at odds with the world and ourselves. Because you know what? Anything else is just boring.
No more thuds. He seems calm and collected now. He's definitely gone off on a tangent, changing the topic almost at random. But I could tell he was doing it out of anxiety, an anxiety that has now dissipated. Actually, it was nice to hear him talk about his views on life. It's incredible how much better I know him than I did just yesterday. It really does feel like the new year is a new beginning for everything. But if I know anything about Clace, I know he's seconds away from circling back to the idle life once again. One more thud, but this time it's from Clace standing up.
Do you think that's enough for now?
I nod. I'm not going to push him to talk any more than he wants to. It's weird though. I really thought I knew what he would say next.
You know, I thought it'd be harder to open up like that. But I guess the circumstances are pretty unique.
I'm happy that you opened up like that. I'm here for you.
Thanks, Delta. It means a lot. Let's leave the rest for next time, alright? I'd rather not make this feel like a final chat. Especially with what we're planning to do on Sunday. So, let's push through it and pick this up on a new day.
Sounds good to me.
Perfect.
It's a grim agreement, even if it doesn't seem that way. But I have no reason to believe we are in grave danger. We would survive, and I would learn even more about my friend. Perhaps I would learn more about what's really going on. When it came to his story, I could tell I had barely scratched the surface. Of course, I only know this because of what I did with his diary. Maybe I'm projecting more importance onto him than I should be. I made all of my friends have secrets. Even I have my own fair share. My inside knowledge shouldn't dictate my attitude to him, should it? I don't know. If he really is going through something as bad as I think, then he needs a friend by his side, whether he admits it or not. Good job, Delta. You are trying to justify your terrible actions.
Wanna get back outside? I'm sure our friends are tired of waiting.
I nod. I didn't quite get the information I was looking for, but I feel like our bond is getting stronger and stronger, and if I wanted to help him, then that's what I needed to focus on. After all, you shouldn't approach a friendship with ulterior motives. If I wanted to make progress, I would have to go about it naturally, and that applies to everything, not just matters with Clace. So, until next time.
Experience Pivotal Fragment. Rebels and Revels. Aftermath.
We all sit around the table, exchanging satisfied glances. I guess that was the end of our campaign. At least our little test campaign.
Well, what'd you think?
I'm impressed, but I thought you wanted to avoid a cliffhanger.
No, it wasn't that bad. Besides, we answered a major question, so for me, that's enough resolution.
Yeah, that was a pretty good finale. Definitely fit the tone and style of everything.
Nice little twist at the end, too. I mean, my father was the leader of the Thorns?
I thought I'd triple down on the irony. Gotta feel bad for your character, though.
Well, he did what he had to do, just like he always does. At least now he has closure on something that haunted him forever.
It's kinda cool how this all lined up with our own world, too. Well, our rebellion took down the Triumvirate, right? They were clearly evil, so we changed the world for the better. But there was a power struggle between us and the Thorns. If we continue the story, I imagine they'd be the first of many.
Oh, I see what you're getting at.
Yeah, exactly. If we treat Argus like the Triumvirate, the result could be the same. Competitors will rise up, taking advantage of the gap in power.
That's the most realistic outcome, yeah. But I imagine in our world, the competition won't be as underhanded.
Or as violent, hopefully.
Or that. We'll probably just see new companies rise up, each one with their own unique identity and benefits, but they'll all be tied to the system, not just Argus.
Do you think Argus is using the system to their own end?
If they were, it was probably in the name of the greater good. Even I agree that Komorebi requires some level of social control, but not nearly as much as they've led us to believe. They're using fear of the unknown as a weapon.
And it was working, too.
I'm loving all these parallels between real life and our campaign. Makes it seem like Taylor actually took time to plan all this.
Of course I did. Remember, you baited me into doing this. If I let down the storyteller of the group, I'd be crushed.
Yeah, you did a good job. Even connected Isaac's backstory to the overall narrative.
Is there a term for that?
It's just called connecting plot threads. It makes the conclusion a lot more satisfying. Without a strong foundation, everything just falls apart.
And calling them threads is a metaphor, right?
Kinda. You want all your threads to be as strong as possible. We all know what happens when you tug on a loose one.
Everything falls apart.
It's pretty cool when you think about it, right? Isaac is part of a rebellion, just like the characters in our campaign were. And because we've got his back, we're members too.
Us? Agents of Cypher?
Yeah, for longer than we thought.
Sorry for not telling you sooner.
You say we're agents of Cypher, but I'm gonna say we're unwilling accomplices.
That makes it sound so boring. We can help Isaac change the world here.
And if we fail?
We've come too far to fail. If we were gonna lose, it would have been ages ago.
Probably as soon as he applied Chiron's identity to that phone.
Yeah, that was the riskiest part.
You mean whatever you're planning at their HQ isn't risky?
Oh, it definitely is. Just not as much as you'd think. It's been smooth sailing so far, and I aim to keep it that way.
If you say so.
If you're starting to doubt things, just look at the town square.
What about it?
Complete unity. City folk have started feeding and hanging out with the Zeros. Both sides are now part of the protest. And what is Argus doing about it? Nothing. Everyone was worried about stepping in and getting in trouble, but it's not happening. So it's just inspiring more people to help. Our entire journey so far has been filled with worry. Sure, but it was always worry about what could happen. It's never been based on what has happened, and each day that passes, more stuff keeps happening. Our concerns have been put to rest almost every single day. So it's time to start basing our thoughts on reality. We can't let them use fear of the unknown against us. Remember, that's always been their most valuable weapon.
You have a point.
Wow, what a speech. Maybe we should have made you the monarch.
Oh, I'd definitely rock that crown.
We all smile as our time with the campaign comes to an end, but with it came striking similarities to our current situation, similarities that fill me with resolve rather than fear. I remember thinking of some similarities when we first started. Back then, so much was uncertain. It's impressive how far we have come in such a short time. Isaac telling us about his link to Cypher seemed to unite us even more. I got to say, being an agent of Cypher sounds pretty awesome. We are going to witness the end of Argus's monopoly, and the aftermath. If Cypher is like the rebellion, then they would rise up after this all ends. If only Dante knew how much irony was behind this statement. Isaac should be the monarch. Well, he technically was. He's running Cypher much like how I ran the rebellion and the monarchy. and just like me, he was uniquely qualified to take on the task. His entire life has led up to this Sunday. Thankfully, there's no one I would trust more than him, especially when it came to bringing us a better future.
Experience supplemental fragment. Cipher.
Isaac, how long has this been going on, exactly?
What do you mean?
Working for Cypher?
Oh, I forgot.
How did you forget?
Well, it's just one of those things.
I see.
He's stalling.
I'm not, I swear. You've never had one of those things before? Something that's gone on for so long you forget when it started?
I do, actually. When I started tolerating you.
Ouch.
To be fair, I know what he's talking about.
Me or Dante?
You. It's hard to pinpoint the origin of a habit, especially when it's something you do every day. He must have been doing this for a long time, Dante.
I know, that's why I'm asking.
Well, almost as long as I've been working for Argus.
Wasn't that your first and only job?
Yeah.
How'd you remain undercover for so long?
Remember, I'm a prodigy.
Your humility is showing again.
I'm good at keeping secrets. Is that better?
Not really.
Oh, so you want me to spill all of yours?
Dropping it.
Hey, I have a question. Have you ever met Hermes?
Actually, I haven't had the pleasure.
Wait, you work for someone you've never met.
Well, it's the same with Argus. Not like I've met their leader either.
Fair.
What if the leader works for Argus too?
I wouldn't be surprised. It's not like Cypher is a minimal threat. They have inside info on a grand scale.
Is Toronto their home base?
Maybe. Maybe not. We make sure that we're always untraceable. Whenever we talk, we mask our face and voice too.
How do you know Hermes is a guy then?
That's just what he told everybody.
Fair enough.
Do you think he'll reveal himself when this is all over?
Probably. Cypher would be Argus's first real competitor. We don't need another leader who operates from the shadows. I think we're heading toward a world of progress and transparency. It's just unfortunate that those people had to die.
Did that affect Cypher's morale at all?
Not really. Well, at least not in a negative way. It seems like grief has become hope for a lot of people. Or maybe something stronger than hope. It's like we know this is gonna end in our favor.
I can't believe this will all be resolved on the 5th.
Hopefully.
Experience supplemental fragment. What if?
You know, I keep thinking.
Ah, yes, a dangerous habit.
What are you thinking about?
How things could have been.
That's even worse. Nothing hurts more than a what if.
What if Dante stopped talking for once?
See? Definitely hurt.
Don't keep us hanging, Taylor.
Right. I was just thinking about stuff. You know, what if things were different?
I imagine we'd still be at this convention. I mean, I wasn't gonna turn down a weekend of fun.
Isaac, he's talking about Cypher and Argus.
Like not getting involved with them, or do you mean if they never existed at all?
Oh, that second one is way more interesting.
If Argus didn't exist, I think I'd have been born in the city. Imagine that. We could have met ages ago.
You think we'd still be friends?
I don't see why not.
It's a big world out there, Chiron. Without Argus, I don't think I'd be here.
You mean alive or in Toronto?
Toronto, obviously. I'm only here because of the system. When I had to move, it chose where to take me.
And you just trusted it to make the right choice?
I guess so.
So the system got you where you needed to go. That's great. All it did was force the Zeros into colony life.
I'm sensing that we're at odds here.
Not really. It's just an observation. What's good for you can be bad for someone else.
Fair.
So, without Argus, we might never have met each other. That's kind of a grim thought.
Oh, can't live without me.
I'm quickly changing my mind.
I'm not sure what my life would be like without Argus, but I really hope that I'd still get to meet all of you.
I'm sure we'd be at a concert of yours someday.
Really?
Stream elements.
Definitely.
Said.
Speak for yourself,
Stay
fanboy.
moist, my friends. Hydrate.
I think we'd all still be best friends.
Even if I never moved to Toronto, how would we meet in the first place?
I don't know.
The odds are stacked against us here.
But we can't just give up because the odds are bad. I know in my heart that we'd all be friends no matter what. And sometimes belief is all you need to make things happen. Remember, I'm no stranger when it comes to fighting the impossible. Finding a couple friends is nothing compared to opposing Argus. If I ever lost all of you, I can guarantee that I'd find you.
Still on that screw fate mentality, huh?
It keeps me going, yeah. At the end of the day, I shape my own life.
Maybe you were right from the start then.
Huh?
If we'd all still meet and become best friends, then even if things were different, we'd still be at this convention.
Yeah, totally.
Maybe with a little less treason, though.
Oh, but then where's the fun?
View which journal entry.
I'm really glad that Isaac chose to open up to me, and he believed my outlandish theory about what's going on. I suppose he knows Argus better than anybody else, so it makes sense that he would believe me. His knowledge helped him achieve almost everything he's done so far, so his validation means a lot. I guess it doesn't even matter if I'm right, though. The way I'm writing this tablet will work out in my favor either way. If I'm talking to someone in the future right now, then it will become evidence and testimony. If something happens, and this diary is confiscated by Argus, the same thing happens. So I have to start thinking about the future regardless. Besides, I feel like the world will want to know more about Hermes. These figures that become legends usually never get the chance to be known for who they really are. People like that usually just get summed up by their achievements and little else. But I feel lucky that I've gotten to know Isaac on such a personal level. Maybe that's why you are watching me. I can see the appeal in learning more about one of the men who changed the world, but don't forget about his handsome sidekick. Alright? I'm putting in some of the work too. On a more serious note, though, Isaac's story is heartbreaking. I can understand why he does what he does, and why he's devoted his life to it. We are really on the verge of culminating his entire life's work. That's so cool.
Experience pivotal fragment. Possibilities.
Learning to take your own advice is the greatest strength of all. We all sit back in the hotel room trying to relax. This might be the last time we get to do this. It's the real calm before the storm. Thankfully, we have made it this far without any hiccups. And tomorrow, everything would come to an end, hopefully in our favor. But at this point, I have no idea. I can rest easy, however, knowing that all my friends have opened up. To anyone viewing my memories, I have no doubt. You know we are good people. I can't even say we are good people caught up in a bad situation. I have truly come to believe that we are doing the right thing. We may not destroy Argus, but they need a reality check. They shouldn't have as tight of a grip on the world as they do. It's immoral. Cypher can rise up and be the first threat to the monopoly of Argus. I look forward to a world full of progress and innovation. It sure beats what we have. But for now, I take an orange swig of soda, enjoying the company of my friends. Friends. That's right. But now we are also agents of Cypher, however unwittingly.
This is gonna suck.
It's gonna be cool, actually. I'll finally get to show you the full extent of my skills.
Putting Chiron in the system wasn't the full extent of your skills?
Not even close.
Now I'm scared.
Don't worry, Dante. You're on my good side. Let's just make sure it stays that way.
Are you gonna tell us what the plan is yet?
I can't. Sorry. I have to wait until the time is right. A lot of this is on a need-to-know basis.
Such a cliche line.
I know. I've always wanted to say it. Must have sounded so cool.
Sure, let's go with cool.
Taylor looks worried. I can tell that the fear must be getting to him.
So, what do we do in the meantime?
Well, tomorrow is gonna change everything. It's the last time we might get to do this.
What do you mean by this?
We won't really know until tomorrow. It was kind of an abstract statement.
He just means the status quo is gonna change.
Hopefully for the better.
Of course. I have this down to a science. So how about we celebrate instead of work?
Sure, makes sense to me. We want to look back on this as a happy time.
Speaking of looking back,
Oh, you talked to Delta 2?
I guess I wasn't the only one.
We talked about what exactly?
the past.
Oh, well, in that case, me too.
It's always important to look back before looking forward. Reminiscing is always important in the face of change.
Yeah, the past is always set in stone. It's comfortable and familiar.
You know what they say, right? The safety of the past is the greatest treasure that we can never possess.
I guess Argus is aiming to change that.
Just another way to keep us in line. Super cheap booze and a glorified dream machine.
We're gonna put a dent in that plan, though. Without their monopoly, their control will be limited.
I guess. But we'll always need the system. Competition only introduces lesser evils.
At least there'd be options. Argus can't keep things like this forever, right? If they have sole ownership, then they have sole control.
I guess so. I mean, we might be able to take that control away from them, but at the end of the day, Komorebi trumps everything. We'll never be able to compete with a force like that, especially when we don't even understand it.
Do you think we ever will?
Doubtful, especially when it's easier to just run and hide. This nostalgia technology is basically admitting defeat.
But at the end of the day, it's still a new technology. That's kind of exciting, with how stagnant things have been.
Right, we have all become creatures of routine. I remember Isaac saying as much back when I first arrived.
But stagnancy goes hand in hand with control. Can't wait to see what happens when we open the floodgates.
Embracing my metaphor, huh? Nice.
Isaac nods and smirks.
A race with one person is pretty boring, right? They have no reason to push themselves forward. Throw a few more people into the mix, things go haywire. If Cypher wins, then a lot more people will enter the fray. As for what they'll create, I see unlimited potential. Who knows? Maybe we'll even find a way to stop Komorebi.
You really think so?
I mean, I think anything is possible. But if Komorebi benefits Argus, of course they'd want to keep it around. We won't really know what's possible until more people get a say.
When you put it like that, I'm kind of excited.
How do you stop visions of the future, though? Aren't you stuck with them, even if you defy them?
I remember talking about that on the way to the nightclub. If you defied your vision, you would still experience it all the time. In my mind, that changed the very nature of the visions to begin with. What if they aren't visions of the future?
I'd have to ask you to elaborate.
Well, it's only the future from your perspective.
Who else's perspective is there?
Your future self.
Okay, now you're losing me.
To your future self, it would be a vision of the past. You only call it the future because of the side you're on right now.
I guess that makes sense. But what does it change?
You plan to defy your visions and stay friends, right?
Ideally, yeah.
Then it will always be a vision of the future. Eventually, it will become a vision of an alternate past.
Does that really change anything, though?
Yeah, it does.
How so?
Right now, we're trapped on one side of our visions, the side where we see it as our future and nothing else. But Delta is right. When I live past the point in my vision, it'll just be an echo. Some weird memory of a past that never was. And for some reason, I think that's comforting. I feel a bit more free when I think about it that way.
I guess that's the power of perspective. Alternate lives is a pretty common theory, too.
Okay, so they're just visions then. Doesn't change how intrusive they are. I hate mine, no matter when it comes from.
At least it might not come true. It's better to stay a vision than become reality.
I guess.
Okay, this is starting to make my head hurt. But if it means I might not be on a colony in the future, then I'll take it. Any bit of hope is better than what I have right now.
What if we want our vision to come true, though?
I guess that's when this turns into a double-edged sword. Your comfort can just be someone else's worry.
Where does the alternate past come from then? It feels way too real to just be a possibility.
That's the question that the end of this conversation lingers on. Future or past, the visions had to come from somewhere. Another reality, another timeline. Who knows? That's an interesting thing to think about, though. If Komorebi was the echo of another life, does that mean this was my first? I had no echo to witness after all. Could this life just become the Komorebi of another me? Maybe another version of me was witnessing this moment right now, in a hotel room with friends about to infiltrate Arcus HQ and oppose them. If that was the vision I had as a kid, I would probably do anything to oppose it. After all, I would see no merit in going against the powers that basically govern our world. So, in this exact moment, I finally feel happy and content with my lack of a vision. I truly live my life for me, not to avoid anything, and not to pursue it either. Because if I had a vision, I might not even be here right now. But after everything I have experienced, I know one thing. This is where I was meant to be, and I got here with the ability to call all my choices my own. I didn't follow a vision. No invisible hand guided me down this path, and hopefully, one day, this kind of life would be the norm.
Experience supplemental fragment. Favorite work.
Hey, Clace,
What's up?
do you have a favorite song?
Like, in general, or one that I wrote?
One that you wrote?
I've been thinking about it more, actually. It's probably Priority.
The one that you sang at the party?
Yeah,
Any reason why?
because I meant everything I said in it.
Do you normally not?
Well, I try not to write about my real-life experiences, or at the very least, I try not to write about other people. But sometimes, an exception has to be made.
Wait, you don't write about other people? I do that with like every single character.
Yeah, but your books are fiction, and my songs, people know I'm talking about myself.
So you have to watch what you say?
Not really, I just try to. It's almost like getting a tattoo, you know?
I don't follow.
Well, my songs are gonna be a part of me, forever. That means I can't release anything I might regret later.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, especially when it's about an ex-lover. Wouldn't want to have their name etched into my body. Or in this case, a permanent part of my legacy. So, sometimes it's just better to keep your mouth shut.
But not when it came to Priority.
Yeah, sometimes I value self-empowerment more, especially when listeners could be in a bad situation. My songs speak to a lot of people, you know? Sometimes I think they deserve a good message.
Makes me sound kinda evil.
Why is that?
If you're on his bad side, he puts you in a book and kills you off.
Harsh.
It's cathartic, actually. Writing is a valid way to work through your emotions.
That's definitely true. But hold on. I'm not gonna be in your next book, am I?
Oh, absolutely not. You're on my good side. The next one's all about Taylor, actually. Hey!
Experience supplemental fragment. Day drinking.
Hey, Isaac.
What's up?
There's something I've been meaning to ask.
Go for it.
Well, you always say that day drinking is better,
Well, it is.
but you've never elaborated on it.
And give away my secret?
I'm just gonna search this up online and get it over with. So, turns out, you're just an alcoholic.
What? Not even?
Wanna tell us the secret then?
I don't know.
I can't help with this one. We've only been drinking at night.
And did you feel it the next day?
A hangover? You could say that, yeah?
Mine was pretty bad after the nightclub, too.
Wait a minute.
I think you're starting to get it.
That's all it was?
Huh, I never said it was a life-changing secret.
Wait, I'm confused. What is it?
If you drink during the day, you don't get a hangover.
Yep. You get to enjoy the high without the low. It's just a habit I picked up with work so it doesn't interfere. A hangover is a surefire way to destroy your productivity.
So, Argus drove you to alcoholism.
To day drinking, actually. It's not as uncommon as you'd think.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. What about people who work overnight? If they only have spare time during the day, are they alcoholics?
I guess not.
Exactly. Time is relative. Why not prefer the method without a hangover?
Is he projecting his denial onto us?
Not really. He kind of has a point. If I could get rid of hangovers, I'd do it.
Exactly. You've just been conditioned to drink at night.
Wait, I actually read about this. In ancient times, tyrants would reward slave workers with beer. It pacified them and made them less inclined to fight back.
Really?
Well, that's what the theories say. Kind of makes you wonder, doesn't it?
About what?
Argus does make booze cheap and easily available.
You mean they're just trying to keep us in line?
Maybe. Who knows? If they are, though, it certainly works.
Experience supplemental fragment. One last hurrah.
You all ready?
For what?
One last hurrah before tomorrow? I ordered some food and drinks to the room.
Ooh, anything good?
You'll just have to wait and see.
You know, I'm kind of scared.
Why's that?
Everything comes to an end tomorrow. Isn't anyone else a little worried?
Not really. I've never been more confident in my life. You'll all be fine. I guarantee it.
Infiltrating Argus's HQ. Yeah, the definition of safe.
I have a plan, Dante. You just have to wait until tomorrow to see it.
Fine. What's it look like in there anyway? For some reason, I imagine it's really extra.
I only saw it for the first time at my interview. It's pretty majestic. Probably cost hundreds of millions.
Well, if anyone could afford it, I guess it'd be them.
They have that much money? You must be rich working for them.
We're not really supposed to talk about salary.
Why not?
You know, I never understood that rule. Don't talk about how much money you make.
Well, it's pretty personal information.
Is it, though?
I talk about my money on stream all the time. My numbers are public too, so everybody knows. You're all just falling for a corporate lie.
A what now?
You're not the one who wants to keep it a secret, Isaac. Argus probably taught you that it's sensitive information. And you want to know why?
Enlighten me.
If you don't talk about your salary, then there's no drama. I guarantee you make more than someone else with the same job. And if you were all open about it, everyone would be asking for a raise.
That can't be true.
He might be onto something, Isaac. I was told not to talk about my royalties or advances.
And I was told not to talk about how much my music deals are worth.
See what I mean? I'm the only one with freedom, and all my numbers are public.
It doesn't cause conflict, though. It makes people strive to work harder. I mean, if I can earn that much, well, so can everybody else.
I guess I see what you mean.
You still don't have to tell us, Isaac.
You know, back on the colony, we were pretty open about what we made. It's kind of like Taylor says, work harder and you end up making more. Wouldn't be fair to pay someone less for the same job, but they ask you to keep quiet about it so they can get away with it? Oof, that's rough, man.
I'm still not gonna tell you. It's probably in my contract.
Yeah, that's how I know about it. Mine had a clause like that as well.
It's weird how much control they have without us even realizing. They can just tell us something is bad and we'll believe it.
But it's only to protect them, just like how they taught you the zeros were bad.
I wonder what else there is.
I guess we'll find out tomorrow, right? Seems like the 5th will change everything.
Experience Heart to Heart Fragment. Dante 4.
Looks like it was time for me to chat with Dante. Out of all the others, he was probably the closest to Isaac. Because of that, current events were probably hitting him the hardest. But with a strong bond comes strong trust. Against better judgment, it seems like he would do anything for Isaac. Even follow him into the heart of Arcus HQ in the name of a better future.
What a great con, huh?
The sarcasm in his voice is immense.
I wish we could be out there helping the zeros, but I guess we're doing it in our own way. It's the waiting that kills me, though. There's so many people just standing around. At least the zeros are being fed. Too little, too late, some would say.
There's no denying it. What happened was truly awful. There was no reason for those zeros to die. Not a single one. I could see the guilt on the faces of people helping out in the town square. If only I stepped in sooner, is probably what they are thinking. If I help now, I will feel less guilty about it. Is the aura I feel in the air. It's almost like they care more about their conscience than those lives. But at the end of the day, help is still help, right? Doesn't even matter what's going on in their heads. Or am I just projecting what I feel onto the unsuspecting masses?
Better late than never, others would say. At least now there will only be 2 casualties.
Too many, if you ask me.
How do you feel about all this, Delta? I can tell it's affecting you more than you let on.
It was, but I feel calm now that you are by my side.
Wow, really? Good to know I have that effect. Personally, I won't be able to relax until Sunday is over. But with everything going on, I hope you don't blame me. In this situation, I don't think anything could calm me down.
He could try using a bit of denial, like everybody else.
Nah, I feel like facing my feelings head on. Or at the very least, letting them out in my writing. Speaking of the writing, by the way, it's going well. I lost a bit of time, but I think everything will be good. After this blows over, I'll be full of inspiration. Especially with how weird things have been lately. I mean, that whole being watched from the future thing? Ugh.
He knows.
You gotta admit, it's pretty outlandish. But so is the idea of Komorebi, and here we are. Time is just a bunch of nonsense anyway, isn't it? The only thing that matters is the moment. At the end of the day, that's all we can really call our own. At least in theory. Other people being able to see my memories. You gotta be kidding me. That's so embarrassing. After Sunday, I might never do anything again. Just sit at home and avoid creating any regrets.
I think that's what Arcus is aiming for.
Full social control, huh? I never figured they'd end up being that evil, but I saw those bodies.
I saw their true nature. Also, I might as well get this out of the way. Sorry, Delta, but I don't believe you.
I kind of figured I could convince all my friends. Leave it to Dante to be the odd one out.
I don't think we're being watched right now. But at the same time, they did announce this technology, so maybe I'll meet you halfway at the more believable part.
And what's the more believable part?
That one day we'll be able to revisit these memories. Remember what Taylor said way back when we were pre-gaming? Create some memories that we can revisit whenever we want. I don't know about you, but that's been my motto lately.
Kind of an ironic thing for Taylor to say, given the circumstances.
I'd especially like to revisit my life before the midnight deaths. You know, the good old days. As worried as I was, at least nothing bad happened to me. So that's kind of the logic I'm using right now. You're worrying for nothing. Seems to be a pretty comforting thought. Gotta give you and Isaac some credit, though. You have some pretty active imaginations. Coming from a writer, that's a compliment, by the way. I mean, sending memories to the future for subterfuge? Engaging in the highest possible levels of corporate espionage? You're giving me a bunch of ideas for my next book. But I think that's all it is. A bunch of fiction spawned from fear. Or maybe not fear, maybe resolve is the right word. You want to give our mission on Sunday more importance. A greater cause is always easier to commit to, after all. First it was the agent, now it's this.
I did see an agent, Dante.
But the footage said otherwise.
I saw them at the party, too.
Now that's impossible. Isaac was pretty vigilant.
I think they snuck in the back door after Isaac silenced it.
Maybe we should just focus on the stuff we can confirm. And yes, this is me totally projecting my fright. I don't know how I'd handle all the extra stress you seem to be embracing, but I'm sure everything will be fine after all of this blows over. So, let's figure it out then, all right? We can talk about it on our date, actually. I imagine that's going to have to wait until after Sunday. I'd suggest that we go to dinner now, but if our friends tag along out of necessity, it's not really a date.
I nod. That seems fair to me. Part of me is a little upset, but I can't exactly blame Dante. Guess I just got lucky with convincing my other friends, or maybe it had to do with the lives they lived. An idol, a streamer, a master of tech. They all fueled their belief through experiences they have had. I didn't just ask them to believe me though, they almost convinced themselves. I'm tempted to try and convince him, but I decide to drop it for now. As long as we have him by our side on Sunday, that's all that really matters. I wonder if he would change his mind if he knew that Isaac was Hermes.
By the way, speaking of extra stress, I kinda have a plan. When we're in Argus HQ, I might sneak off on my own.
Wait, what?
Hopefully not too far, or ideally not at all. But if I can find a computer with high-level access there, I need to look up my family. Right now, I have no clue where to start. They don't live in my childhood home anymore. I looked into it, and the people who live there now won't respond to my emails. At an Argus computer, though, I can literally just search their names. Then, after everything is over, I can reconnect with my family. If everyone else gets a new start, I think I want one too. So just be prepared, okay? I've already run it by Isaac.
And he's okay with it.
Yeah, of course. But it's our secret for now, okay? We're the only people that know.
He nudges me on the shoulder playfully.
Kind of like this little future observation thing, huh? If it turns out to be true, I'll make sure to eat my words. And I'll let you watch so you can relive it over and over.
We both laugh, embracing the absurdity of what he's saying. Perhaps belief wasn't as important as the willingness to follow. The same could be said about the city folk in the town square, too. They were helping. It was the action that mattered, not the treason. Whether to clear a guilty conscience or any number of things in between. We all wanted the same thing, to show Argus that their reign was over. Whatever came next, it was in the hands of the people. Pushing any thoughts aside, that was more than enough to unite us all.
View which journal entry?
Well, tomorrow is the day the leader of Argus finally reveals themselves. Nobody knows who they are or even why they are appearing. But people hope that they will take accountability for the midnight deaths, but for some reason I feel like that's not the case. Also, tomorrow is the day of Isaac's follow-up interview, but I think it's become clear that he's sabotaging it in order to enact his final plan. He's really throwing away his entire car year to pull this off. The level of conviction here is actually kind of scary, but I guess nothing is stronger than personal belief. I don't really know what to write anymore. I've only really been here for a few weeks, but so much has gone on to happen. Maybe this is the part where we just strap ourselves in and enjoy the ending. Well, you probably already know what's coming, but I'm filled with endless fright. If my life is deemed worthy of being viewed and experienced in any way, and tomorrow is the biggest day of it, I feel like that will be the selling point. I kind of hoped my move would be simple, a slice of normal life, maybe with some romance and comedy sprinkled in for good measure. But it seems like we are now agents of Cypher, and we are going to help Hermes change the whole world. Who saw that one coming? Oh, besides you, of course.
View which journal entry?
Living life for the future instead of the present. Normally that would describe all of my friends, but lately it's described me and my relationship with my memories. At the end of the day, our own experiences really are the most valuable thing in the world. Feelings that belong to you and nobody else. At least that's how things were supposed to be. Just like Komorebi disturbed the natural order of things. It seems like this new nostalgia technology may do the same thing. We will either become prisoners to our own past, addicted to reliving our highlights over and over, or start to turn other people's lives into a commodity, a story to be bought and sold. I didn't expect to have you along for the ride, but I guess some of the biggest moments in life can be sort of unexpected, right? Do you know how sometimes you can sense someone's true nature? Like just spending a second with somebody can tell you all you need to know. That kind of happened with you. No matter what, I can tell that your intentions aren't bad in any way. Argus is playing some sort of four-dimensional chess here. As if Kubo, Rabbi, and the system aren't enough, they are discovering new ways to control us. If this technology comes to fruition, we will never know which moment in time can be used against us in the future. At least now, we know it's only when we leave the house and stuff. With this new tech, people will end up regulating their entire lives, creating pure memories. I feel like that may be their end goal. Either way, we are about to find out. We are in this together now, just like me and my friends promised each other at the very start. Until the end.
Experience culmination fragment. Hermes Day.
Thank you for choosing Argus, our future. Thank you for choosing our future. My eyes slowly open, wrought with the temptation of closing them just a little longer. They flutter, almost in a state of conflict. If I slept, I wouldn't have to leave. If I slept, I wouldn't have to face whatever came next. That was the frightening part. We had no idea what was going to happen. Isaac faced with the fact that he's meant to change the world, and all of us, now his ruling accomplices, opposing Argus. How could you defeat a foe that holds the world in their hands? Was it even possible to loosen the grip that they had on us? I guess I would never find out unless I got up. I rise to my knees, yawning. I must have fallen asleep on the floor. My diary rests beside me. One final entry after the stroke of midnight. One final entry greeting the arrival of Herbie's day. Light strikes through the window, with beams made more prominent by dust in the air. Isaac must have requested that nobody clean this room for our privacy. Handprints still mark the window, almost as if it were a longing gesture, appreciating the beauty of the sight before us, yet also fighting to change it. This conflict was present in all of our minds, only fought by our immeasurable resolve. Is this how people felt on the morning of an important day? Well, not any important day. Perhaps the most important day of their lives. The temptation to remain in this moment of solace forever is almost too much to bear. I rise to my feet. My earlier yawn interrupts the rest of my friends. The glances we exchange are ones of a somber understanding, a quiet reminder that we all shoulder the same weight. Our role may not be as important as Isaac's, but it's clear that he can't do this without us. A flattering thought that my very presence can instill him with the might he needs. If we pulled this off, everything would be better for the entire world. It's almost like the option to fail was taken away from us. In the face of what was on the line, we didn't have any choice but to win. I'm reminded of that conversation Isaac and Dante had under the stars. Back before we knew he worked for Cypher. Back before I knew he was Hermes. I gulp, simply realizing that I have no choice but to push forward. Glances are exchanged once more, as if we are all scared to break the silence. Isaac, Dante, Clace, Chiron, Taylor. Taylor? Wait, where's Taylor? Isaac shoots up to his feet, the concern worn clear on his face.
Taylor?
We all look at each other, understanding every single implication.
Taylor!
He's not here. There was nowhere for him to be. The room was small, and the bathroom door was wide open. He left.
Where is he? What happened? I didn't mean to fall asleep. I was supposed to stay up and keep watch.
It's not your fault, Isaac. You gave us all the option to leave, remember?
What?
Hey, check the group chat.
Taylor's last message in our group chat simply reads, I'm sorry. Then there's a notification that he's left the group chat. Oh no.
He left?
Why?
Cold feet?
I can tell that Isaac is terrified. He looks at all of us with pure desperation. Another glance is exchanged. This time I can sense the temptation in everyone else. The temptation to leave like Taylor did. He was the first, meaning others might follow.
Please? I need you by my side. I don't know if I can do this alone.
This was clearly a test of our dedication. Accepting the task, Chiron is the first to step forward.
I have your back, Isaac. I owe you almost everything after all.
Isaac smiles.
I made a promise that I'd join your pact.
Until the end, right?
Clace nods as they both step forward. Then all eyes are on me. I couldn't exactly ditch Isaac now either, especially after he told me his biggest secret. I step forward. My stance is clear, without saying a single word.
Good.
Isaac tilts his head toward the hotel room door.
Then let's get to the lobby and see if we can find Taylor. It might not be too late to change his mind.
We all nod and leave the room. It dawns on me that this is probably the last time I will see this room. The farther I get from the window, the harder it is to see the handprints upon it. Before we exit the room, it's almost like our mark on it has disappeared. Part of me wonders if we will ever be able to go back to Isaac's house. And the rest of me wonders if Taylor is safe, or perhaps already in the hands of Argus. As soon as we reach the lobby, we remain close to one another. There was no point in separating now, just in case Argus got Taylor. I only say it like that because all of the other words were too scary to use.
Do you see him?
We all look around, but there's so many people here. Isn't the leader of Argus going to appear in only a few hours? I guess they are waiting until the last possible moment. Like always. All of a sudden, blending into the crowd seemed to hurt us more than help us. We had no idea where Taylor was now that he ran off on his own. He said he was sorry, so it does imply that he left voluntarily. But almost anything could have happened to him after that. Isaac couldn't guarantee our safety if we did stick by his side. Taylor leaving in spite of that sure said a lot about his inner thoughts.
Wait, isn't that one of his friends?
Chiron tilts his head toward a small gathering of people. I recognize them. Those people were at the little room party we had.
Yeah, you're right. Hold on. I'll go talk to them.
Isaac starts walking away, but then turns back around.
Keep your eyes on me, okay? Now's not the time to slip up.
We all nod and keep watch as he heads toward Taylor's streamer friends. Part of me can't blame him if he chose that group instead of us. They probably engaged in a lot less treason, after all. My eyes are drawn away from Isaac, despite his clear request. I can see the Argus agent standing in the crowd. People pass by, obscuring them for a split second at a time. I keep expecting them to disappear, but they don't. Damn. The one time I can't ask my friends to stop and look. They need to keep their eyes on Isaac. Is this some sort of test? The agent gives me that evil-looking smirk again, and I gulp. They are cradling something in their arm, holding it close to their chest. Wait, I would recognize that sight anywhere. It's my file. Everything my counselor wrote about me. Why would they have that? Why would they want that? There's nothing of value in there. In fact, it's mostly lies. I never told my counselor what me and my friends were actually up to.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
What happened?
Apparently, they saw him a few hours ago. He said something about doing what he had to do.
That doesn't sound good.
Does it even change anything?
That's our friend, Chiron.
Yeah, but we still have a job to do.
He's right.
Which one of us?
Chiron.
I hate this.
The clock is ticking. We need to go, Taylor or not.
Are you sure?
Sure that we have no other option? Yeah. This isn't how I wanted it to play out, though.
Do you want to try calling him?
Maybe when we're on the road. Come on.
can't afford to waste any time.
Isaac starts to walk away and we follow in his tracks. Taylor ditched us, saying he was doing what he had to do. The fact that he went right to his other friends is pretty telling. I guess he just wanted to back out before he got in too deep. If this went wrong, it would completely destroy his career and public image. We can't really blame him for valuing the comfort of his regular life. As we head to Isaac's car, I contemplate the life I'm about to leave behind. Honestly, whether we win or lose, things would never be the same. We just need to play this smart and safe. Everything is happening a mile a minute. I could tell we are all panicking except for Isaac. He knows the plan, but for some reason he has yet to share it with all of us. Perhaps he thinks that Argus could be listening in. I guess it makes sense not to say too much out loud. Wouldn't want to get docked for distracted driving anyway. I look out the window and I'm reminded of the day I arrived. Oh, how different things were. How different they could have gone. It's almost like I'm leaving another life behind. The second one in just a few short weeks. This life was better than the one I left behind, though. I can only hope that the same applies to whatever happens next. If it went well enough, we could even be lauded as heroes. Got to say, I like the sound of that.
Wow.
Huh?
The feeling of dread in the air. It's so thick I could cut it with a knife.
I could open up a window.
The attempt at a joke is admirable in the face of such danger, but also likely a product of denial as we get closer to our objective. Either way, it was enough to lighten the air and deliver some optimism.
So, you want to tell us your plan?
Yeah, you were supposed to tell us by now.
I changed my mind. Sorry.
Huh?
I have no idea who's listening in on us. We shouldn't risk anything, especially so close to the end.
So we're just supposed to follow you into certain danger.
Basically. Besides, it's nothing you haven't seen before.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means I trust him, so you should too.
Well, it's got me this far.
I'm curious about that statement to Dante. Is nothing we haven't seen before? What does that mean? Oh, I'm reminded of how Isaac has been messing with tech ever since I arrived, silencing the system in his home and unlocking doors at will. There was even the cameras in the house offering a trick live feed to his workshop. Has he been using his house as a testing ground for all of this? Suddenly, it all makes perfect sense. Bend the rules without breaking them, he's always said. That and all buildings operate on the same standards enforced by Argus. It stands to reason that hacks in his home would apply to any other building. Was Isaac planning to assault Argus digitally? messing with their security and opening doors we didn't have access to. It would certainly aid him in his plan to create memories that compromise Arcus, but it basically breaks the number one rule in our entire society, or at least the rule we were taught was the most important. In hindsight, a lot of rules exist only to solidify and maintain Arcus's reign. What we are doing might be for the greater good, but it's still dangerous. Tools like these, placed in the wrong hands, could cause irreparable damage. I can only hope that Isaac never lets them see the light of day. Stuff that can endanger us and others should be destroyed after today.
I think I want to go to the beach. You know, after all this is over, I've never really been to one before. Or learned how to swim, for that matter.
I could teach you pretty easily. There's a pool in the rec center near my library.
Funny how you call it your library.
Hey, I made my mark. I'm actually thinking about giving back to them one day.
They basically made you who you are.
I'd like to think my talent has something to do with it, but yeah. It's looking pretty run down lately. Could definitely use some aid.
Kinda poetic when you think about it. Maybe they'd let Chiron stay there in exchange.
Right. Yeah, I guess I do need a house.
Don't you play guitar?
I've been known to try.
You could always come on tour with me. I'll just tell them I want to do more tracks with guitar.
Wait, really?
What? No fair! I want to go on tour too!
Let's make it out of this first, alright? Then we'll be able to do whatever we want.
It's clear that everyone is conjuring up fantasies to cope. If we wanted to make them a reality, we would have no choice but to succeed. Even if the fantasy seemed a little uncharacteristic, it was still something to hold on to. When this blows over, I doubt he would be going on tour with Clace. He would likely reunite with his colony friends and show them the city. I start to think about what I would like to do, but then the car comes to a stop. It was a bit sudden, and I'm jerked forward, ending my daydreams. I look out the window and see a massive, majestic building. It towers almost into the heavens. It's really beautiful. But I also know that this is Arcus HQ. We are finally here. Isaac pulls into a parking spot and takes a deep breath.
We're here.
He looks at each one of us with hesitance on his face.
Are you all ready?
As ready as I'll ever be.
Same.
That building looks so cool.
I give Isaac a nod and he takes out his phone. He's lost in it for a few moments, clearly doing some preparation. Whatever he has planned, his phone definitely seemed essential.
Alright. It's time to finish this. Just follow my lead, okay? I have everything planned, down to a science.
Without another word, he starts to lead us into the building. It seems completely dead and silent. Almost nobody is around. By now, almost the entire world would have their eyes on the town square. When we enter the building, I'm immediately taken aback. It's the most beautiful place I've ever seen in my life. It almost resembles Isaac's store, but on a much grander scale. Whoever built this place probably had no limits on their budget. We stick close to Isaac, who's tapping away at his phone. I'm not sure what he's doing, but it's clearly important.
Isaac, are you sure we should be here?
Stream elements.
Dante tilts his head
Said.
up toward a bunch of
Stay moist,
cameras
my friends,
watching the
hydrate.
atrium. If anyone was looking, they would know that Isaac didn't come alone. A group coming to an interview. Definitely suspicious.
Yeah, of course.
The cameras are on us. That's pretty incriminating.
Trust me, you're fine.
He tilts his phone toward us so we can all take a look.
See? I'm here all by myself.
Wait, what?
Second interview, remember? I'm feeding them a recording of the first one. If they're watching, they have no idea you're here.
Well, they definitely know you brought us in.
Hold on. I'll take care of them.
Use less ominous wording, maybe?
I'll make sure they don't get in our way.
That was a minimal improvement.
Better than nothing, though, eh?
He smirks and starts to walk toward the desk. I went to watch him, but I'm distracted for a couple of moments. This atrium is so amazing. The sunroof really sells it, though. Those beams of light piercing through the trees. It's clear that this design choice was intentional. But did it have a deeper meaning of any sort? To me, it almost screams Arcus, home of the Komorebi. Definitely adds to the conspiracy theory that they were the cause of the visions. It could be true, though. Right now, even the nostalgia tech is just a concept. They could have never engineered Komorebi a century ago. Of course, Komorebi defies all logical explanation. The future is impacting the way almost everybody lives in the present. Normally, cause and effect would dictate that it's the other way around. But things don't seem to work like that in this world. It's possible that the true cause of Komorebi hasn't even happened yet. As confusing as that is, it definitely makes sense. I remember what we talked about in the hotel room. As you get older, your Komorebi is destined to become a vision of the past. Well, not the past, but an alternate interesting to think about. Part of me wonders if this nostalgia technology has anything to do with it. A technology dedicated to cracking open the past and allowing interaction. There's no way that could go wrong, right? I decide to watch Isaac instead of lose myself in thought. He's engaged in what appears to be a friendly conversation with the receptionist. I have no idea what they are talking about, but everything seems to be going fine. It's a little easier to breathe, too, knowing that those cameras aren't capturing me. A little ironic in the face of some of my theories, but comfort is still comfort. I see the receptionist stand up from their desk and go into a room behind them. Isaac then turns and waves at us before pressing a button on his phone. The door immediately shuts, and we hear a locking noise echo through the atrium. He walks back to us, and we hear the receptionist bang on the door, trying to get out.
Like I said, I could technically make it work on any door.
Isaac, are you stupid? Let them out.
After we're done. We can't risk anything, Dante. Follow me. We need to keep this moving.
They're safe in there, right?
Yeah, it's just a break room. Dante is overreacting.
Hardly. It was against their will.
They have food, and they can still watch the town square. Every TV in this building is going to be streaming it soon.
Isaac shrugs.
What did you expect me to do once we were in here? Ask them to march me down to the server room?
Dante shrugs back, admitting defeat.
So that's where we're going, I guess.
That's the goal. But first, I need to get back to that computer. Need to plant a few seeds.
Gotta say, I'm pretty lost here.
But you're safe, right?
I think so?
You'd think right.
Isaac starts typing. It's an impressive display of speed. The receptionist is still banging on the door, begging for us to let them out.
Please remain calm. You're actually more safe in that room, okay?
The banging stops for a moment.
Nobody is getting hurt today, alright? That door is set to a timer. It'll unlock in 30 minutes. Just relax and watch the broadcast of the town square.
The banging stops altogether.
Okay, but what seeds are you planting?
I need to give us all admin access. The server room is deep underground and super classified.
Dante sighs and holds out his phone.
Fine, but make it quick.
Oh, I don't need your phone.
Huh? Why not?
You've given it to me plenty of times.
He presses the enter key on the keyboard and then unplugs his phone. Jumping back over the desk, he smiles at us like he's accomplished an impossible task. A moment later, all of our phones go off. I take mine out and look at it.
We should all be able to take the elevator down now. But we still need to take care of the other employees.
What did Isaac say to Dante? You have given it to me plenty of times. Whatever he did, apparently he set it up a while ago. But my phone went off as well. Wait, when I visited you at work.
Pretty good excuse, huh? Had to leave my lunch at home on purpose, though.
You prepared all of our phones for this?
Saves me time from doing it now. Especially since we're gonna be on the clock.
30 minutes, right?
For the receptionist, yeah. But there's more to come.
He presses a button on his phone, and suddenly the atrium is dark. Isaac must have killed the power. The sunroof only slightly illuminates my surroundings. But a moment later, everything turns back on. What was that?
Isaac,
He's immediately cut off as an alarm starts blaring. My heart basically stops. Did we trigger some sort of security? Oh, this is it, isn't it? This is where we get caught and locked up. An announcement comes over the loudspeakers. It's telling everyone that the building is compromised and they should seek out a safe room. It repeats this over and over as I start to see people run around. Suddenly, the atrium is bursting with activity.
I probably should have mentioned that this was part of my plan.
Oh, you think? He laughs like it was funny. His confidence is infectious. I will give him that much.
Here, follow me. It's time to blend in for a little bit.
We follow Isaac deeper into the heart of Argus. Everyone around us was panicking, mentioning how Cypher is attacking. But I suppose we look unassuming, since we blended with minimal effort. Clace is acting like he's scared, or at least I think he's acting. Either way, it helps us match the others as Dante attempts to comfort him. I regret getting him involved in all of this. Some hiatus. The voice on the speakers is telling everyone to get to a designated safe room. I can see where everyone is running. A room on the left sticks out like a sore thumb. It's clearly their destination as they pile inside, one by one. Their destination, but not ours. Isaac sticks out his arm, stopping us in our tracks. The few remaining people behind us rush forward and enter the room. Isaac looks back in the direction we came from. No one else is coming. That must have been all of them. For some reason, I expected more people to be in this building.
Hold on. Just a few more seconds.
He lowers his arm and we all look at each other. Like he said, a few seconds later, the voice of the speaker stops. The door to the safe room shuts and locks, trapping them all inside.
Perfect.
He points to the elevator at the end of the
That'll
hall.
take us to the server room.
Wait, how'd you do that? You didn't even touch your phone.
Oh, that wasn't me. I rewrote that code, though, and used it on the receptionist. These doors should open in 30 minutes as well.
He starts walking toward the elevator, and we follow him.
Notice how the alarm stopped, too? I repurposed that to mod our system back at home.
He presses a button on the elevator.
This is stuff that keeps the employees safe in case of an intruder. It guides them to a safe room and locks them in until it's safe.
And that was all the employees?
Not even close. All the hallways shared the same design. Everyone just ran to the nearest haven they could find. The elevator will sense that there's 5 people inside. We'll need to scan our phones in order to go down.
I think back to what we talked about in the hotel room, creating memories that could harm Argus in the future while we are in their HQ. If we were ever going to come in handy, it would be down in the server room. We would also create memories that corroborated his own. Capturing him wouldn't be good enough. They would have to come for all of us. We could hold these memories as ransom in case we are ever in danger. He couldn't have known about all of this all along, right? I only told him my theory the other day, after all. Either way, one fact becomes very clear. There's nothing more powerful than a memory. As the elevator begins its descent, I wonder what memories we are about to create. We are greeted to a sight that's almost nothing like the rest of the building. The server room is almost black, while everything has a pulsing blue light. It almost looks like the room is breathing, and it's a little unsettling, especially since I knew I was looking at the system. The shackled AI that governs our points and runs in all of our devices. I remember my counselor telling me the story of how it came to be. Isaac immediately runs over to one of the available computer terminals. They must be hooked up directly to the servers and the AI.
Right, just hang tight. This should only take a few minutes.
What should only take a few minutes?
It's almost like Isaac doesn't even hear him. He immediately takes out that cord and connects his phone to the computer.
All right, then.
Dante scans the room, looking around with piqued curiosity.
At least the lobby didn't look like this. Definitely feels like they were going for ominous.
They totally pulled it off.
Clace looks scared. He's looked that way all day, in fact.
So this is the system?
Part of it, yeah. They have an HQ in every major city. They're all linked, though. Spreading them out just saves space.
Our phones all have the same clearance level, right?
Yeah.
Isaac talks like he's super preoccupied, almost not even paying attention.
I'm gonna go use that other computer then.
Sure.
Isaac uses another cord to hook a disk drive up to the computer. I look over at Dante, and it looks like he has no idea what he's doing. The difference in skill between the two of them really highlights Isaac's prowess.
25 minutes left, by the way.
Don't worry. We'll have plenty of time left to spare.
There's really nothing I can do, so I just stand and watch Isaac. Clace paces around the room, clearly anxious. Chiron just taps his foot on the floor. We were in the heart of Argus. Isaac had access to everything on that computer. Whatever he was looking at, it was flashing really fast. His eyes are wide open, completely glued to the screen. It was almost like blinking even once would be too much. The flashing was clearly windows being opened and closed in rapid succession. There's no way he could read or even comprehend what was on the screen, yet the pace of his typing implies he does, and it's a sight to behold. Isaac, what are you doing exactly?
One sec.
He keeps typing, and I start to feel bad for asking. Whatever he was doing seemed to require the highest levels of concentration. But a moment later, the screen stops flashing, and he sighs in relief.
Sorry, I needed to focus. But that's phase 1 out of the way.
He looks at me and smirks. It's a totally uncharacteristic smirk. It looks kind of evil, or perhaps sly is the right word, like he got away with something. Dante returns from the computer he was using. He looks irate.
Are you gonna tell us what's going on? Starting to get some weird vibes, Isaac.
Got to say, I am too. He unplugs the disk drive and holds it up, waving it at us. It's a gesture that gives it our immediate attention.
Every single classified file in their database, including digitized records of stuff as far back as the 1940s.
He places it down on the table. A loud thud echoes through the room.
If they had something to do with Komorebi, it'll be in here. Whether they caused it or used it for their own gain.
He goes back to typing away again.
Isaac, are you serious?
You're really gonna take them down, huh?
Are you sure about this?
Absolutely. But it wasn't really part of my plan. I just couldn't resist the temptation. I kept seeing one word in particular, though. Back in the 1940s, and even today with the nostalgia tech. Panopticon?
Panopticon? What's that?
Your guess is as good as mine. But it was tied to almost every classified document.
You shouldn't have done that, Isaac. All you're gonna do is put a bigger target on us.
What? It can get bigger?
I'm not joking.
Neither am I, Dante. I've made up my mind.
You can't have files like that, Isaac. You're gonna get us all killed. I thought you were just here to...
A second later, all the TVs in the room turned to static. There wasn't a lot of them, but a couple lined the walls. As if following suit, our phones vibrate shortly after. I take out my phone to look.
What's going on?
I think we all just got the same notification.
Oh, it's the town square.
20 more minutes, Isaac.
Watch the report then. I should...
You don't want to see it?
I'll hear it.
He keeps typing like his life depends on it. And due to holding such a sensitive drive, maybe it does. Not just for him, but perhaps all of us as well. I turned my attention toward one of the TVs on the wall. So the leader of Argus was about to appear for the first time. And not only that, but we are on the clock. Time is running out. Just who were they? What were they going to say? My eyes are now glued to the TV, much like Isaac's are to his monitor. We all wait in anticipation as the camera cuts to a shot of the town square. The crowd is buzzing with activity. It's almost too loud. I'm sure everybody is getting out their last minute theories on what's gonna happen. I have no idea what to expect, but I also don't think it matters. Standing here in the server room with Hermes, I knew that things would go our way. And because of that, I'm certain that all of those zeros would be getting phones. Just like Chiron, they would no longer have the right of city life taken away from them. I could see a limo being escorted by several larger vehicles. That must be the leader of Argus and their security detail. The noise of the crowd almost immediately dies out. All we can hear right now is the sound of helicopters, like additional security. It makes me wonder if they were expecting violence of any kind. The camera focuses on the vehicles as they all come to a stop. Out of the larger vehicles exit a copious amount of armed guards. No one takes this as a sign of aggression, simply a statement of caution. Tensions were high, and this was the first time the leader would appear in public. After all, they open the door to the limo, and someone exits. The entire world must be watching this right now, and I can almost feel it. The collective aura of anticipation is almost as exciting as it is terrifying. They step up to the podium and lean toward a mic. Cameras start flashing at a furious pace as the leader scans the crowd. This exact moment would be forever etched into the high story books.
Greetings, citizens of Toronto, and to everybody watching around the world. Thank you. I have come here to address the tragic events that transpired last week. Our deepest condolences go out to everybody affected by these deaths. What happened was not our desire or intent. It was completely avoidable and entirely my fault.
So they are going to take responsibility.
Loyalty through fear is not how any authority should be held. When I inherited this company, I intended to earn your respect. We should work together in pursuit of the greater good. This is the goal that I both strove for and failed to achieve.
She gulps as if she's choosing her next words very carefully.
I stand here, bearing the weight of your derision, but it is a weight that I carry alone. Loyalty through fear creates the byproduct of inaction. It is this very same inaction that caused a grievous loss of life. It was clear that many of you were too scared to help out. This fear of Argus actually compounded with our own stance on the zeros. It was a recipe for disaster, but it is also a recipe for change. And that is where Hermes comes in. Right now, he is standing in our Toronto HQ. It's likely that his hand is hovering over a button.
Well, I guess everyone in the room knows that Isaac is Hermes now. But it's almost like they are too engrossed in the speech to care or even react.
This button will introduce chaos into the order that Argus maintains. However, since this order caused the loss of innocent life? I simply yield. We recently came to learn the true identity of Hermes. His tests on the system have caused the glitches that plagued us these last few weeks. In addition to that, he has also stolen a large amount of Argus drones. I believe his plan is to use these drones to cause a distraction right here. In this momentary confusion, phones will be handed to the Zeros. Phones that, using his tests, will be loaded with new, legitimate identities. This means that the crowd before me is largely made up of agents of Cypher. I have not come here to stop you, no. In fact, I have come here to welcome you. I believe that me and Hermes share the same goal. However, my parents and grandparents certainly differed in their views. Unfortunately for me, their values course through the inner workings of Argus. As progeny of the founders, I am made to suffer, much like the Zeros, for choices outside of my control. And even worse, against my will. Due to this, I now have the loss of 2 innocent lives on my conscience. This has made me realize that Hermes might be correct. Perhaps it's time to take a step back and let others step forward. To give the world to those who will change it every single day, as he said. Because of this, I must circle back to something I said earlier. Hermes is about to introduce chaos into order. So if I could speak directly to him, I'd just say, be certain you're prepared to face the consequences. Not just you, but to the entire world. This is a risky move.
She's trying to put the pressure on Isaac, make him realize the true scope of his actions.
Knowing that, will you still press the button?
After that, the most awkward silence I have ever heard overtakes the town square. I don't know what any of us expected, but it definitely wasn't that. A full surrender, taking all the responsibility. It's admirable, even if it happens to be some elaborate PR stunt. I mean, what else could she have said once the camera started rolling? All of those eyes on you with the expectation to act a certain way. Now she knows how everybody feels under Argus's rule. As if following her direction, we all look at Isaac. Would he press that button? His finger hovers above the enter key. He's clearly deciding whether or not to set his plan into motion. I can't even begin to imagine how much pressure is on his shoulders right now. The leader of Argus was right. He's about to introduce chaos into order. His intended outcome was good, but is that how it would play out? Until he followed through, I guess he would have no idea. And that must be the terrifying part. I look at my friends, and they all seem locked in fear and anticipation, especially with Clace, who looks particularly shocked. Isaac lets out a deep sigh and closes his eyes. He's muttering something to himself, as if it were a mantra. The culmination of his life's work is right within his reach. It's admirable. Then he opens his eyes and looks over at all of us. The hint of worry and doubt he wore on his face is soon replaced with a smirk. Whatever he had said to himself, it clearly provided him with resolve.
Well, so much for those watchful eyes.
He presses the button, and a second later, all the lights shut off. Even the pulsing lights on the servers turn off. It's as if they were dead. I'm immediately concerned for Taylor's well-being. But remember, he's not here.
Isaac,
Yeah,
what are you doing?
I make sure to stand still so I don't accidentally bump into anything.
I removed the shackles on the system's AI.
You what? You gave the AI more power?
That doesn't sound like a good idea to me.
It's actually a perfect idea, Chiron. It'll be overwhelmed with data and terminate itself.
So you're gonna kill the system?
Not before bringing it back. With a couple homemade mods, of course.
Too bad the TVs are off. I wanted to see what you did with the drones.
Just a few more seconds. 3, 2, 1.
As if on cue, all the lights turn back on, including the TVs. Much to our surprise, however, nothing has happened in the town square. Everyone on screen exchanges confused glances.
I didn't do anything with the drones. It was just a ploy. Even the town square was a distraction, just like I said.
Isaac, what did you do?
Hold on. It should happen in a few more seconds. This is it, everyone. The moment of truth.
Silence. Silence. More silence. But then, all of our phones go off in unison.
Yes! It worked!
We all take out our phones. There's a notification on mine that says, "Welcome to the system, Delta." It's the same notification I got when I signed up as a teenager. But this time there's some sort of file attached to the notification.
Wait, what is this?
It's the blueprint I used to get you into the system.
Why do we need this?
It's not just you.
He tilts his head toward the TV. Everybody in the town square is looking down at their phones. Isaac smirks. It's that semi-evil smirk again.
Anybody with a phone can now help out a zero, just like I did. And because of their monopoly, that's, well...
Everybody.
I'm a little shocked, actually. Isaac was operating on a global scale this entire time.
I assume most of you have a spare phone or two?
Yeah, just upgraded before Delta arrived.
Isaac starts typing at the computer again, like he's doing one last thing.
Anyone in the same situation can now give their spare phone to a zero. In fact, there's probably more spare phones lying around than we'd ever need.
I'm almost in disbelief. Turn everybody against Argus. Make them favor the zeros. Then give all of them the power to change the world. Looking back at the TV, the leader of Argus is being evacuated. I guess the town square really was the least of their problems. There's a bit of anger on their face before the camera cuts. Isaac stops typing and finally leaves the computer behind.
Wow, you really are a prodigy.
Isaac scoffs.
Nah, I just have too much time on my hands. But now, Argus isn't the only entry point into the system. I'm gonna turn Cypher into the first true competitor.
You think the world powers would allow that?
I don't think they have a choice. Once you introduce chaos into order, all you can do is find order again. And the playing field is exactly where I want it to be.
You still should have told us you were Hermes, though.
What? And ruin the real reveal?
He scoffs, and we all look at one another, as if to rob us of our victory. However, Clace looks terrified. He has his back pressed against the servers and is almost crying. None of us noticed until now.
You okay, Clace?
That was her.
What? You mean the leader?
In my vision, she...
He cuts himself off and immediately runs toward Isaac. Placing his hands on Isaac's shoulders, he shakes him as he speaks.
Isaac, we need to go, now!
I know, I was planning on it. We still have about 6 minutes.
No, not just from this building. We need to start driving and never come back.
Clace, you're starting to scare me.
I need you to listen to me for once, Isaac! We need to go right now!
He runs toward the elevator and presses the button on it. We were all leaving anyway, so we really have no choice. But I have never seen him act this way before. Did he recognize the leader of Argus? All of a sudden, I'm reminded of his diary. That figure with long hair. Was that her? The elevator opens, and we all gather up inside. Isaac places his hands on Clace's shoulders and looks him in the eye.
Clace, everything will be okay. I'll get in the car and drive, all right?
Clace nods while trembling in fear at the same time. As the elevator begins its ascent, that fear transfers to all of us. I'm starting to piece it together in my mind, but one fact is clear. This might not end as well as we thought, or at least for us. When the elevator door opens, it feels like we are entering a new world. Well, we basically are. What Isaac did? It changed almost everything. The world would be helping zeros en masse, not just Toronto. I remember them theorizing about this in the group chat. The government would have to step in and regulate the system. Argus didn't own it anymore, like they had for decades and decades. It belonged to the world now. New companies, new competitors, new innovations. I think the next few decades will bring dramatic technological advancement. If we live to see it, that is. Clay still looks terrified as we exit the elevator. I can only assume that his vision involves some sort of tragedy. And not only that, but the tragedy involved the leader of Argus. The elevator door closes behind us.
Yeah?
Wanna tell me what's going on?
It's just... That's the first time I've ever seen her.
It's the first time anyone has seen her, Clace.
No, that's not what I meant.
His shouts echo through the hallway. I have never seen him quite so bothered before.
Hey, Isaac?
What?
The tension in the air is thick.
This isn't the right floor, is it?
We look around the room and realize that he's right. Our concern for Clace must have overtaken anything else. Isaac immediately turns around and starts mashing the elevator button. It appears that we are several floors higher than we needed to be.
What happened?
Chiron looks down at his phone.
4 minutes, Isaac.
I'm trying!
If time runs out, the lobby will be full of security guards. The leader gave away our location and...
I said I'm trying!
He's mashing the button, but nothing is happening. The elevator might be coming, but it must be far away.
What about the stairs?
Not enough time. We're too high up.
What else are we supposed to do?
Just wait, it's coming!
3 more...
Before he can finish, someone shouts freeze from the end of the hallway. We turn around, greeted to the sight of a security guard holding a revolver. Our hands immediately rise up as we are all locked in fear. They take slow steps forward, aiming the gun directly at us. I guess we didn't lock all of the employees away, but even so, we were running out of time. If we survived this, there would be an army greeting us in the atrium. Breaking the tension in the room, Clay steps forward, pushing us
You
aside.
watch the TV? It's over!
The guard takes another step forward. Clay spreads out his arms like he's defending us. The others might see bravery, but I see someone almost embracing death.
Put down the gun! Take out your phone!
Another step forward.
Are you just gonna kill us?
Another.
Why? Because it's your job?
One
That
more.
doesn't sound wrong to you? killing innocent people to protect your boss? Well then go on! Do it! Kill more people in the name of Argus! Just like those two in the town square! See how well that works out for you!
The guard looks down at their sights, ready to shoot. For a second, it seems like time stands still. They could easily kill all of us. I see their finger reach for the trigger. A second later, a loud crackling noise fills the hallway. We all wince and look around frantically to assess what happened. The security guard falls to the ground, clearly knocked unconscious.
Did you miss me?
Taylor stands there, tapping a baseball bat against his shoulder. It's cracked. He definitely didn't hold back on the guard. We all run toward him and greet him with hugs and cheers. He just laughs, returning each hug as we head back to the elevator.
Isaac, you're lucky there was actually a bat in your trunk. A few seconds later, and you'd have been dead meat.
You know me. When have I ever lied to you?
Oh, trust me. The list has expanded tenfold. So what do you say? Ready to get going, Hermes?
Thanks, Taylor. I don't know how much longer I could have stalled them.
You saw me, huh?
Not at first, but yeah. I really thought they'd shoot me.
I hate to say it, but we can't celebrate just yet.
A beeping sound comes from Chiron's phone. He holds it up.
Looks like time's up.
Just as the door starts to close, something catches us off guard. A loud banging noise. It causes my ears to ring, making me panic. The panic is shared. We all look around frantically, and then I see it. The security guard wasn't fully unconscious. As the door closed, they took the opportunity to fire off one shot. Isaac immediately stumbles against the wall, clutching his shoulder. He looks down in disbelief as blood trickles through his fingers. Then he starts sliding down the wall, falling to the floor.
Isaac! Here, help me get him up.
Dante and Clace immediately reach down for Isaac. They help guide him to his feet, wrapping one of his arms around each of them. He seems a bit delirious, but he's not passed out, and it did seem like a fatal shot.
We need to go. What do we do? That lobby is going to be full of security.
We have to try talking ourselves out of this.
There's no way.
Remember what Isaac promised. Get in the car and drive far away from here.
We need to get Isaac to a hospital. Besides, you haven't even explained why you're freaking out.
Please.
Trust in Dante. Get to the car and drive.
Isaac runs in pain as the elevator begins its descent to the lobby.
But where? You need medical attention.
There's a first aid kit in his trunk. We can use that and just run for it.
We can go to my colony. I'll show you the way.
We'll never be able to pass the walls. We can.
Huh?
My car. It's how I went as Hermes.
Isaac shrugs away Dante's arm, letting Clay slowly prop him up. Grabbing Dante's hand, he guides it to the wound and applies pressure.
Don't worry about me. Just get to safety.
I think this is it, Isaac. There's no way we can fight our way out of that lobby.
No, but we can talk our way out of it, like I said. It's really the only option we have.
How?
Wait a minute.
Dante reaches into Isaac's pocket and pulls out that drive.
This is how. A bargaining chip.
What's that?
It's...
Before Dante can start, the elevator comes to a sudden stop. This time we have arrived at the lobby level for sure. Whatever created us, it seemed like the odds were not in our favor. Talk our way out of this, get Isaac patched up, and escape to Chiron's colony. How does that saying go again? Oh, right. Out of the frying pan. As soon as the door opens, we make our way to the lobby. However, the sight we are greeted to is far from pleasant. In fact, it makes me feel the exact opposite of how I felt when I was here before. At first, I was stunned by the beauty, the potential grace and majesty of Argus. But now, all I see is Argus flaunting their strength against people simply fighting for their ideals. Dozens of armed guards line the lobby, holding up rifles at us as we exit the elevator. They tell us to raise our hands, so we comply. Compliance through fear. That's just what the leader of Argus wanted to avoid. Yet here we stand, our lives in the hands of those we came to directly oppose. I look at Clace, who continues to hold up Isaac. It's clear that the wound wasn't fatal, and he would be just fine with some treatment. All we had to do was talk ourselves out of this. It seemed like Dante was up to bat.
I'm going to take a few steps forward. Please don't be alarmed.
Dante is trembling in fear as he takes those few steps. The light shining down from the sunroof strikes the drive in his hands. It almost exaggerates it, suddenly grabbing the attention of the guards.
We anticipated a greeting like this, so please, hear me out before you make a decision.
He gulps, the lasers from the guns focus solely upon him. From the sky, we can hear a chopper. It looks to be one from one of the news stations. They have a camera pointed down through the sunroof, filming the entire ordeal. That must mean we are being broadcast live around the world. Now, everybody would know who we were. That's terrifying. Dante seems to realize he can use this against the guard.
You see what I'm holding in my hand? This is a drive full of Argus's most classified documents.
The guards immediately change their stance like they are ready to fire.
Wait! If you kill us, you can retrieve the drive, sure. But this isn't the only copy, so listen close. We sent copies of these files to several Cypher computers. If any of us die, our team has the approval to leak them.
Clearly a bluff, but the guards lower their stance.
So if you shoot, every secret you tried to cover up will come to light. And not only that, but you'll murder us in front of the entire world.
Dante tilts his head up, reminding them of the helicopter's presence.
A world that you already know has turned against Argus. How do you think they'll greet you when you go back outside?
I look behind the guards and notice a large gathering in front of the building. The people must have rushed here after the leader fled the town square. And to make it even better, I can hear them cheering on Hermes.
Put down your guns and let us leave. I've seen some of these files. It's not worth it.
Dante takes another step forward.
Whatever you think you're doing, whoever you think you're serving, it's not right. Didn't you hear what your leader said? You can't hold authority through fear.
Another step forward.
Although, your job is to enforce Argus's rule. Are you scared of losing points? Is that it? Insubordination. Always looking to pass the dirty work down a few levels. Well, if it's points you're after, go ahead and shoot. But just know that everybody is watching. It won't matter what your score is anymore. We can all hold each other accountable now. Argus isn't the only path forward. It never was. We've given power to the people. You can either be with us or against us.
He holds out the drive.
So I'll ask you again. Please, lower your weapons. Don't cling to the remnants of her power. Because Argus will be held accountable for everything they've done. And your actions will decide whether you go down with them or rise with us.
His final words echo through the atrium. Wow, talk about a rousing speech. He did always have a way with words, though. I can sense the hesitation in the guards. the sheer apprehension. They are just waiting to see who acts first. The rest would probably follow suit.
Dante, don't worry, I got this.
He turns his attention back toward the guards.
Don't make me ask again. We can go outside and greet the new world as allies.
The next few moments feel like an eternity. I can feel my heart beat faster and stronger than ever before. And I know that my friends all feel the exact same way, unified in our fear that these may be our last moments alive. But like we always said, if we went down, we would go down together. That's what really mattered, that we had each other's backs until the end. But then, one guard lowers their weapon, then another, and another. Soon enough, our hostile greeting has reached its end. The guards move aside, giving us the freedom to exit the building.
You did it! I'm a bit surprised myself.
Clace and Isaac step forward.
Let's get to the car. We've got to go to that colony.
Right.
We start taking slow, cautious steps toward the exit. The crowd outside is still cheering out Hermes' name. A lot of them must be zeros from the town square.
I think you have a bit of a welcoming party, Isaac.
Isaac simply smirks as we leave the building. The crowd goes silent upon seeing our group. It's almost eerie. I know that most of those people are zeros and agents of Cypher. Isaac waves at them as if to signal that he's Hermes. They are seeing their leader and champion for the first time. After all, the rigorous cheering is now met with happy smiles and knowing nods. I am reminded of the night we left the club and Dante dropped that booze. Everyone stayed far away from us, scared to approach and interact with a zero. But now they are all together in unity. It's impossible to tell who belongs to what group. Well, I guess there weren't groups anymore. That was the point of all this. The crowd moves aside, giving us a clear path to Isaac's car. At least it appeared to be a clear path. Standing there, staring right at me, is that child. They smile at me, and I do the same in return, just like before. It's almost like they knew I was special right from the beginning. Despite the circumstances, I don't see any hint of grief on their face. They stand, surrounded by city folk and zeros, and the new world their parents fought for. A new world that, even though it may be hard to believe, was created by us. Our victory ensured that the deaths of their parents weren't in vain, and I could see from the look on their face that they understand this. An understanding conveyed without words, just like our entire bond thus far. The child realizes they were staring and shakes their head with embarrassment. Then they run off to the side, fully opening the path to the car. We can't waste any more time, so we start to rush inside. Taylor opens the trunk and puts the bat back inside. I can see him retrieve a first aid kit and a bottle of booze. Dante gets in the driver's seat and Chiron the passenger seat. A moment later, we are off. Myself, Taylor, and Clace are left to patch Isaac up in the back. I guess our destination was Chiron's colony, an escape from Toronto.
You good to lead the way?
Yeah, let's go.
As we drive down the highway, I recognized some of these sights. We passed these places when Isaac picked me up from the airport. That almost feels like a lifetime ago, though. How different things were.
You doing good back there, Isaac?
Yeah.
Here, you gotta take off that shirt and jacket.
We all guide him out of his clothing and get a better look at the wound. The highway makes things a bit shaky, but I think we will be fine.
Do we take it out?
No, too risky. We'll have to patch him up and leave it inside. Risky how? We could do more damage and infect it. Best bet is to close it up and stop the bleeding. So we have to stitch him up in a moving vehicle. You do, Taylor. Call it even for ditching us. Fine.
He grabbed the bottle of booze resting beside him.
Here, Isaac, use this.
Isaac opens up the bottle and takes a massive swig.
No, I meant pour it on the wound.
Oh.
Isaac turns the bottle upside down, pouring several shots worth on his body.
Oh, that is nowhere near as fun.
Is that even gonna work?
It might. I saw it in a movie. Here, let's get that kid open.
Clace grabs Isaac's shirt and holds it over the wound.
So just stitch it up and dress it. Should be easy enough. You might want to look away.
Isaac taps my arm and holds up his hand. I grab it and squeeze tight. This was definitely gonna hurt.
Please, talk to me.
Huh?
Oh, good idea. Keep his mind occupied.
You gotta tell us why we're doing this, man. Isaac told us to trust you, but why?
The grip on my hand tightens as Taylor starts to stitch him up. I try not to look. It wouldn't be a pretty sight after all.
It was the leader of Argus. I recognized her.
You're from where?
Your vision, right?
Yeah.
The one you took all the music from?
Well, that was just a benefit. What actually happens in my vision is, well, I'm backstage, alone, and this woman comes up to me and... well, she...
You mean...
yeah,
By the leader of Argus?
it looks that way.
Isaac, you have got to destroy that drive. If you don't, she'll come after us.
But
Isaac, seriously!
Can you please stop bickering over there? I'm only performing surgery right now.
That seems to be enough for Dante to stop. Since I read Clace's diary, however, I understand this even more. In his vision, he's killed by the leader of Argus. That's unbelievable. And not only that, but he had a business card for the Vision Protection Program. He must have thought that the program could help him escape his fate. But when the entire corporation was run by his killer, well, I guess it felt like there was nowhere to hide, except maybe a zero colony. I can't even imagine what he's feeling right now. The only program that could help him was owned by her. Almost explains why he was so willing to take a bullet for all of us. He clearly thinks that there's no way to avoid his death now. If anyone wanted revenge against us, it would definitely be her. Isaac's grip tightens on my hand again before I finally let it
There
go.
we go. Now let's get him in a new shirt and bandage him up.
There's one in my messenger bag. Just be careful, it's one of my favorites.
We help Isaac get into a new shirt and then Taylor wraps him up. He both looks and sounds a lot better than mere minutes ago. Grabbing the bottle of whiskey, he takes another large swig.
I earned this.
You sure did.
We all sit back and let out a collective sigh of relief. Isaac would be fine. We would just have to monitor
So
him.
let's get back to this leader thing.
She wants revenge or something.
It doesn't seem like it. In fact, she seems sad while she's doing it.
It's gotta have something to do with that drive. Especially since you mirrored the files to a bunch of other servers.
Oh, that was a bluff.
Taylor seems shocked.
Bluff saved our lives.
Yeah, had to take a page out of Isaac's playbook. He did a good job in that final standoff with the Thorns. Well, except for the dagger part, still don't agree with that one.
We just need to destroy that drive then. They'd have no reason to come after us anymore. especially now that the entire world knows our faces.
He seems proud as he says that, like the exposure would help his
That's a
career.
lot of info to throw away, though. I mean, every secret we've ever wanted to know?
It's not worth it.
Right.
Seems to be the note that this conversation ends on. We clearly had to get to safety and destroy the drive. Doing so, it seemed, would prevent Clace's vision. But now, almost everything about Clace made perfect sense. All the booze, the tranquilizers, and gummies he started to consume. He was using drugs to try and suppress his horrible vision. And I actually can't blame him. Being forced to live your death almost every day, I would seek almost any form of relief within my grasp. Even. No, I don't want to think about that. We could protect him and make sure it doesn't happen. Of course, he would still have to live it almost every single day. I start to panic just from the thought of it. I grab Isaac's hand and he squeezes it as if trying to console me.
Extreme elements.
I
Set.
nod.
Stay
Clearly a
moist,
Take
my
a
lie.
friend.
left up here and
Hydrate.
keep going straight. Do we have to do anything special to pass the wall, Isaac?
No, just go straight on through.
You modded your car to do that?
No, it's just old.
We sit in silence for the rest of the way, letting Isaac rest and relax. Beforehand, going to a colony meant that you could never return. But now things have changed. I think we would be allowed to go home. So the goal was clear. Weed out any trouble and destroy the drive. Hopefully I could talk to my friends a little bit and hear how they are feeling. The raid on Arcus HQ shook us all up. Everyone is just acting fine. A little while later, the car comes to a complete stop. The sun has set, and I have no idea where we are.
Let me get out first. I'll start a fire. You're probably not used to this kind of cold.
All right. We'll wait until we see it.
And wait, we did. As we exit the car, we take a collective breath of fresh air. For some reason, it's the freshest air I've ever experienced in my life. As we start walking, the fire and warmth is our immediate destination. It feels like the danger has finally dissipated and we are actually safe. Honestly, that was a long drive, so I'm glad that we are finally here. Good thing Isaac's car let us pass the wall like that. An even better thing that Chiron got the fire ready.
Wow, this place is beautiful.
That's what I thought when I saw the city for the first time.
You know what they say. Normal for you can be life-changing for someone else.
Life-changing, yeah. That's a good way to put it.
Do you think we were followed?
Definitely not. I would have noticed.
Weren't you busy being in pain?
Only slightly. Trust me, though. I know how to tell if I'm being followed. Came with being Hermes and hiding from Argus.
How much hiding did you do exactly?
Oh man, you should have seen this story from my perspective. So many close calls. It was basically like a movie.
I'm so glad you waited until now to tell us that.
I'm still getting over what happened in the atrium. Can't believe I talked them down like that.
Just like I told you, Dante. You could change the world with your words. And by saving me, I think you might have done just that. I was terrified, but I knew I could trust you.
Thanks, man.
And, Taylor, we need to talk.
What did I do now?
I told you that you'd be thankful for this car one day. Might not hurt to have a little more faith next time.
He starts to laugh, but quickly winces in pain.
Funny. But save the wisecracks for later. You gotta rest up and get better.
Fine. What should we do next, then?
I wouldn't mind taking a look around. I've always wondered what the colonies were like.
Go for it.
Taylor nods and starts looking around. The rest of us stick by Chiron, who continues to tend to the fire. Got to say, he definitely knew what he was doing. The warmth is appreciated. We all sit down, finding solace in the peace of where we are.
Isaac, we've got to talk about that drive.
I know.
We need to destroy it. Otherwise, we'll all be in danger.
Yeah, that's part of why I got this fire ready.
You want me to burn it?
That's the idea. You heard Clace's vision, Isaac. Right now, he's not in harm's way. We won.
Yeah, that's true. Isaac, if you keep that thing, you might just make his vision come true. And not just him, but I think we'd all be in danger. We hurt Argus. We don't need to anger them more.
Just let me think.
You know, I'm pretty tempted to see what's on the drive.
Seriously?
Yeah, same. But the stakes are too high.
I guess that's where we differ.
Huh?
You know, I totally thought I'd die today. I had no guarantee that I could make my vision a reality, so I accepted my death a long time ago. If I could leak these secrets, my life might be worth it.
I'm on the fence too.
Isn't it enough to destroy Argus's monopoly? Look at how bright the future is right now. Those secrets could just cause more chaos. You have no idea what you'd be unleashing.
I guess. Like I said, just let me think. Are you okay with giving me some time?
Sure. Not like we've got anywhere else to go. I'm gonna make like Taylor and take a look around.
As soon as Dante finishes speaking, we all stand up except for Isaac. I guess we would have some time to waste while Isaac made up his mind. But I know that he would make the right choice, so I'm not too worried. My eyes are directed toward Taylor, who's walking around some nearby trees. As much as I want to check out the cabin, I feel the need to talk to him. I'm still confused by what happened and what went through his mind. Why ditch us only to return and save the day? With that question in mind, I slowly approach him.
Hey there, Delta.
He smiles, almost like he's completely unfazed. We almost died a couple of times, and he ditched us.
Oh, did you come for an apology? That's fair, but I think I gave a pretty good one in the car.
He tilts his head back to where Isaac was sitting. That's true. He did stitch up Isaac while we drove here.
Also, don't forget how I saved you with the bat. Part of me was driven by guilt. To make it up to you, you know?
I nod.
I guess I'm just curious if you accept my apology. I was kind of selfish and stupid. But it felt right. I was torn between two worlds. Do I join Cypher and potentially die? Or do I sit back and continue my life as a streamer? In the moment, it felt like my choice was obvious. But guilt usually waits until after we do the stupid thing. That's really all I have to say, though. It was stupid. Stupid enough that I won't blame you if you hate me. But part of me wants to think I made it up to you.
Taylor, you know I could never stay mad at you.
And I promise never to take advantage of that. Thanks for working with me here. I was kind of worried.
He smiles.
Just know that I promise to never do it again. I was actually scared that I made my vision come to pass. Argus could take me in, lock me up, and leave me in the dark. I mean, I guess they still could, given what we did. But the entire world saw our faces, so it'd be difficult. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're celebrities now.
I don't correct him because the thought seems kind of nice.
If we disappeared, I feel like people would notice. They're probably waiting for Hermes to make a victory speech. I bet that we can march right back into Toronto and bathe in applause. There is the matter of that drive, though. And Clace's vision to top it all off. What do you think Isaac should do? I mean, I'm part of camp, please destroy the thing.
I think Isaac should destroy it to keep us all safe.
Yeah, totally. I think his work is done. There's no need to go this far. It was about giving the Zeros freedom, not toppling corporations. I guess we just have to wait and see what he does. It's definitely a weight on my shoulders, though. Not really a fan of carrying other people's burdens. But for Isaac and all of you, I'd do almost anything. I don't know why, but I feel so drawn toward all of you. Maybe we really can stick to that pact we made.
Taylor holds out his hand.
Until the end?
Until the end. I grab his hand and shake it. He pulls me in close until we are almost face to face. Leaning in, he talks directly into my ear.
I used to think that fighting fate was futile. Until I fell for you, that is. You've really changed my life.
He pulls back and looks directly into my eyes.
I value our relationship, Delta. And I'd like to continue seeing each other. After all this stuff blows over, I can imagine no shortage of fun.
I nod. It was my choice to pursue things with him, after all. Yeah, let's continue seeing each other. He places one hand on my face and leans in for a kiss. I press my lips against his and let some of my stress melt away. It feels like this was the moment we sealed the deal. We are together now, me and Taylor. He pulls back from the kiss, blushing at me.
I wish we could do that forever. You're something special, Delta. You really are. Can't believe you ended up with all of us either. Really excited for whatever tomorrow brings. One big family. Just like I said. Remember? Can't wait to have you on my stream sometime. Something tells me that business will be booming. The world is definitely waiting to see our faces again. Oh, and Isaac, too. I could have an exclusive interview with Hermes. We can even use my following to spread his message.
Trying to flip this around and help out his car ear. How very Taylor of him. But I can tell he's fine if he's already excited about going back home. I think it would be better to chat with the others. They seem more shaken up.
Go on. I won't be offended if you leave. Speaking of Isaac, though, I just saw him go into that cabin. If you talk to him, see if he'd be down to guest on my stream.
Isn't that Taylor's job? Either way, I nod and leave Taylor to his own devices. I definitely need to have a chat with Isaac. How was he feeling right now? Taylor said he went into one of the cabins, so I follow suit. I wonder how it feels knowing you changed the world forever. When I enter the cabin, Isaac has his back facing toward me. He's staring down into a fireplace, holding that bottle of whiskey. One hand, with an open palm, braces himself against the wall.
Delta?
He turns to face me, wobbling slightly, not sure if it's from the pain or the alcohol.
Hey, it helps with the pain. If you can give me another option, I'll take it.
He places the bottle down on a nearby table, smiling at me. It's clear that he doesn't just mean physical pain, given everything that happened. Being shot and held at gunpoint by Argus was sure to leave an impact on anybody, even Hermes.
Guess we're just passing time until the morning, huh? Then we'll head back into the city and see what happened.
I notice he's intentionally glossing over the drive. It's fair, though. He clearly has a lot going on in his mind.
What did happen, though? We lost all reception at the city limits.
He points up to the sky.
If you listen close, you can hear the helicopters. Far away, sure, but they're still up in the air. You know what that means?
I shake my head.
They're not looking for us. They had eyes on us since the moment we left that building. If they wanted to chase us, they'd know exactly where we are. They seem more interested in what's going on inside the city. And that thought is both terrifying and exciting. What do you think is happening?
Probably hooking up all the zeros with phones. A historic moment.
Oh, you're right. I bet the world is watching it all go down. Can you imagine coming together to witness the creation of unity? I think I did something really special, Delta. It opened a lot of doors. Part of me can sympathize with the leader of Argus, though. Stuck between red tape and ideals from past generations. We're all tangled up in webs far greater than we realize. Of course, all that sympathy disappears when I think of Clace. I believe his vision. I wish I didn't, but I don't really have a choice. What we did, or what we do next,
said,
could determine our
Cheap
fate.
viewers stream.org remove the space IX mxn.
I just hope it all ends well. When we get back home, we'll have a lot to catch up on. I hate not having reception. I feel so vulnerable.
Makes sense to me.
Well, nothing wrong with being vulnerable. Thanks for coming to see me, by the way. Anything you wanted to talk about? I mean, we just went through a lot. You holding up all right?
I'm curious about your vision.
Oh, right. Well, I'm pretty sure you could already figure it out. I mean, you've already lived through most of it.
He smirks at me.
I seem to be in some type of leadership position. They say I was a bridge between worlds and a guide to the people. That's actually how I came up with the Hermes codename. I'm part of a group named Cypher, some sort of competitor to Argus, their first true rival. We forced innovation and change, created competition. That seemed to be enough to get the world out of its rut. I mean, say what you want, but things have been pretty stale. Argus made everybody scared of change. I never stopped believing that. But their reign was never going to be permanent anyways. It was only a matter of time until somebody had a vision like mine. Because of it, I was able to think outside the box and use my skills. You want to know something stupid? Argus always thought they were too big to fail, that nobody would take them down. The chaos would be too much. But because of that, they were arrogant and easy to hack. Too big to fail often goes hand in hand with being easy to topple. They just don't expect anybody to do something so reckless. But that's how things have been all throughout history. Sitting on your throne, proud of your rule, until you're stabbed in the back. Because at that point, the change could only come from within. It's a lot to take in, Delta. It really is. Sometimes I wonder if I'm just destined to be alone. Even if I destroy the drive, I can't guarantee that you won't resent me. I dragged all of you into danger. I lied. I cheated the system. But I did it all in the name of your safety and a better future. The fact that I had to deceive you, it's almost too much to bear. My only consolation is the fact that we won. I hope that the days ahead are enough to pay you back. It doesn't feel like we're under their thumb anymore. We're free. I mean, just look around. We're on a colony, Delta. And we can go back to Toronto, too. We might be the first people in the world with that right. Just like Chiron was the first zero to bridge the gap. Real trendsetters. Feels pretty good, huh?
He sighs.
First in all of history. But someone had to do it, right? Argus was running on borrowed time. Almost literally.
I nod and decide to shift the topic back to Chiron. Did Chiron ever ask you about his parents?
No. Why? Did he want to?
Yeah, he wanted to know why they defected, who they were.
Fair enough. I'd be curious too. But he never asked me, which is a little odd.
He eyes the bottle of whiskey, but decides not to take more.
You wanna know something weird?
When we met Chiron on the street, I recognized him.
You met him before?
No, not really. He just looked eerily familiar. Like the spitting image of someone my dad used to work with. I looked into it, and sure enough, it checked out. He defected with his wife, but that's where the info stops. I'm pretty sure they conceived Chiron on the colony, or whatever they used to call him back when he lived there. I just know that Chiron was his father's name. And so, I decided to pass it down to his son.
That's amazing.
Is it? It doesn't really change anything. As far as I'm concerned, it's just coincidence.
Simple serendipity, right?
Exactly. But I can't stop myself from connecting dots. I mean, they defected, like they were running away. A little while after, my dad was killed in that invasion. Were they working against Argus like we are? It's fun to think about, isn't it? Their kids finishing the job? But I'm sure it's just my imagination seeing things in the dark. After all, we're the ones who create the constellations. At the end of the day, they're just stars. We find things where we want to.
I guess it was true. This fact doesn't really change anything. We would have ended up helping whichever zero we came across that day. It's almost like that exact moment tied them to us for the long haul. I do find it a bit interesting, though. Isaac implied that Argus might have killed his father. I would disregard it, but Place's vision means assassination might be in their repertoire.
I'm gonna go back outside and mingle with the others. Clearing the air like this with everybody is a big help. Glad that you were one of the first, Delta. I really am. If we can make it through this, we can make it through anything. I'm looking forward to our future, you know? As a couple. After this, I think we can start focusing on the fun things.
He holds out his hands, and I accept the
Bet
invitation.
I look pretty cool right now, huh?
He smirks and tilts his head toward the wound on his shoulder.
A man who stood against the world and won. But even then, I'm still more proud of our bond. Like I said, it'll always be my greatest achievement. Changing the world? I just wanted us to be happy. Now, tomorrow is nothing but a blank slate for us.
I lean in for a kiss, and our lips soon lock. The only witness to our passion is the dancing of the flames. When he pulls back, I can see the reflection of the fire in his eyes. It's enough to lure me back in for another kiss. Then another, and another. He pushes me back against the wall as it continues. I can feel the warmth of the flames heat up my lower body. Or maybe it wasn't the flames. Isaac starts to tug at my belt, but the cabin door immediately opens. Dante walks in, immediately both shocked and embarrassed.
Excuse me.
Isaac lets go of my belt, and we both turn to face Dante.
Don't worry, you're excused. Just, make sure to knock next time.
Right, of course. Didn't mean to intrude. I was here for Delta.
Well, I'll give you some privacy. We just finished talking anyway.
You sure you don't need some more time?
Isaac smiles, stepping forward.
We have all the time in the world, Dante.
Yeah, I suppose we do.
Catch you by the fire then, Delta?
I smile and nod. Dante immediately closes the door after Isaac leaves. But not only that, he locks it too. Perhaps Isaac should have considered that. Well, at least we have privacy for whatever he wanted to talk about now.
Hold on a sec.
He takes determined steps forward and grabs the bottle of whiskey. One large swig later, he turns to face me with a look of sorrow in his eyes.
I did it, Delta.
Did what?
In the server room, I found a computer. Isaac's mod gave my phone some high-level access. I looked into my family, Delta. I really did it.
That's great.
No, it's not.
His shout echoes through the cabin. He takes a step back like he regrets raising his voice.
Sorry, I didn't mean to shout. It's just, I wish I didn't do it. Has that ever happened to you, Delta? Sought out information only for it to hurt you?
Of course, sometimes we even know it will hurt beforehand.
Yeah, you're right. I kind of thought it might hurt, but it's also better than not knowing, maybe. I mean, otherwise I'd always wonder what if. And that's basically the same thing as regret.
He scoffs.
Ironic, but I'm full of regret either way, huh? Regretful of the knowledge I'd regret not knowing. There's gotta be something poetic about that.
I shrug. I'm just curious what he found out. He places the whiskey back down, but I can tell he was tempted to have more.
Well, I didn't even know where to start. I figured I'd just look them up and find an address.
There's a long pause before he continues.
It's just...
He almost breaks down in front of me as his eyes glisten. I know he's holding back, but I can hear the sheer sorrow in his voice.
They're gone, Delta. Just gone.
Gone.
The last entry in their file was some kind of incident report. It mentioned something about a gas leak in the house.
Oh.
It was only a few years after I ran away. I don't know how to feel. I'm just so confused.
He's shaking. I simply step forward and wrap my arms around him.
What is my vision, then? We're happy. We're a family. My brother seems so proud when he looks at me, like everything is fine, and I'm worth looking up to. And the hate between me and my parents is long gone. This vision is what I've based all my decisions around. And what? It's a lie?
I continue holding him and just let him vent.
If I knew this was going to happen, I would have stayed. I would have fixed things and spent more time with them.
But then you wouldn't be who you are today.
You're right. I know you're right. And it sucks. I like that version of me in the vision, though. I feel so complete. Like I can tell I'm missing something in reality.
You have a family in all of us, Dante. I can tell he's starting to calm down.
Yeah. And if I stayed, I guess I wouldn't be here right now. But maybe they wouldn't have had another kid. He didn't deserve what happened to him. I think that's the part that hurts the most, Delta. I really would have liked to meet him.
He sniffles.
Everyone is out there celebrating victory and a new tomorrow, but the tomorrow I've discovered leaves me feeling hollow.
You should be thankful for your vision, Dante.
Huh?
Remember what we talked about on the way to the club?
Vaguely?
Visions are indistinguishable from reality.
Yeah.
You'll get to spend time with your family almost every day. He sniffles some more, but I can tell the tears have subsided.
You know, I usually pride myself on my level head. This just really shook me up, you know?
He wraps his arms around me and hugs me back.
But I know that you're right.
They will comfort you every day until your last.
I have a feeling you will, too. Together until the end, remember?
Of course, until the end.
Thanks.
He shakes his head like he's shrugging off the sadness. A moment later, our tight embrace is broken.
Sorry again for raising my voice. It just wasn't easy learning what I did.
I don't blame you. Grief can consume us.
It definitely can.
He rubs the back of his head.
You know, I guess my vision was a good one, after all. Not many people get to spend time with lost loved ones. I'm looking forward to the next time it happens now. I can just picture their smiles, the taste of the food. It's a perfect moment. Frozen in time for us to enjoy. And nobody can take that away from me. Our love as a family prevails, even over death. Isn't that the most beautiful thing you ever heard?
I nod, enjoying the reversal of his mood. Sometimes all it takes is a little creative thinking. He's clearly still grieving, but this new train of thought will help him.
Speaking of beautiful things,
He gulps as he looks in my eyes with the slightest hint of shyness.
remember how I wanted to start seizing the moment?
He places his hands in mine.
There's this scene in one of my books. It's two lovers in a cabin, just like this one.
He blushes brightly.
It's where they share their first kiss. I thought it'd be cool if...
He cuts himself off while stumbling on his words.
I mean, I think it's the perfect place for...
I cut off his words by going in for a kiss. He lets out a soft moan and raises one of his hands to my face. Softly stroking my cheek, he presses himself more into the kiss. Our first kiss. It lasts for what feels like forever. But then Dante slowly pulls back.
You know, I had a whole speech rehearsed.
It seems like you needed some help.
Me? Never.
He smirks.
Good to know we were on the same wavelength, though. I knew you'd be special since the day I met you. Though it's hard to believe we only met a few weeks ago. So much has happened, it's hard to comprehend.
And so much has yet to happen, too.
Yeah. And for me, my Komorebi will no longer dictate how I feel. It's odd how something named after the light could leave us feeling so lost in the dark. But even in the darkness, you can always find light. I guess you just have to know where to look.
As he speaks those words, he looks right into my eyes.
Anyway, you ready to call it?
I nod as he heads toward the locked door. As soon as he opens it, the frigid air rushes into the cabin.
I'll be waiting by the fire. I think we're just waiting for Isaac to make a decision, but I know that guy better than almost anyone else. And I just want you to know that we're gonna be fine. Isaac is gonna burn that drive to keep us all safe. And if he doesn't, I might just put up a fight about it.
With a smile, he leaves the building. I follow suit soon after and close the door behind me. It shuts with a loud banging noise that echoes through the night. Oops. As soon as I exit, I notice that Chiron is looking directly at me. He waves me over, and I see no reason not to oblige. He's standing by some trees. I must have disrupted
Hey,
him.
Delta, how are things going?
Better now that I'm out here with you.
You can never turn off that charm, huh? Even in situations like this. Isaac is the same, you know. That's part of why I admire both of you so much. But I guess I'm being a little biased. You know, the whole first in all of history thing? Isaac changed my life, so I owe him almost everything. Guess I'm lucky he's the good guy, huh? Wouldn't want to be in debt to someone evil. But at the end of the day, I guess it's all subjective. Like, I'm sure Argus views Isaac as evil, so I guess it just depends on where you stand. The majority has spoken, though, and they share my views. Gotta appreciate some validation now and again, right?
Right. I'm glad that the people side with Cypher.
And I'm glad that Isaac survived that gunshot. I mean, can we talk about that? He literally got shot. It feels like my ears are still ringing. It's unbelievable. I don't know what that guard stood to gain, though. Must have just been revenge against Taylor. Nobody likes being the victim of a sneak attack after all, but wow. If Taylor were a second later, we could all be dead.
He definitely made it up to us for ditching.
In the best possible way, yeah. Anyway, enough about that. I'm curious what you think about the colony. I was born and raised here after all. Does it look like you thought it would?
Maybe we could settle down here after this.
Don't get too far ahead of me, Delta. I think I'm gonna stay in the city for a while. Not as much green, like I said, but I can deal. Crossing that wall changed my life for the better. Until just a few weeks ago, I felt like life was on autopilot. Just going through the motions, routine after routine. Everything you take for granted is just amazing to me. It's a city full of opportunity, and I aim to take advantage of that. That is, if everything ends well. But all signs are pointing to yes. I mean, there's no way Isaac will keep that drive. He'd be better off going back to that HQ and letting them shoot us. It'd get things done a lot quicker, and with a lot less paranoia. Ugh, sorry for being grim. But you know what I mean. I'd rather not have a target on my back for the rest of my life, especially after what we learned about Clace's vision. Maybe the leader holds a grudge? Good thing they might not have a monopoly anymore. They could probably kill us remotely with how much they control. We should ask Clace if we're allowed to tour with him. At least he has security, and he's always flying from place to place. After seeing Toronto, I kind of want to see what else is out there. I mean, we're celebrities too now, right? I mean, they had cameras on us during that final standoff. It was a pretty historic moment, so I bet everyone knows our faces. Well, even if they don't, I know people from my colony do. That gathering outside was a big mix of Zeros and city folk. I locked eyes with a few of them, and without a word, they understood. They knew why I was never in the town square. They knew that I became a champion for all of them, and most importantly, they knew that the worst was over.
He places his hand on the tree and
I just wish that he
sighs.
could have been there, you know?
He looks up to the top of the tree.
This is one of the trees we used to climb. Well, when we wanted to take it easy. It's pretty beginner. The deeper you go into the forest, the taller they get. That's where I'd watch the city and dream of experiencing it. It's like I got everything I always wanted, except for him. And that's the lame part. I'm not sad or anything, though. I know he'd be happy that I moved on and lived my life. Not only that, but we saved Zeros from being stuck on the colonies, so the stuff that happened to him won't happen anymore. And especially the stuff that happened to the town square. In my mind, those Zeros deserve a monument, ASAP.
Yeah, that moment is forever etched into my mind.
It feels weird to witness a historic moment, doesn't it? We're all gonna remember where we were when it happened. Everything felt different before that. It's hard to explain.
It's
Anyway,
like a new era.
glad we can share it together. Mind if I have some time to myself, Delta? I'm just gonna reminisce for a little bit.
I nod and he looks back at the tree. Come to think of it, I could use some time to myself too. I make my way back to the cabin, thinking about almost everything. I'm surprised Chiron didn't mention anything about his parents. Maybe he thinks he missed his chance to talk to Isaac about it. If there were a time and a place, it would have been in the HQ. However, Isaac knows a lot more than he's been letting on. I was tempted to bring it up to Chiron, but it wasn't my place. That was Isaac's job now, whenever he felt ready. But it's a delicate subject. Chiron hates his parents. No idea how he would react to knowing he was named after the guy. It just makes me realize that there's still a long road ahead. So this wasn't the end. It was a new beginning. With that pleasant thought lingering in my head, I enter the cabin. My first instinct is to imbibe the whiskey that everyone's been sharing, but I feel like I need a clear head to process everything that's been going on. I would describe the aura of our group as a mix of denial and optimism. We didn't really know what was happening back in Toronto. We could only guess, but everyone's deductions were logical. We would be safer if that drive was destroyed. I wonder what kind of secrets Argus was hiding. Something called Panopticon. If I had any reception, I would search it up, but there's none to be found. Life without a working phone seems terrible. I feel so vulnerable. A second later, the door opens.
Hey, Delta. Thought I'd come see what's up.
Just trying to process everything. It's a
A
lot.
lot is probably an understatement. I'm sorry for panicking back at the HQ, by the way.
I would say that was definitely panic-worthy.
Yeah, that's what everyone keeps saying. I didn't know what to expect from today, but it wasn't that. Until today, she only existed inside of my vision. The leader of Argus, though? Wow. Guess it makes sense that I never saw her then. No one else did either. At least until today.
Are you holding up all right?
I mean, that's kind of a big question. Because of my vision, I'm never really alright. I'm always just waiting until the next time it happens. They gave me some pills, though, and I make sure to take them. They're supposed to calm me down and stop me from dreaming.
Oh, that's right. My counselor said that visions are basically dreams. I suppose if you could suppress those, then things would be alright. But I have a feeling he's developed a dependency on those pills. I have a sudden flashback to our time at the Triple R. Those gummies he had gave him a dreamless sleep, as he put it. Perhaps there were better alternatives than those
It can
pills.
get really hard sometimes, you know? The vision could come at almost any time. But my old manager gave me this scarf when I told him about it. Sometimes when it happens, I grab at my neck in real life. I can never pull the rope off my neck in the vision. But when I tug on the scarf, and it comes loose, sometimes the vision ends. I guess it's a way of tricking my body to snap back. It doesn't always work, but it tends to come in handy.
Come to think of it, I have seen him playing with his scarf a lot. Has he had his vision right in front of us and we didn't even know?
Hey, I have a question.
Of course, you can ask me anything.
Well, the vision makes it really hard to live a normal life. There are days where it can get really, really rough. And on days like that, I just wish it would happen already. Does that make me a bad person?
No, I'm not sure that I could handle it either.
A lot of people can't. I tried looking for a support group before, but my label wouldn't let me go. People would gossip or something. Anyway, I hope things make a bit more sense to you. Lay up my dosage before letting me take this break. Something about wanting to avoid a public incident.
Yeah, I understand a lot more now.
I just miss my old manager. I know he would have fought for me, but since I'm all alone, I usually just do what they say. We know what's best for you is their most common excuse. I know they just want to make money off of me. At least my old manager had heart. That's the one thing you need in a business like this. In a sea full of greed, kindness really stands out. Did I ever tell you how I met him?
No, just that he passed away.
Oh. Well, he approached me after that talent show. Wanted to organize my transfer to a new school. My family obliged, and we started planning the move.
Sounds like he really believed in you.
Oh, he definitely did. He proved it every opportunity he could. Also, I had a best friend when I was in school. His parents were best friends with mine, too. When it came time to move, they wanted to move as well. I was actually really happy. I wouldn't have to lose my best friend. It was a long drive, and I convinced his parents to let him come in our car. So there we were, all four of us. It felt like we all had the world in our hands. But when you do, it always finds a way to slip through your fingers. I was the only one who survived the accident on the way there. I just remember waking up in a hospital bed, in a world without them. His parents found out pretty fast, of course. They came to visit me, and I was actually hopeful. If anybody would take care of me, it would be them. But I saw nothing in their eyes, except resentment and hate. They told me I deserved a bunch of awful things, and left me there all alone. Apparently it was my fault, just because I wanted to sit beside my friend. Everything felt hopeless for me at that point. I lost everybody, and I was cursed with this vision. But then my manager came to see me in the hospital. He held my hand, saying that he'd take care of me. And he did, up until the day that he died too. That's when I started negotiating new contracts, and this hiatus. He actually
Wow.
had the incident scrubbed from the internet. That's when we came up with the stage name, and left my old life behind.
Right. He mentioned that Clace wasn't his real name.
I do miss my old name, though, pretty badly. I can still hear my friend calling it out every time he saw me. Sometimes I think that part of me died with them in the accident.
If you would like your name back, I will happily use it.
Really?
Of course, you deserve to be called what you want.
Well, promise to keep it between us. At least for now.
Absolutely. What would you like to be called?
Honestly, I'd tell you to take your pick. It started out as William, and then people called me Will. Will turned into Bill for some reason. I hated that one. But eventually that turned into Billy, and it stuck.
So his name is William.
They always said it was the name that keeps on giving. But if I had any say in the matter, I'd choose Will or Billy.
You got it, Will, if that is your will. He laughs and a big smile appears on his
It
face.
sounds so weird to hear it after all those years. But thank you, Delta. From the bottom of my heart.
He steps forward and kisses me softly on the cheek.
There is one more thing I wanted to talk about, though.
He walks to the cabin door and locks it before turning around.
I know you read my diary, Delta. Did a pretty bad job of covering your tracks.
I immediately lock up in fright, and the energy in the room changes drastically.
There's only one thing I have to say to you about it. Thank you. I don't know how to explain it, but it really helped me out. You made it a lot easier to open up to you just now. You understand a little more than the others outside. And in my situation, that makes a world of difference.
So you are not mad at me? He steps forward until he's close to me again.
Oh, I definitely am. Actually, I consider it the end of us. But it's also the start of something new. That's the thing about burning bridges, Delta. It's the only way we can build new, even stronger ones. And nobody says they can't lead to the same place as before. Also, I was gonna kiss you on the lips, but I decided to downgrade to the cheek. Let's call it even for what you did to me.
I shrug and tell him that's fine with me.
Let's get back outside then, alright? I'm dying to see what Isaac does next.
It may be unintentional, but that could also be a really dark pun. I guess it doesn't matter though. I nod and we head toward the door. He unlocks it with a loud click and then looks back into my eyes.
Ready to see how this all plays out?
More ready than ever, Will. He smiles at me with a slight scoff. Then a moment later we are back into the night. The campfire illuminates my friends and our final decision. I guess this was the end of our journey. I make my way toward the campfire with Clace. My worry starts to dissipate since we have been safe for a while now. If Argus were going to come after us, they probably would have been here already. I take a seat beside Isaac, who seems lost in thought. He's staring down at the drive, clearly still wondering what to do with it. There's no denying it. Having that information put all of our lives in jeopardy. But were our lives worth that much? I could tell that's what Isaac is thinking. Those secrets could change the world. Maybe he already accepted that his cause might also end up being his demise.
Isaac?
Yeah,
You know we're here for you, right?
of course.
I can understand how tempted you are.
It's not temptation. It's more like a calling, you know? I think I'm supposed to be the one who does this.
Isaac, this is about way more than you now.
Huh?
Until the end, remember? We're in this together.
Yeah, but
I trust you, no matter what.
That was a little shocking to hear, especially given his vision. You'd think he would want the path that puts his life in the least amount of danger.
Really?
He's been right about everything so far.
Even if it makes your vision happen?
Clace looks away, embarrassed.
I've already come to terms with it.
How?
Well, in my vision, I'm scared and confused. I don't know why it's happening to me. You'd think I'd want to avoid the death part, but no. More than anything, I just don't want to be confused when it happens. I want to know why it's happening to me. If it's for a good reason, at least I can accept it. And this seems like a good reason to me. I mean, we're talking about the biggest secrets in the world. If my life is the cost of enlightening everybody, well, it just seems selfish to try and save myself. Besides, I'm not scared of dying. I felt like I deserve it for a long time now. That's part of why I stood up to that security guard.
Clace?
It's just like my manager used to say too. The death of an artist only marks the start of their career.
That's such a grim thought. I can't imagine giving someone that kind of advice. But if Clace's manager knew about his vision, it makes more sense. It might give him the comfort that he would still be remembered. And when I start to think about it, it's absolutely true. There's so many artists that I only know about because they have died. I feel like we should start to appreciate those that are with us just a little bit more.
Hey, I have a question.
Yeah?
How does it feel? You know.
Dante interjects.
Taylor! That's not proper.
But,
No, it's okay. I'd be curious too.
well, my vision has always confused me. Sometimes I think it might mean that I'm dead too.
What is it?
Just complete darkness. It's almost like I'm stuck in a void. Completely lost and alone. I know that nobody will come save me. Despite that, I just cling to the remnants of hope. Then, it just ends.
Well, it's not really like that. By the time the darkness sets in, you've already abandoned hope. And it's not really darkness either. It's like the absence of everything. It's something you need to experience before you can understand. Of course, by the time you understand it, it's already over.
The way he words it is so peculiar.
You know how they say your life flashes before your eyes?
yeah.
It's kind of true, but it's not the events you relive, it's the emotions. It's like you feel everything and everyone you've ever felt. And do you want to know what scares me the most?
He sniffles like he's almost about to cry.
I don't feel any of you when it happens. It's like we never even met. Or worse.
We exchange glances, almost taking some of his despair for our own.
Well, we've got your back, Clace. That vision is of a different you. It has to be.
Maybe.
Is it peaceful? In the end?
Yeah.
It's clear that Dante is asking for himself. He must want to know how his family felt in their final moments.
Do you feel regret?
No. If you can tell it's ending, there's almost no need for regret. There are a lot better ways to spend your final moments.
Like what?
Thinking about the people we love, the ones that will never see us again.
That seems like it's enough to comfort Dante. He also appears like he's going to cry, but almost out of happiness. I guess he was worried that his parents died while still mad at him.
Thanks.
Guess I better start writing new music now.
Huh?
You know, 5 albums over 10 years. I never thought I'd actually have to deliver.
I can get you my guitar if you want.
Sure, I'd love to see it.
You mean your vision is supposed to happen within the next 10 years?
I think so. So I promised them whatever they wanted. In reality, I just wanted a taste of freedom before the end.
But now we're gonna keep you safe. We're gonna keep the entire group safe.
I guess I have my work cut out for me then.
As long as Isaac does the right thing, yeah.
Isaac sighs, his hand trembling as he grips the drive. I feel like he's already made up his mind. Who wouldn't want to know every dirty secret that Arcus tried to hide? The allure of the unknown. That's why we were all sitting here together, after all. Unified by our desire to embrace the unknown and change the world. I look at Isaac and he smirks at me. An odd smirk, almost like it's a code. I remember that look. It's the same one he gave me in the server room. That was right before he started downloading all of the files. Wait, the quick flashing lights as he stared at the screen. There was no way that he would be able to read all of those. He probably couldn't even make out a single word before the next file flashed by. But, oh, that's clever. In order to glean any info from those files, he would have to relive that moment over and over. He may not know what they say, but he still holds them all in his mind. If Arcus ever launched that new tech, he would be able to dive in and read them all. Or better yet, he would be able to share those memories with everybody. It seemed like Isaac now had the most valuable mind in the entire world. Of course, due to my feelings for him, I could sense that from day one. In this game of chess played through time and space, I would call that a checkmate. Irreparable damage was already done to Argus and their monopoly in the present, and if they pursued this nostalgic tech, they would only seal their own fate in the future. If there's one thing you couldn't forge, it's a memory, especially when it's corroborated by all of our presences. Isaac scoffs and then looks down at the campfire. It feels like, for those few moments, our thoughts were exactly in sync. Is that why I'm being watched? Does Arcus want to know about that drive? Well, if they were worried about that data, there's no need. I know exactly what Isaac was about to do. His grip on the drive tightens, not giving in to temptation in the face of all those secrets. Admirable. But it's clear he placed more value on our lives and our safety. It's possible that this drive is what caused a rift between the group. It could be the reason that we're no longer in touch in the future. So he didn't just hold a drive in his hands. He held the power to defy that fate and ensure the success of our pact. He gulps and pauses like he's choosing his next words carefully.
I guess this isn't part of our story.
With that, he throws the drive into the fire. A collective weight is removed from all of our shoulders. We hear crackling noises as it burns, and all the data is lost.
Hey, here you go.
I look over at Chiron, who is handing a guitar to Clace. That must have been the one he played when he lived out here.
Thanks, Chiron.
He takes it and strums it a few times before adjusting the tuning keys. When I first joined this group, I was definitely the odd one out. I had no idea what the future would bring, which was both a blessing and a curse. That's the thing about the future, though. Run from it in fear, or embrace it head on. You can never stop it. Our group was a mixture of both mentalities due to Komorebi. But now, nobody here had to live their life with a vision that influenced their lives. Not even Arcus or Komorebi could stand in the face of true resolve and love. We would keep Clay safe and ensure that none of us drift apart.
So, one more song?
I hope you got a lot more than that in you.
Yeah, of course. Here's something you might not recognize.
We look at each other and smile as we greet the dawn of an uncertain future, because despite all odds, you never really knew what was coming next. And when you stop to think about it, isn't that the beauty of life?
Keeping the highlights, skipping the lows. Sometimes it hurts too much to be alone. Got all of my best friends, how lucky that is. We've all grown together, but I must confess, I think we all see things we don't wanna believe. That changes our outlook, our fates and destinies. What can we change?
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Because I can't live in a flashback just to escape that feeling that I'm unworthy. I can't live in a flashback. How could you say that I belong in reality? Ooh. Oh yeah. There's no way to find out, no one can know. A gift from the future that now I bestow. A familiar rhythm, a genuine hit. I know I wrote it, but did I write it yet? I think we all hear things sometimes in our dreams, subconsciously being who we wanna be. And then there's a voice calling out to me, and it sounds like me, and it's saying that I can't live in a flashback just to escape that feeling that I'm unworthy. I can't live in a flashback. How could you say that I belong in reality? Just you and me. Let's leave the flashbacks in history. Flashback to history. Ooh, 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 ooh. Flashback to history.
You must experience pivotal frag.
Terribly. In pay, but this one, if I could offer you a vision of your future, or you, I've never did even my point be your regard as a we, but now who's to say that Komorebi wasn't gifted? Is a lot, but I did a lot. If I you know I for let's just
Interact upon Experience pivotal.
Oh, here.
Wait, any. Whoa, whoa.
Yeah.
Party.
You.
So. Wow.
Yeah.
Speaking.
Wait.
Anyway.
Man.
Oh,
Sit.
yeah.
I can't even.
Oh.
Exactly.
Hey, if you're. Remember, if we.
Who said?
Well, but, let's. You.
Now. Guess it's.
We're all. I'm not.
Experience culmination.
The. Speaking of that, though, have you been seeking. I don't appreciate that joke, Delta. You know our relationship is strictly professional.